Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. I am so thrilled with all the people that have joined us live. This is super exciting. You know, we did the Philosophy Summit, Science Summit, and Art Summit, which were so important, and people got so much out of it. And look, you can be great at the philosophy, science, and art, and if you don't put together business, you're not going to impact as many lives as you are meant to be. And I want everybody to live a life worthy of the calling that they received to be a chiropractor. So, and again, if you would like to get access to all of the summits, we are doing this completely free. However, if you'd like the replays for this and the recordings of the past summits, that's being gifted to you as a based on a donation to Epienergetics, which does phenomenal research for chiropractic, some of the most exciting research that's done over the last last several decades through Epienergetics. So it's a nonprofit organization, and that's what we're doing this for. So if you'd like to have all of the Mile High Summits in your pocket at all times, grab that. And by the way, also the Mile High directory, the people watching this, you are some of the best chiropractors on the planet. Otherwise, you wouldn't take the time to do that. Make sure you're on our referral directory so that when people look for a chiropractor in, I don't know, Arizona, they can find you, okay? And they can find a quality chiropractor. And that's, again, it's a free directory for you to get more referrals so that when Sean Powers is looking for someone to refer someone to, she can look in that directory. And, you know, I do the same thing too. And I tell my CAs to do that. That being said, I am so thrilled to welcome to this segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit, a person that I'm a huge fan of, Dr. Sean Powers, who spoke at Mile High Live in 2020. She's a Mile High hero from all that she did in Mile High back in the day. She is an award-winning chiropractor, coach, speaker. She teaches really powerful strategies for success for chiropractors now for over 2 decades. She started coaching when I started practicing in Colorado, and she really is a phenomenal gift to the chiropractic profession and to chiropractors overall. So thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Sean Powers.
Thank you for having me. And as always, thank you for all you're doing for the profession.
Thank you too. And that, I know I'm very cautious about who I invite to things. I know you are very cautious about what things you are engaged with, because I know people that give back to the profession, and you're one of them, especially through things such as the LCW. So briefly, for people that maybe don't know you, and I don't know who would not know you at this point, but for those that don't know you, can you briefly share something about how you found your way into chiropractic?
I can. Actually, on my way into becoming a chiropractor, it was circuitous. First, I received a degree in nursing, a Bachelor of Science. I received it in Davenport, Iowa. So within the first week of being a nursing student, I was introduced to chiropractic. I became a chiropractic practice member. And after graduation, working in ICU, I saw 12 people die in 16 hours. And I said, wow, I want to save lives. Right? It's huge, right? I wanted to save lives. So that's what made me go to chiropractic school.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And then where did the bug for chiropractic come from?
Well, it changed my life, right? So when I started getting chiropractic care while I was enrolled in university for my baccalaureate for nursing, it changed my life. And that's why I thought my role was to be an ICU nurse, critical care, save lives that way. And it was revealed to me that there was a better way. Excellent. And that's why I'm a chiropractor.
So let me ask you this now. A lot of people receive that kind of calling, okay? And then don't end up being successful in practice or don't even get into practice. Mm-hmm. And that's part of why we're doing this summit, because that's something that's always heartbreaking to me. And we want to contribute to that not being the case. What are some of the things that you think separate someone that is successful in practice versus not?
I would say number one, it's a decision. You have to make a decision that you'll be successful. Number two, you decide what success means to you at this moment of your life. And you focus on that. So many times people get stuck in the future or the past, and they don't take the next step for making success today. So I think the separating thing is the decision and then the commitment to take the action that will produce the results that you want, even when it's hard, even when it seems like it's not going to happen. You stay consistent, you stay in action.
Yes. And what kind of actions are the key ones for you to move towards success? So you can stay in action. If you're running real fast in the wrong direction, you're still going in the wrong direction.
Right. Effective action, right action, right?
Right.
So let's say you're brand new out of school. You don't even know what you don't know.
That's true.
Right? And you might think you know it all. By nature, we are rebel nerds, right? We're very smart. We are in a profession that is not a generalized, like we're very specific in what we do, our product, our service, and our idea. So it's really important, in my opinion, anybody who succeeds at any level, whether it's business, sports, health, chiropractic, is they usually get coaching, they get support. They go to seminars like Mile High. They listen to the Mile High podcast. They're not out there on an island all by themselves thinking that they know what to do. And you might know what to do. However, you need to be accountable typically, and you need to get out of the forest so that you can see the trees. So I think that's a differentiation factor, is besides the decision, taking right action, is you will not go as far, as fast, as easily by yourself as you will with the right support. And however you choose that, whether it's a paid support, which you probably will always get more. You know how many people buy courses and never take them, right? Or you invest in a seminar like yours, and you make that decision not to go it alone.
Okay. Yeah. And that's true. I've had incredible mentors. Also, I'll say something. I've had incredible mentors that helped me tremendously. And then I also saw that they weren't necessarily giving back to the profession. So I always recommend people look at who you're investing as a mentor and what are their actions in the profession. Because I've made that mistake. And I'm sure you've seen that too, Sean. You want to make sure, and this is why you're on this, because I know how much energy you put into chiropractic as a whole. And that's why we've selected the people that are on this, because they're people that really want to see chiropractors succeed and the profession succeed. So with that, when you look at chiropractors starting out, you can see them on fire for the philosophy and can recite green books. You can see that maybe they know the science really well and their adjusting skills are on point. And then their business are not congruent with that, or there's things that aren't lined up because they don't know any better. What are some keys that you tell people for starting out in practice?
First of all, you need to know your numbers. And you need to make a decision that you will be profit first. All sorts of information out there on profit first. There's books, there's accountants, there's bookkeepers who operate out of the profit first model. Your number one goal is to make profit as a business, because if you don't make profit as a business, you cannot stay in business. And then that calling can't be answered. 75,000 chiropractors in the world, 7.5 billion people. So it behooves you to make a wise decision, to know business strategies, to know your numbers, and to be a profitable business, because it's the only way you can consistently serve and take care of you and your family as well.
Yes. So now people ask this all the time. They ask, well, can you actually make it if you're just doing a cash practice versus an insurance practice? What do you tell them?
Yeah, easier. Typically easier, right? Your profit margin will be higher. The amount of staff that you need will be lower. Your confidence and certainty rises because you don't have to play a game. You don't have to jump through hoops. That's how I look at the insurance game. And I played it. Most of my clients, not most, some of my clients were cash purely. Some of them are a combo of insurance and cash. And I also coach around the world. So there is no such thing as insurance in other parts of the world, right? You're primarily speaking to a US audience when you're talking about insurance. So if you like to be at the strings and desires of what somebody else believes, then insurance might be for you, but cash is king, right? And then you also get more money to make money for you besides using your body, right? So you have more money to invest because your profit margin is higher.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And again, people, I hear all the time, students told in chiropractic schools, and I know there will be students that listen to this, that, oh, you can't make it just on a cash practice. You have to do some insurance. And that's so not true. You can run a direct pay practice for sure and do very well. How important is it to have a team in chiropractic?
Personally, I think it depends on how big your vision is. The bigger your vision, the more support you need. As a doctor of chiropractic, and I keep referencing numbers because numbers are data that you can make your decision from. So if I want to deliver phenomenal adjustments and communicate and educate people to understand why they would want to take care of their brain and their body through the art of specific adjustments, then I need to be at the table serving that. Whereas I can hire a team to answer the phone, to do the scheduling, to do the collection. So to me, team is an integral part of having a bigger vision, that support. It could even be team, it could be virtual, could be team at your house, but usually the bigger somebody has in terms of a vision, the more people they have sitting at their round table, right? Like the Knights of the Round Table, to help them execute that vision. And there are staffless offices. I have a couple clients who do mobile chiropractic work. They have virtual assistants, but they still have people on their team. So they're doing what truly is their gift. That's my opinion. Dream big, go big, get a team to help you.
That's excellent. So now another thing is that so often people will say this, oh, everybody just wants to come in and get popped. Everybody just wants to come in for 2 or 3 visits and then they are going away. How do people organize their office in such a way that people are there for a longer time game plan? How do they help people grow into lifetime wellness practice members?
First of all, it comes down to your fundamental beliefs. If you believe that a person needs a healthy nervous system, and we know that subluxation can interfere with the quality of our brain and organic function, then that is the foundation of all your communication, all of your recommendations. So as a business strategy, you want to be really good at communication, really great at connecting with a person, aligning with where they are, because they do not walk through the door typically, although we know a lot of people come into the door and say, hey, I'm here because I want to live my best life. I was told chiropractic helps me do that. But 99% of the people come through that door with a complaint, a concern, and or can you just pop me? So right. Our job is to create that ideal practice member. Just like we weren't all the ideal doctors when we went to school, it's a process. And so that's how you do it. You have foundational principles that are your launching point for your systems, your educational processes, and your structure that builds a practice that it's a no-brainer for people to say, me, my family, anybody I love needs this. Maybe even if my enemies got it, they might be less disastrous in the world in their position, right? So it's you who creates it. That's who does it, by who you are.
Excellent, excellent. And it's so important for people to realize that. And people ask so often, I hear this often because I teach network, I teach spinal analysis, and I get a lot of students and a lot of DCs. And then they have this question of, well, do I go out on my own or do I associate? And then there's horror stories about associating, and there's people that also have really wonderful experiences associating. How do people navigate that being a, do associate or you just open up? How do you decide that for yourself?
I'm a big believer. I do a lot of work with my clients on better understanding who they are, their core behaviors, their human design, all these tests that you can do to really understand if you've got the goods to run a business, to go out on your alone. And when I was coming up in chiropractic, that's all we did. Although there were some associates, I was a person who went into an associate with the idea of learning, and I learned a lot really quickly and went out on my own. So I think that it's a personal decision based on knowledge of who you are, what your desires are, what your knowledge, your skills, and your abilities are, which, knowledge is a commodity you can keep learning. Skills is a commodity you can keep improving. Confidence is a commodity you can keep getting more of. But some of us have the entrepreneurial mindset, and that's what you are when you own your own business. You are an entrepreneur. And if you don't have that makeup or get people to surround you to fill in those gaps of that makeup you don't have, it will be a challenge for you. And I think that's a disrespect if you think you have to do it because that's what they told you in school, versus finding out who you are and how you can make the practice that you want, whether it's within an associateship or on your own. And let me just say this, if you're an associate, it's still going to be your practice within a practice that you're responsible and accountable for creating. Don't think you're just going to go there and get a paycheck, right? I mean, you could, but you won't be kept very long, because who wants somebody who's not committed to growth?
Right. So important. So important. And it's something that people don't realize, is that being an associate means being of value to the organization that you're working for, and not simply punching a clock. People, don't want to have a CA that just punches a clock. They want them to be part of, the office uplifting. And as an associate doc, you want to do the same way. You put the same energy that you would in, as take ownership of the position you're in. For it to be successful for everybody, and most importantly, for it to be successful for the practice members on the table. So then, what if we want to be successful in business, but we have people that are coming in that, oh, I just want to have pain relief. Can't you just fix me, doc? How do people grow in that area so that they can help people have a different understanding of what chiropractic is and how it contributes to their health?
I think how you start off that very first visit, what your paperwork looks like, right? Whether it's online or it's true paperwork, the questions that you ask start to set the paradigm from which you operate. Understanding the paradigm that they operate in. I just want to feel better. We align with that. And then I like to think of it as a tree of beliefs. I think that if something's wrong with me, I go to the doctor in accordance with my concerns. That's at the bottom of the tree. Then I understand, well, if I go to a chiropractor, maybe I get not only feeling better, but I start to notice I perform better. Then we go to the next level, whereas if I go to a chiropractor, I have optimal function. And then I get like potentiality. What is the ultimate expression of my potentiality? So the way to shift that is how you start from day one. I recently did a report of findings class just as a give back to the profession, but I always say that the yes to long-term care or any care doesn't happen at the report of findings. It happens from the very first phone call. So how you set up the name of your office. Is it a back pain clinic? Is it a pain clinic? It's like, what's on your walls? What messages are you translating? How you post on social media, how you speak, all of that's laying a foundation that you're more than a back cracker. You're more than a pain reliever. You know, you can take aspirin and get pain relief. You could take a shot of tequila and get pain relief. What we offer is something that human beings want. They do not know, in most cases, what it is and what their potential is, unless we as a chiropractor are able to communicate that, first connecting where they are and then bringing them up the tree so that they can blossom and be this beautiful potential human being that they were designed to be.
Now, you coordinate power source coaching and have for a long time, and people do phenomenally well with what, you know, with how you help them have strategies and skill sets and systems that they may not have had implemented before. Are there some foundational principles or some foundational values that are central to that?
Yes, for sure. And I'm very proud of my clients, and I'm also very selective in my clients. Like, you have to apply to work with me because I want to make sure that you have a desire and a willingness in alignment with the vitalistic principles of chiropractic. And maybe you're not. Like, you and I talked about that earlier about, you know, what we stand for in chiropractic, what MAHA stands for. But there's a lot of brothers and sisters that are mechanists that if they were able to come in and we could accept them and then learn, they could learn and grow with us, that would serve the profession, right? So the couple of things that I see in people who are successful is that there's a gap between where they are and where they want to go. Maybe they're grateful and satisfied, but there's a discontent knowing within them that they are here for more. I think of us as, you know, like you said, the calling. We have a desire to transform humanity. And that's why it's that desire to do that comes first, then the action steps, right? You have to have systems. You have to have structure. If you don't have consistency, you can't measure whether or not what you're doing is going to produce the results you want. And most people who struggle in practice, they change every day, what they say, how they do it, whether, you know, they're in a constant state of change instead of doing something consistently and seeing if it produces, then adapt one, maybe two things to test that again. So, you know, just like we look for patterns in chiropractic when we're looking at a nerve system, we're looking for patterns in adaptability, same thing in practice.
So important, so important. And we can have patterns that we don't even realize are subconscious or that are really, they are the antithesis of the outcome that we want without us realizing it. And we're going on autopilot. And meanwhile, can be our own worst enemy without realizing that. So now, for people playing the long game of being in practice, meaning they're not there for a short-term outcome of making sure they meet their overhead, but playing the long game of serving their community, what are some keys for longevity in business?
First of all, you decide what's the game you're going to play. Are you going to be a GOAT? I grew up in Chicago, Michael Jordan, Walter Payton, you know, greatest of all time. Or are you going to be a bench player or like that invisible player or that player who sits on the bench, comes in periodically? So the first decision to making a long-term game of it is decide how you're going to play the game. Decide to be visible. If you're not visible, people will never know what you have and how it will change your life. Make sure that you know your numbers, know the business strategies as well as the heart and the soul and the hand strategies that changes life. My dear friend, Mark Victor Hansen, he always said, we're either green and growing or we're ripe and rotting. And so I've adapted that. And I personally, I get coached. I go to seminars. I was with 45 women, including your wife last weekend or 2 weekends ago. We were learning from each other. We were masterminding with each other. And so you put yourself, this is a really important key to being in the long term with ease, with joy, and with profitability, is you put yourself into proximity. Proximity to people. Don't ever be the smartest person in the room, the richest person in the room, or the healthiest person in the room. Put yourself into proximity for people who have gone where you've been and beyond. And then you learn, and then you turn around and you help somebody else come to that next level. So that's how I think. And I think what nobody ever thinks about is you have to have an exit strategy. Right? And that's part of our mentorship within chiropractic and our associateships is, is somebody investing beyond just a paycheck? Like if something, like look at Danny, when you had your issue, you had people in the background who could take over, right? You didn't have to have an exit strategy, but you and Rochelle could take what time you needed to take to focus on you because you had people supporting you in the background. Right. And so we tend to be lone rangers, right? Yes. And I'm going to tell you, you want to go big, you want to make a huge impact on the world, you need to have proximity, support, and community.
I have to tell you, that is so important because lone rangers, chiropractors tend to think that way, and what happens is you've got to think, how long do you want to continue to do it alone? Whatever way you're doing your practice, how long do you want to do it alone? And what will happen if you're not part of the picture? If you want, I want Network Family Wellness Center, our office in Boulder, to be something that goes beyond me, right? Which means you can't be a lone ranger. You have to have other people that you are bringing in and that can operate without you if need be, and impact, be a light in your community, for sure. So, such important wisdom. If people want to connect more with Power Source Coaching, how do they do that?
I pretty much go by my name now, Dr. Sean Powers. So you can go to drSeanPowers.com. That's my website. And I think for your summit, they can go to drSeanPowers.com/summit, and I'll have some gifts for them if they'd like to. I'm inviting them to take advantage of some things I'll have to offer them. What you just said about the legacy beyond you is, I think that's another commitment to playing the long-term game, is you make a decision that you create generational wealth. You create something that your children, your children's children, and their children's children, the Native Americans always speak to 7 generations. And if you build a practice that will continue to provide service to your community and earn income and profit for the family, you literally can create generational shift in wealth and in humanity's health by making that decision to go for the long haul, not just for who you are right here, right now.
That's so important. And it also has to do all with expanding your vision, which is difficult. People, you get out of school, you have a certain amount of debt, and there's a place where you're forced into a myopic vision temporarily. Like, I just got to get to my next, mortgage payment or rent payment or car payment or whatever. However, that may be where you start. However, you'll stay there if you don't expand that vision, to giving more and to having, as you just said, a legacy impact. So are there any, we've been talking about business, I've been asking you questions. are there any particular other things that you feel are important relative to business that you want to impart?
Yeah, I think it's really important. Let me just make a comment around that vision piece. Is I think a lot of times people come out of school. I thought I'm going to come out of school and people will be lined up out the door, and traffic control police will be controlling them into my office, just like they do at Disneyland. But that was my calling. I didn't have my infrastructure. I didn't have my business. I didn't have my communication skills at that level. So I think when people get into reality, that's when their vision gets tampered down. So one of the things is you want to keep that vision, touch it, hold it bright, hold it in the light, and get those infrastructures built so that you can continue to do it. Also, I would never think about the mortgage payment. I wouldn't think about the rent. I would think about how can I connect more humanity, reconnect them, make them healthier. The Beatles, and some of you might be too young to even know who the Beatles are. They're beyond a bug. You should listen, just saying. But they used to sit down and they would say, hey, let's write a swimming pool today. And what they meant by that is one of them was buying a house, they wanted a swimming pool. So they wrote a song that would produce them income to get the things that they wanted, that would be a big hit. So I think also another thing for you to think about is if you have goals and dreams for your, sometimes when it's self-centric, it's not as easy to produce when it's more for our family. And maybe for you, after, I just need to eat. I can remember those days.
Yeah.
Right? I worked full-time as an ICU nurse while I went to chiropractic school. So I never had the luxury of just being a student. So I know what it's like to fight to eat. But my point would be is if you keep focusing on that vision and that purpose and you get the business right, you stay in proximity with people who can see it for you when you cannot hold it. They know the evidence of it, right? So we're always, so the bottom line answer to your question is, what should you do beyond business? You need to regularly examine your beliefs. You need to consistently have momentum, right? So like, don't stop and start. Don't stop and start. Don't mess with the recipe. Do the recipe until it needs to be adapted. And then you have to have that faith in yourself, the faith in chiropractic. And when you have that, knowing when you make a decision, it's already done. Now you just have to let it happen. Then it occurs with greater ease, right? So I'm all about, when I work with people, it's making what you want come true with ease. I don't believe in the hustle. I don't believe in, it doesn't take 60 hours to grow a big practice. As a matter of fact, my call right before you, we had, she saw more people last week in less hours, and it was easy, right? So my final words would be, how do you make it happen? You make up your mind and then you take the next step. Simple as that.
Yep. Absolutely. So important, one step at a time. And people so often think of, my dad said this a long time ago in seminar, and I think it's very important relative to what you're saying. He said that one of the things that happens with chiropractors is they see where they're seeing people now. They're seeing 50 people a week or 20 people a day or 100 people a week, whatever it is. And they're doing that and they're seeing that. And they can see themselves seeing 1,000 people a week or 500 people a week or some larger number, but they don't see themselves at 150 or 175 or the step in between. They just think those two ends versus working on the next step, right? That I have to get from, a 38 waistline to a 36 waistline before I get to a 32 waistline or whatever it is. Same thing in practice. If people just focus on the big leap rather than the inch across the chasm, they don't get there.
And the truth is, a 150 chiropractor has different knowledge, skills, and abilities than a 200, and then a 250, or a 20 and a 40. And so that's why I say you've got to take that next step. The person that you are today cannot create any other reality than what you're currently creating. That's why you have to consistently be in the state of becoming, acting, thinking, and getting input from other sources to become that next version, right? It's a process.
Yep.
It can collapse time. That's what coaching does. It accelerates the fruition of those things, and it collapses time. So that's your dad is so brilliant.
Especially if it improves, especially if it improves learning curve, right?
Right.
So, versus reinventing the wheel. So yes. Well, I want to thank you so much for taking I know your time is precious, and I see all that you do in giving chiropractic. And again, if I'm going to have people on a business summit, they know they're people that give to chiropractic as a profession, which you do. And I so want people to know that, and hear me acknowledge that about you, because they need to be aware of that. And is there any last thing that you want to share before we go into our next segment on the Mile High Summit?
I would just say, again, thank you for investing and doing your time and your energy towards our profession. And we are a chiropractic family. And just as we take care of our birth families, I hope that we continue to take care of each other, because we are a family, and we will only rise as each of us individually rise, or help others collectively rise. So choose your own adventure, keep in touch with your vision, take the steps, increasing your belief, and stay in proximity to the people who will help support you as you grow and flourish. And it can be as easy as that if you make up your mind for it to be that way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And everybody, I'll tell you, I'm so glad that the energy that's I'm seeing online with the Mile High Summit, it's amazing. Make sure you dial in being at Mile High Live in June. And then also, if you have not added yourself to the Mile High directory so people can find you, okay, you want people to find your office. And I want to find, when I want to refer someone, I want to refer them to a quality chiropractor. And thank you all for changing spines, lives, and minds with chiropractic. Watch for the next segment speaker coming up just momentarily.
Being in the Inner Circle, I've gotten to connect with a lot of amazing chiropractors.
I've been part of the Inner Circle for a couple of months, and I absolutely love it.
The Inner Circle is a gift.
I'm a member of the Inner Circle, and why I love the Inner Circle is that it's a forum where you can ask relevant questions that you're experiencing right here in the moment in your practice.
They've given us so much that's already done that we can send out to our patients and that we can implement with our team without having to recreate the wheel.
It gives us, once again, unlimited amount of information that we can actually apply to our practice.
There's videos of how to do things that you can look at again and again.
The important thing about the Inner Circle that makes it different from a lot of other memberships is the fact that it comes from the heart, it is purpose-driven, and it's very authentic. It's not just scripts, it's not just steps, it's authentic from the heart, where patients can actually feel that difference.
Those thoughts that go through your head, I wonder if I should do it this way, will this work, or you want to tweak and get better results based on other people already doing them?
I've had amazing mentors step up and really bring me in and help me know that I'm doing the right thing, I'm going on the right path to help as many people as possible.
And you get immediate feedback and great answers. These are quality answers from docs that have been there, done that, supporting you and want to have you succeed.
It's an opportunity for you to ask questions to a group of people who love what we do and are rocking it.
And Danny and Rochelle will sometimes even film videos so that they can educate not only us on our questions, but the entire team.
And if you're thinking, oh, I can't handle the investment is so minimal. I joined that and I got literally 50 times the investment.
It's amazing the value that's in there and the response and the camaraderie and the support.
It saved so much time that it is so worth it, it's unbelievable.
I love being part of the Inner Circle because of the unlimited amount of information that we get.
And it's awesome to be celebrated with people who really get it.
Doctors Daniel and Rochelle Knowles here, and we are with these incredible souls in beautiful Colorado, and they have a message for you, which is...
Join the inner circle!
Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Chiropractic Summit. I am so grateful for so many people who have tuned into this summit and all our summits. As you know, we did a philosophy summit, a science summit, an art summit. And I said, well, we've done all three. What are we going to do? We should do a business of chiropractic summit, because if you're going to serve people the philosophy, science, and art, you have to know how to grow a practice and how to take care of people, and what kind of outreach and marketing and internal communications, all of that to do. And so thank you all for joining us. By the way, if you have not already grabbed, you have right on the screen with these the access to the replays of all those summits and this one. We want you to be live with us for the 2 days. However, if you want to get the replays to listen to the listen or watch the Mile High app at any time, it's a donation to a very important nonprofit, the Epi Energetics Foundation, which does research relative to network spinal. So, if you like to grab access to that, so you continue growing your philosophy, science, art, and business of chiropractic, then grab those. And we'd love to have you be able to join us, of course, live at Mile High in June. Our next segment here is with a very special soul. Dr. Andy Harding serves people daily in the chiropractic profession, in his community. And I say chiropractic profession because I know he serves chiropractors in many different ways. And just through his heart and through connecting with them and helping support them in practice. And so he's going to be sharing things about being successful in practice and how to impact more lives and have more people on more tables more often. Okay, because the world needs that, especially with what we've seen in the last couple of years. We need more unsubluxated people in humanity. So first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Andy.
I'm honored. Thank you.
We're grateful to have you here. And with first of all, let's help people get to know you a little bit better. Can you share briefly a little bit of your journey of how you became a chiropractor?
Well, yeah. Well, I played football in college, and I was paralyzed from the neck down in a football injury. And was told I was done with football, and went to a chiropractor. And this particular chiropractor was one of my first mentors, Richard Yenny. He did a lot of acupuncture as well as chiropractic, and that was what I thought the model of chiropractic was. So then, I like everybody who plays football in college wants to play in the pros, and I had a big sinus problem, like all my friends. Nobody wanted to sign me, so I had to go get something else, and I started chiropractic school, and I'm so happy, so thrilled I did. That kind of leads a little bit to my story, if you don't mind. For first 20 years of practice, I'll be the first to tell you, I was the biggest mixer in the history of mixing. Just because that was the approach that brought me into chiropractic was, acupuncture and physical therapy and chiropractic and the trainers at K-State and all of that stuff. So I thought my first 20 years, what I did was acupuncture and all the physical therapy, all the modalities and everything. And I was helping people, but about in 2004, I was a big mixer, using insurance and abusing insurance like most of the people who did at the time. And I got an audit from Blue Cross Blue Shield, one letter saying, we want records on the last 4,000 visits, and we need them in 2 weeks. And I had a pucker moment, or a pucker year, if you want to know the truth about it. And anyway, the bottom line is from 2004 till 2008, I just tried to mentally learn how to beat the system and learn how to document and everything. And I was frankly spending more time documenting than I was taking care of my folks, and one of my dear friends, Kent Moore, who's been one of my classmate for school, he kept saying, you need to go to DE, you need to drop all the insurance stuff. And I just thought, I'm going to beat this. I'm going to beat this. I'm going to beat this. And I was miserable, dude. I really wanted to retire, make enough money to retire and go to Florida and do something different. And he finally beat me up enough to where I went to my first DE in 2008. And I walked in this room and not knowing hardly anybody. I knew Sigurd Boost because I'd been to seminars with him and stuff. And I just found my chiropractic soul. And I saw these people who practiced the way I thought was impossible to practice. and loved the way I didn't know could, you know, and like I say, I found my soul. And then from 2008 to 2009, I just kept trying to figure out how I could do what they were doing and still do what I've been doing. And I was scared, to be honest with you. If you remember 2008, 2009, the economy wasn't the greatest in the world.
I remember it. I was in practice. I remember it.
So for me to say, okay, I'm going to drop all the modalities and all the stuff, but I was so uncomfortable in my skin and my soul, I couldn't do it anymore. So I was like, you know, I'm going to burn the ships. I went back for my second DE and just said, we're going straight. And there was 2 doctors and there were like 7 or 8 staff people who were used to hooking people up and doing all this stuff. And I thought to myself, I'm not going to fire people for not doing anything wrong. It'll be by attrition, but we had to grow. And we dropped 35% immediately. And within 2 years, we doubled our practice because of the partnership at DE, and my preparation and my intention was totally different than it ever was before. And really haven't looked back until 2000, you know, right before COVID. I had another doctor. So I had one doctor who's been with me for 25 years. And I had another doctor, a younger doctor, Brett Lux, was with me. And Brett was at that was our high water mark, about early 2019. We saw about 930 people was our high water mark. And then Brett injured his shoulder, his neck, and got homesick. He's from St. Louis and he wanted to go home. And then after that, COVID hit. And after that, Dr. Scott went through a divorce and had a lot of personal issues. And then eventually, unfortunately, he was diagnosed with colorectal cancer. And that was in September of 2021. So I kind of went from, you know, a high water mark and just kind of putting on cruise control and doing a whole lot of work with the ICA and speaking all over the world and I had to, you know, start going and back and taking serving our people and making sure that I could take care of the folks myself. So from basically October 1st through January, I was by myself, and it went from me personally seeing 400 to 500 a week to 650 to 800 a week. And my whole body started talking to me. So we now have another doctor who's working with me. Dr. John Braithwaite moved here from Illinois, and Dr. Scott's getting better and actually joined the practice again. So you know, it's been a tough couple years, but now we're ready. This conference is important for me because now I'm kind of going from a fat cat who's done a whole lot of internal marketing to having a new doctor we have to blow up the practice again. So I'm excited about it.
Well, and thank you for sharing those things, because here's the thing. One, we're doing this, and I want to know more about your practice now, how you got there. Here's the thing. We're doing this because congruence and coherence with philosophy, science, and art are vital. And very people are taught to do things in business that are opposite of that. And then those work against each other. Or they're being taught in school or chiropractic school or by some consultant that you can't do things congruent or coherent with the philosophy and be successful. And this is an example of not, as well as, hey, I went through those hard times. I didn't do 900, but we did 700. And, you know, we had the, 2008, 2009 crash, and that was hard to practice through, but these things happen. And look, COVID right now, those are the world, things happen. And, team members, associate docs having changes in how to navigate that. That's all part of great practices. I had to, life-threatening thing happened to me and had to keep practicing. So that's real business, is navigating all of that. So, yeah, it's a reality and things that people don't learn in school. So if we want people to be philosophically, scientifically, art congruent and be successful, because there's lives that are on the line, then we have to have real conversation. So with you, share some things that you feel were keys to growing from, hey, I've got to dump the insurance and modalities, to what you're doing now. What were some key elements of that for people to think that I can't do this, but you're an example? What are some keys for them to know?
Absolutely. I think it breaks down to two things. Number one is your intention. That the intention, the congruence you talk about has got to be there. I question how many people really, really, really have faith and truly believe that chiropractic works. and truly believe that this thing called a subluxation, I call it a subluxation. I know it to be a subluxation. You call it whatever you want to call it. I don't care what school you came from. Whatever it is you're going to adjust, I call it a subluxation. I know that a subluxation can rob people of their life. It can either rob their quality of life or it can rob them of their life. I had a patient, sorry, I'm going a little bit long here, but I had a patient, Rhonda, who changed my life and my practice forever. Okay, so I've been to DE. I'm learning to speak a different dialogue than I used to before, because going from a mixer and all mental to all heart is different. And then trying to back up what the subluxation is and the intention. And so this lady named Rhonda, I have a lot of nurses come to my office, and Rhonda was a 53-year-old African-American patient, nurse, and she lifted a patient up at a hospital and hurt her back. So she's a work comp injury. She goes to the hospital. They do the muscle relaxers, anti-inflammatories, and painkillers. And she just didn't get better. So a bunch of her friends who are patients said, you need to call this girl. You need to call this girl. And I'm getting now strength to say, hey, every man, every woman, every child needs this. So I call her and I talk to her, and she says, you know, and she's telling me how she's dizzy. She hadn't been able to poop for 2 weeks. She's a mother of 2 and a grandmother of 2 and sole provider for them all. And her life is hell. And I said, well, if I could help you, I'd love to help you. And she's like, I was just taught in school that that chiropractic hurts people. So I think I better not do it. I said, hey, if I ever can ever help, call me. So one day, about a week or two later, I'm working in my office and I see a lady struggling out of my the front door, can't get out of her car. So I run out there to help her, and I could tell by the voice it was Rhonda. And she said, you're Dr. Harding. I said, I thought you weren't going to come in. And she said, Dr. Harding, I haven't pooped now in 4 weeks, and I can't stay. I shouldn't have driven here. It was, I'm totally incapacitated. She said, I thought to myself when I prayed, I thought, if he kills me today, I'm ready to go. And she wasn't joking. And so I brought her in the room. I x-rayed her, and I'm a diversified guy, did a full spine adjustment on her. And I'll be danged, she just laid there and stopped breathing and stopped moving. And I thought, oh my God, I killed her. But then I looked at her chest and she was breathing. And so I just tapped her. I said, Rhonda, how you doing? And she said, what did you just do to me? I'm breathing better than I have in years. What did you do to me? So I explained to her the Merrick chart and kind of explained what I did. And I had to literally carry her back to her car, because now she didn't talk about back pain. She's talking about breathing. And she's got a smile on her face and a whole different outlook in life, right? So I work on her, and in 2 or 3 weeks, the back pain's gone. But every time she came in, all she talked about is how she breathes better, and how every time she gets adjustment, her breathing is better and has been years. So now I'm, again, after an audit, I'm like, okay, I got to release this lady, and I'm going to take her over to maintenance. But again, in my mind, she hadn't worked now in 8 or 10 weeks. She ain't got no money. As a principal chiropractor, we should say every man, every woman, every child. I should get her children and her grandchildren started, so they wouldn't have the problem she's having. But I was scared. And I just said to her, I said, Rhonda, now we need to release you. I need to make it to maintenance. In school, we were taught once a week was maintenance. That's total bullshit. In my mind now, once a week is what I consider maintenance, because of the mobilization degeneration. I didn't have the courage to say it, Danny. I didn't tell her. So I remember I said, you come in at least once a week, thinking if she wants to come in, great, more. And she looked me in the eye, she goes, I will do whatever you tell me. And I said, well, I'll see you in a month. And then she came in once a month. She'd come in, she'd get adjusted. She'd just lay on the table and breathe and smile, high five me. And I'd have to go get another table. And she was just happy and content. 1 month, she didn't show up for her appointment. We didn't think anything about it. Called her house. 2 days later, her sister called, and Rhonda had died of an asthma attack. And I know it changed everything in my world. I know that if I would have seen her once a week, the way I should have been seeing her, she would be alive today, and her children and grandchildren would have their mama with her, And so I changed everything that day. From there forward, everything is about every man, every woman, every child, And if I'm embarrassed to say about it, then I don't believe in chiropractic enough. And I've had dozens of patients with kidney issues and bladder issues and heart issues and gallbladder issues. You've done it, right? I mean, we've seen these miracles that we take for granted. but it's all related to the subluxation and more related to the adjustment of the subluxation, removing the interference so the body can heal itself. So if it works that well, and we really believe that it does that well, then we'll do any marketing we want to or we need to go out and serve the humanity. And when people walk in our office and they feel the love and they feel the certainty, and the best thing in my office is when we went to open floor plans where everybody can hear every conversation and people say, oh my God, I feel this. So as a new patient ever does come in or react that it then, didn't follow through, they're hearing these miracle after miracle after miracle. And we have people tell testimonies, and it's the testimonies of our patients streaming at our office. It's talking about, well, their kidney function got better, or one lady actually grew hair. She had alopecia, her hair started growing, like Dr. Sid talked about, a collie dog, right? I mean, it's just amazing, all these stories. So yeah, for me, it's like that intention. If I'm here to save lives, then marketing is easy. If I'm here to try to make money, if I'm here to pay my bills, it's not going to do it. It ain't going to work. No marketing, no matter what you talk about, anybody in this program talks about, it's the intention at which I go to about it is what makes it successful or failure.
1,000%. I got to echo a couple of super vital things. And, I got a couple experiences like what you just shared that I swelled up with tears, because I remember them with the practice members that were like, I was already focused on philosophy when I opened. I never had to transfer. I started from day one in a very congruent philosophical place because of my schooling and my family. However, I had some, life-changing things that you just brought to the surface of my memory. But here's the thing. There's a gap between what people, you and I know this is no secret. There's a gap between what people learn chiropractic to be in school to what we know it can be. And that gap is pretty darn wide. And Jim Parker talked about this, FCB, you need to have faith, confidence, belief, right? And people don't have enough faith, confidence, belief. Or as my dad told me, Donnie Epstein, he said, people haven't had enough of a chiropractic experience to have the FCB. Like what you just said, they haven't had enough chiropractic experiences to really own that. And if you go out to do a screening, say, for example, or do a talk, and it's like, well, I got to get people in the door to pay my bills, it's gonna flop. Versus that I am here to give something, which is what you just said so well, and that I have people whose impact, lives I have to impact. So growing a practice from the inside out, okay? FCB is vital. People have to latch on to that. DE, reading, getting a mentor, going to Mile High, whatever you need to do that and build that. Growing a practice from the inside out, what are some keys to that in your experience? Okay,
First and foremost, I have what I call the 5-point office visit. And I've heard people say it differently. Here's what I see it as. Greet the patient without talking about their pain. Don't ask them about what's your scale of 1 to 10, or are you 10% better, whatever. If you're in the insurance model, you have to do that. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. I got that. But that shouldn't be the first question. The first question is, hey, Danny, you look great today. Your color is better. Hey, Danny, you're standing up. Hey, Danny, tell me what's good today. Something not about their pain. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, touch and tell. I'm not a network guy, but what I do is I go down the spine. When I'm really busy, I'll be honest with you, I don't say anything. But when it's a newer patient, I will say something. I'll just kind of say, hey, that's your atlas. How are you sleeping? That's off up here. Or how's your brain fog? Or whatever it is, and maybe their history, I'll relate to it. Or maybe it's not in their history, and I palpate T6 and say, man, how's your stomach been? Do you have any acid reflux or anything? Just kind of go down the spine, educate while I'm doing my palpation or while I'm doing my analysis, okay? Number three, and probably the most important thing of the 5-point office is number three. For me, the major thing we're doing is upper cervical work, right? Upper cervical influence. So when I'm doing the atlas or axis, whatever it is I'm doing upper cervical, I shut up. And I get quiet as best I can. And I mean, not quiet physically with my mouth, I get quiet in my heart, and I connect innate to innate. And when God tells me it's time, boom, boom. And now I do it all the time. So it can literally take less than a second, or it may take 30 seconds. I don't care. I want to connect with that patient right here, right now. And as soon as I'm done with that, the number 4 is something positive about it. It's basically what I say is you're better, or you can't help but be better after that. That was a great adjustment, something that reinforced and let them know they're better. Because again, like Dr. Sid always used to say, you drop the keys, they're going to be better regardless if they're puking or whatever. They're better because you remove the interference. And the last thing is confirm the next time we're going to see them. So it's real simple, but greet them with a smile and with love. Talk to them while you're adjusting. Shut up when you're doing upper cervical, right? And then make sure they know when they leave that you expect them to be awesome and better than they are, and confirm when you're going to see them next time. And that's totally up to your technique. But that way, we're not talking about the Broncos. We're not talking about baseball. We're not talking about politics. We just come in, talk about chiropractic, and they feel my soul when I'm doing. And then again, I'm going to open up, not a total open concept, but like T-bars, so everybody's hearing what's going on. And you know, hell, I'm loud, woohoo, and whatever. Everybody gets the energy of what's going on, and the patients get the energy what they expect when they come in. So the 5-point office visit to me is the first thing and most important thing. And we do a recall system. I know a lot of people question about recalls and don't like recalls. Personally, we don't have a whole lot of dips. I told you we've had ups and downs, but really we're consistent with, you know, with the level of my prayed up is the level of how many people I serve, you know. And one of the things that we do consistently is every Monday we print out a report. Anybody who's been a week to 2 weeks since their last visit, anybody who's been 31 days to 37 days to the last visit, and then 2 months or 4 months. And so during our team meeting, I say the names out loud of the weeklies and the 2 weeks, or excuse me, weekly and the monthers, and my staff takes them and we recall them. Typically, but by us just saying their name and thinking about and praying about them, probably 50% of them come before they get phone called, but we call them that week just to check on them. And again, why do we call them? Not to make money. I tell my staff, do not call this because Andy Harding's telling you to do it. I tell my staff, call these people because they're subluxated. And if they're subluxated, their life is choking the life out of them and they don't even know about it, because only 5 to 9% has anything to do with pain or pleasure. And if everybody's about the pain or pleasure, if the chiropractor's about pain or pleasure, we're neglecting 91% of the nerve system. So those are like the two main things. And like I say, other things, doctor reports, you know, during COVID, we had to stop doing doctor's report because I was called by the local government. I'm in the biggest city in Kansas, and the county was really heavy restricted with masks and yada, yada, yada. And so the police came 3 times checking, make sure I was doing the right thing. And I got called several times because people just kept seeing people coming in and out of our office, and they're like, they shouldn't be doing that. When COVID broke down and people were afraid to come inside, I carried the tables outside. We take care of people outside for the first month until it got so damn hot we couldn't do it in Kansas City. But just those serving inside, you know, and I think everybody should have a doctor's report for sure. And now that COVID's quote unquote over and all that, if there's no restrictions on that anymore. An office brochure. I think make a nice office brochure, who you are, what you are with your face, with your family. And that way, yes, you have your card, but you also have an office brochure. I know everybody does digital now. I'm 59 years old, you know, and I still, when I want to read something, I don't read it off the internet. I print it off and read it. And I have probably 30% of my patients are over 75. And those people, they like to read things with their hands. You know what I'm saying? So I think sometimes we're in such a digital world that people forget about that. So just having a little, and yes, they throw them away. They cost less than a penny to produce. Who cares? I mean, if they throw it away, somebody else picks it up and maybe answer their prayer and they're going to come in. But for us to keep the waves from going, it's that attention to detail. Biggest thing for me is I wake up every morning, I do 49 breaths. I'm on a group with 49 breaths. If you don't know what that is, reach out to me. I'll give you the number. If anybody's welcome. I don't care what walk of life, where you are. We do the 49 breaths. My wife and I sit and meditate for about 15 minutes to 40 minutes, depending on how long that goes. We do a check-in, so we're clear together before I leave. I write down my goals. I write down my visions about the day. I write down anything that's interfering with me, so I can't be a hollow vessel if I just give it to God. And I think that the preparation and intention is the key, Danny, for internal marketing.
Those things are all vital. I do so many of those things. Hey, if you're okay with it, go ahead, tell people on here how to get in touch with the 49 breaths thing.
Okay. All right, it's a phone number. You ready? It
Yeah, go
starts
for it. So
at,
people can write it down. Go ahead, people can write it down.
okay, it's 605-475-5910. And then it's going to ask for an access code. The access code is 614-1535#. So again, 605-475-5910. And the access code is 614-1535#. And we do those every morning, Monday through Friday at, I'll do it Central Time. Central Time is 6 a.m. and 8:45 a.m. So you do the math from where you want to do there. And then, then in the evenings, there's so many doctors talks. There's ICA has programs at Tuesday nights at 8 o'clock our time, Kansas City time. The DE has a principal chiropractic call. I just think if the more you ingest and you hear, for me, when I came from being a big mixer to doing this life, I had to change my whole dialogue. I didn't understand how people talk this way. And so I had to change that. And by listening to people talk every morning, the 49 breaths and the Tuesday night calls, and then going to these conferences like Mile High or DE or whatever, but make sure BJ always talked about, make sure you guard what goes inside, and if you're out looking at stuff that isn't congruent, you're not going to be congruent. So you got to protect your why, in my mind.
Right. And that's so vital. And people can this is a world today of distraction. There's more distraction than there was 50 years ago. There's more distraction than was 10 years ago. And if you're going to be focused on taking care of people, you have to have zero distractions. It's a
right
for practice, at the very least at prime time when you're, in your adjusting room. So now, and I hope people, there's a chat that goes along with this, that people are type in things about the 49 breaths and how to type, get in, or people that are watching this are on that can retype that, retype the phone number. Next thing there, you mentioned doctor's reports. I do those too. I call them something different, but I know what you're talking about. And I do those. That's how I start people. They have to go to that before they come in, before I adjust them. Classes, creating community. Are there things like that you think are important internally?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've kind of got away with it when COVID hit. Good friend of mine, Peter Amlinger. I think you know Pete. Peter did his doctor's report virtually long before. So it's basically he made a doctor's report, put it on his internet, on his website, and said, watch it before you come in. So we adopt that way. I have a pre-report and then a post-report, and I have my folks do it, and we either email it to them or watch it on the email. Then I have asked a couple questions about it. But I'll be honest with you, it's way better when they come in the office. Because the doctor's report is not really for the patient. It is for the patient. Believe me, they get a lot more, but our energy goes sky high. When we are sitting and presenting with people, connecting one-on-one, where two or more are gathered, your energy goes up. And I'm telling you, it's all vibration. Growing a practice is all your vibration. And if
right.
Whatever I can do to get my vibration as high as I can possibly be, I can be the hollow vessel. When people come in, they are healed and they're healing. And it sounds crazy until you understand, until you feel it, you don't understand it. And going to school, sometimes sitting in those classrooms for 3 to 5 years in chiropractic college, sometimes hurts our vibration, sometimes hurts our energy because we're so, everything's about what's going on with pass our boards. If we practice like we did to pass our boards, none of us would see any patients because we're scared to death we'd hurt people and everything. So,
right.
So sometimes you got to get that fear and that shit out of our system. That's what when I go to DE, it's really to get my fear and my doubt out. So I got this shirt on. Wake up the life within me. Wake up the awesomeness within me. That's what it's all about. And if I can go out the world that way and speaking with authority internally, not about what I say out here, but inside, that I love myself, I am loved, and I'm a hollow vessel, then people are attracted to it. It's energy. It's all about energy.
Right. And that is, people forget about that. They think there's the next Instagram funnel, and that's going to be the magical thing that brings people in. And look, I'm pro people doing all kinds of internet marketing things. However, that foundation of who you are in the adjusting room is so vital. What are some what?
I got to jump in because think of baseball. Baseball just started. most baseball games are won by singles, not by a bunch of home runs.
Yes.
You know? If we can just get one-on-one, one-on-many conversations, just talking to people. Danny, here's the thing that most people won't do this because they don't have the courage and they don't have the belief. You want to ask what I did to help myself grow the practice more than anything?
What?
I used to walk around. My first office was right next door to a CVS or at that time is Osco Drugs, and next to that was a grocery store. I would walk around the building, and when I didn't have patients, I would walk around with this, and I was a big mixer, you know, but I would explain what chiropractic was, and people would half the people would turn their head and walk away from me because they're like, oh, what the hell is he doing? And then but anybody who had a problem, guess what they'd ask me about? They would ask about this. Oh, I'm a chiropractor. I'm right next door, and I explain the story. And to me, walking around a mall or walking around the grocery store, or better, walking in the drug department or drugstore pharmacy with this, what are people there for? They're there because they have a problem. And if they have the courage or the intention to ask me about this, guess what? I may be the guy that they were on their knees 6 hours before asking for God for the answer to their prayers. And so I can't tell you how many people I got who didn't even know me at all. I stood there, told the story, handed the card, said, the principal I work with, I know could help you. I got that from RJ Kelly. It's really simple. But here's the deal. Most people don't want to do that because, oh, that sounds that. Guess what? Every man, every woman, every child. To me, spining, I call it spining, is like fishing. That's the bait. If you want to talk to me about the bait, we'll do it. If you want to walk away from it, no problem. But the people who do come and talk to me, they're like, wow. And I never try to steal another chiropractor's patient. It's like, who's your chiropractor? Oh, it's a baker. He's right there. Oh, you know, when's the last time you saw him? Oh, it's been 6 months. You probably ought to go there right now. You know, that kind of thing. But because I'm just giving. And out of my own abundance with no expectation of return. And when I do that, I can't outgive God. He's going to give it back.
Looking back, so you've practiced two diametrically opposed ways, right? Looking back, are there some things that you can tell people, hey, don't go down this path because it's going to take you away from the principle?
Right.
Go down in terms of business decisions. There's lots of other things you can do but business things, running your office, that, man, when you do this, you're going to get further away from the principle. And there are things, business, how you run and grow your practice, that will get you closer to the principle in that direction.
Here's the big elephant in the room in my world, right? Insurance. Okay. Believe me, insurance is a good thing. I'm not going to bash insurance. Insurance is designed for crisis care. And that's what it's about. If you want to be a provider for an insurance panel, that's fine, do it. But do it the right way. Meaning, here's what when I went through the audits with Blue Cross Blue Shield, the number is 7.7. If you see a patient more than 7.7 times, period, not per incident, where you can, make them fake another injury and another injury and another injury. 7.7. If you do over 7.7 visits, they consider that insurance fraud or at least suspicious or insurance fraud. And John Davila from Custom Chiro Solutions, he did a research thing, said that in Medicare, 96% of the cases or the visits that are over 12 visits are deemed not medical necessity, AKA that's insurance fraud. Did you hear that? It's insurance fraud. Okay.
Oh, I know.
So if you're going to do the insurance world, limit yourself to crisis care. And again, once they get out of the major crisis or any type crisis, flip them to maintenance. Now they're a maintenance patient, and flip them to maintenance and see them the rest of their life. You take care of them for their subluxation, not their crisis. But the bottom line is, if you can, I mean, like Medicare and in the law in Kansas, I've been on the ICA for years, and we fought this to get to where you can opt out of Medicare. But right now, you can't legally do it. But what we do with our patients is, after we see them anywhere from 6 visits, max 12, I just tell them, hey, I can't send this to Medicare anymore for you. So we're going to flip you to maintenance, and my fees for active care and for maintenance care are different, and they get it. And then they're like, it's real simple. Usually they say freaking government, and they write the check. Who cares, right? I think young people don't speak with an authority enough where they think, well, if I can get this insurance to pay this, then the patient will come in. The best thing now is insurance sucks. I mean, people have $10,000 deductibles, or they have copays that are $100, $125. If you have a reasonable fee, there's really no need for it. But again, if you're a young doc and you think, oh, get me in the door, that's fine. But 2 or 3 visits and flip them off the maintenance. That way you are truly congruent with just detection and correction and subluxation, and you connect them to their life, not about their crisis. Is that a little bit what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly. It's one of the biggest important things, and people are taught the opposite. I feel bad because I see people coming out of school and taught the opposite of that. Sadly, at many institutions, we don't need to name them, and and then they end up in a direction that gets them further and further from doing the foundational principle focused part of chiropractic.
And you're scared, and you can't play. When you're in fight or flight, you can't be a healer. You got to be loved up, and that's what we teach. But if we're sitting there, and again, a lot of my people, I've been doing this for years. I just had a good friend of mine who after a 3-year battle with Medicare, he won his case. He only has to pay $800,000 back. You know what I'm saying? So those things are real. So if you're young and starting, don't start there. Just go from the get-go.
Right. Absolutely. So important. So important. We're about time for the next segment to come on. Is there any last of the summit? Is there any last thing that you want to, share with people that's vital in terms of the business practice growth area and doing that consistent with the philosophy?
To me, it's all about, the world needs chiropractors to be the best chiropractors they can be.
Right.
And to me, it's all about, hey, listen, be the best you can be. Don't ever look at Danny Knowles or Andy Harding or anybody on this conference as the exception. We're just examples, right? You can do what we've done and more, okay? With the faith of the mustard seed. Sorry to quote Jesus, but the bottom line is if we have faith, if you can just ramp up your faith, every time you touch someone, they will heal. And the more you ramp up your faith and ramp up your energy, people will flock to you. It's the law of attraction. It works 100% of the time. I know John DeMartini is with us, and he was on the what was the name of the dang movie? I can't think, but it was all about the law of attraction.
Law of attraction. That's it. Yeah.
And the law of attraction works, but it's such about internal dialogue. And get around a posse of people. Call me. I'll help anybody. I'm not a coach. You call me, I'll guide you through it. But I've got literally about 200 people on my phone speed dial that see anywhere from 400 to 1,000 patients a week. So if I have a question, I just call them or I text them, say, hey, what about this? What about this? Hang out with a posse of people who are successful, not a bunch of people who are struggling. And the people who are most successful that I'm aware of, they'll give it to you for free. They'll love you through. So we've
got to support our fellow chiropractors in terms of the future of chiropractic. They have to be, take care of people, know what to do philosophically. They have to know what they do with the art. They have to be clear on the science of subluxation, the adjustment, and they have to make money. They have to be financially successful. Otherwise, they're not going to be around or stay focused on the principle. Because you said they'll go into fear and then do all kinds of things that'll be off base. Yeah, that's a slippery slope. So thank you so much for taking your time to be with us. Thank you everyone for being here. Next segment's coming up right here. So watch for that next segment. We look forward to seeing people live at Mile High in June. If you have not reserved your seats yet, riseuptomilehigh.com so you can get the details on that. You have to be around. I find so much it fuels my heart and soul of chiropractic to be around like-minded chiropractic teams. And you got to do that consistently. I know you do that with DE, and there's other groups that do that too. And it's vital to be that, So, and hey, next segment's coming up. Keep changing spines, lives, and minds with chiropractic.
Love and appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Do you want more referrals? Of course you do. Do you want more qualified referrals? Meaning referrals that are looking for the same type of care as you deliver? Well, then you want to add your practice to the Mile High referral directory. We made this very slick, free referral directory for the chiropractic profession. List your practice on it. So when people are searching for a chiropractor where you are, it will geolocate the closest chiropractor to their location, and you can list your practice information so that way they know what kind of office you have and are referring to. And this is the go-to resource for the chiropractic profession to find a qualified referral. So make sure your practice is on the Mile High Referral Directory. Add it now while you're watching the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit.
Welcome to our next segment of the Business of Tick Summit, for short. As you know, with all the people that are watching this live, it's the world's largest free virtual chiropractic business marketing and practice growth summit in the history of the profession. And we love doing these Mile High Summits each year to help people up-level their philosophy, science, art. And this year we decided that, we're focusing on the fourth leg of the stool, which is business. Because if people are going to understand the philosophy, science, and art, they had to be successful in business and practice. So, and remember, if you're watching this, you can add yourself to the Mile High directory, because if you're watching this, you're the type of chiropractor that we want to have on the directory. And also, this is all accessible on a Mile High app. So we want you watching live and keep watching live, but all of that's there in an app. And so if you want to get the recordings afterwards, you want to support, we're doing this as a fundraiser for Epi Energetics, which has done some of the most, it's a nonprofit, it's done some of the most amazing research in the chiropractic profession. So this will also support that. So if you want to watch this and the other 3 Mile High Summits that we've had, that's all in there for you. So it's a way for you to continue to grow and your team to grow and for you to impact more lives through being up-leveling your skills as a chiropractor. Right now, I'll tell you, one person that I'm probably one of her biggest fans, okay, self-proclaimed, and not just because she has coffee in the morning, is Dr. Nona. Dr. Nona Javid, and she is a phenomenal chiropractor. She ran a part-time $1 million cash practice from 2008 to 2017. Now she focuses her energy in helping others replicate that in their lives and to do it with joy, with ease, to have fun while impacting more lives. She graduated from Life West. She is CBP certified, as well as Webster certified. And she also helps people through life coaching. And she has attended Tony Robbins Master University. She's published so many things. And you are going to get so much out of hearing her input relative to your practice growth. So Nona, Dr. Nona, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I got my coffee this morning and I am ready to go.
Well, perfect. And what type of coffee? We got to ask.
Well, okay, if I'm being honest, I got a matcha latte, an oat milk latte today because I go through this phase, I'm sure as everybody who drinks coffee, where on a Monday you wake up and you're like, I'm going to quit coffee today. And then by Tuesday, you're like, yeah, not a good idea. So that was what I went through this morning.
Yes. Well, there you go. And I like mixing up. Today I was double espresso black. So now here's the thing, business and chiropractic. Mm-hmm. It is vital for people to impact more lives, to run a successful business, and to be good at marketing. BJ Palmer is phenomenal at marketing and phenomenal at business. First of all, let's help people get to know you personally before we dive into business. How did you find your way into chiropractic?
It's kind of a long story, but the short version of it is not just chiropractic, but also business. By the way, I love that you are combining the two and we're talking about it because business and marketing and money even, they all go together with chiropractic. And I know that sometimes there's that disconnect of like, oh no, I just want to serve people. And we kind of don't have a good way to integrate the fact that the more people that we are serving, the more money we are making. So if you're making more money, that means more people that you are probably on your table and you're seeing in your practice. So going into that, in my beginning years, I guess, like when I was in high school, I was really entrepreneurial, and there were some things that sort of led to me wanting to be entrepreneurial. One was we'd moved from Iran and we barely had any money, and we were basically living in the, under that poverty line in a small, tiny apartment. Now, we were middle class in Iran. My parents had brought all of their savings over, but all of a sudden we don't have any money anymore. So I was really driven to create more money. I worked at a fast food place, and later, because I was really good at math, I started to tutor, and I started a whole underground tutoring business, and I would hire other high school students that were good at math, and I would hire them on and leverage and make some money on the side. And I continued to do that throughout chiropractic school, but having a foundation that was entrepreneurial actually helped me as I graduated Life West and as I went through the experiences that I went through. In terms of my actual chiropractic story, it's unlike anything else that you typically hear. There's no miracle story around chiropractic. I didn't get in a car accident and then chiropractic healed me. I actually didn't really know anything about chiropractic philosophy before I started Life West. I think I had been adjusted a couple of times, but truly, it sounds cliche, but I was guided to be a chiropractor like most of us sort of are, whether we know it or not. And so I became a chiropractor, and then that plus my drive to be successful in creating a business, that kind of helped me once I graduated to go from a really quick associateship, or actually independent contracting, to associateship, and then ultimately creating my own business. So that's the short version of it.
Outstanding. And that is a similar journey for many. And, it is cliched. I think when people find purpose in their profession, regardless if it's chiropractic or medicine or, fast food, if they find purpose in what they do, they feel like it's a calling. And that's why so often chiropractors do that, because they find so much purposefulness in what they do, which is part of also why failure can be so painful, right? Is that when you feel so infused with purpose in something and you're not getting the experience that you want, or impacting as many lives you want, or reaching as many people, then that can feel like pain. Why sometimes chiropractors have that. What you shared is very interesting, because having the experience of growing up with less, I'll just say it that way, and I had that experience very painfully as well, then you have a little bit more of a drive, many, not all across the board, but many. What have you seen in the chiropractic profession in terms of people navigating, before you get to success strategies? I think it's a good place to start with the challenges, how navigating the distress of getting started, or maybe just navigating the distress of maybe a couple failures.
Yeah, and I'll have to tell you, there was an interview that Sarah Blakely, the CEO of Spanx, right, which I think now sold her company for however many millions of dollars, maybe a couple billion, I don't even know. But she in an interview, she talks about her perspective on failure, or her perspective on failing, and the reason that she became successful. And I identify that, but I love her perspective. So I'd like to share that, because, and I'll tell you what that is. But before I tell you her perspective on it, I have to say that failure is going to be part of anything you do if you're gonna do anything that is big. And chiropractic is big. Running a successful practice is big. Running a successful practice while managing a household, being a mom or being a dad or any of those things, having a family, is big. All of those things are really, really big things. And failure in every area of life is going to be a part of that. You cannot avoid it. Now, what we do is we get paralyzed. Well, what do? I don't have all the answers, or I have the doubts. What if I fail, or what if it doesn't work out? And my strategy is always, and I share this with the chiropractors I have inside of my mastermind, I say, fail faster. The faster you fail, or I've heard people say fail forward, right? So the faster you fail, but fast I think is also important because you sit in the maybe and in the doubt of should I do this? Should I take this approach? Should I go with this coach? Should I hire this? Should I open up my practice or whatever? You sit in that maybe too much, then you're not taking action and you're just delaying either failure that is ultimately going to get you to your next level of success, or you're delaying your success. So either way, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Now, going back to Sarah Blakely's perspective. So she says when they were growing up, her stepdad would go around the room at dinner time and would ask all of the kids and everybody that was at the dinner table, and he would say, what did you fail at today? So the idea was you go around the table and you go, oh, well, I did this and it didn't work out, or I tried to talk to so-and-so and they rejected me, or, if they were in high school or whatever challenges they were going through. So they would describe what they failed at today. Now, if you didn't have anything to say at that dinner table, there was nothing that you failed at, that was a problem, because that meant you weren't courageous enough. You weren't brave enough. You didn't try something new. You didn't try something that was uncomfortable. And so at a young age, he's conditioning them to take risk and to become comfortable with failure. And
oh, that's huge.
Huge, right? And I try to kind of practice the same thing with my 7-year-old. Doesn't work as well right now, but maybe later, just kind of planting that CEO seed at the dinner table. But I think, fail fast, fail forward. And, and the reason you are able to do that is because you have to have confidence in your ability that if I choose this path, whether it's opening a practice or doubling my practice or signing up for something, investing in myself or whatever, if you choose that path, having the confidence in yourself that two things are going to happen. Either it's going to blow up and it's going to be a massive success, or confident in your ability to bounce back if it does fail. So, that is foundational. And I can give you tons of examples of how that has kind of propelled me forward faster.
Right. It's so important. Now, as this is a Mile High summit, and there's lots of summits, but only one is a mile high. So this is a Mile High summit. Our focus is practice in a congruent model to the philosophy, science, and art, right? And that's vital because you could have a very successful chiropractic practice in all kinds of things from, stem cell and so on, and be very lucrative. We want the people that are focused on subluxation and the adjustment to thrive. The profession needs them to thrive. Okay. And there's a lot of people think that and state, well, you can't do it just focused on subluxation or just adjusting people, that you have to somehow do something else to have $1 million practice, right? And how can people succeed congruent with the philosophy? Let's start there.
Okay, so I will say this. If people say that something cannot be done, then talk to somebody who has done it or knows how to do it or believes that it can be done, right?
Right.
I 100% agree with what it is being done every day. There are practices out there that are subluxation based, that are cash based, that are principle based, and they are massively successful. As a matter of fact, I think some of the most successful models that gives you freedom are actually the ones that are heavily founded on philosophy and on chiropractic philosophy. So one of my personal favorite stories to share, and I've shared it I've shared it on Mile High stage as well, and which is what you were talking about, the conviction or the philosophy that is chiropractic, like true chiropractic. If you have that as the foundation, then business becomes easier, referrals become easier, new patients become easier. And I know in my clinic, the first few years, my practice was successful. I was making money, but also I was taking insurance, but also I was kind of swimming in neck and back pain patients. And I was following, I was with a practice management group and following like scripts and systems that were not aligned with who I am. And they were just kind of creating this hamster wheel, if you would, that I couldn't step away from. Not only that, I was not fulfilled because I had walked away from what was aligned with chiropractic philosophy, right? And so year 3, one of my patients comes to do a video testimonial for me. And I think you know the story of how it ends. And, her name's Megan. And next thing you know, she says, if I didn't come into your office, I was about to, 2 days before I walk into your office, I was about to commit suicide. And so in that moment, it was like, man, I had been swimming in neck and back pain patients, and I didn't see how life-giving chiropractic is. I had moved away from chiropractic philosophy, and it was, I kid you not, it was that moment where I actually understood, gained certainty around chiropractic, that every case that walks in, every case that calls on the phone, every case that the guy I see, in line of grocery store rubbing his neck, all of those things, they are life and death situations. Like, you just don't know what people are going through. And that conviction became the foundation for creating a practice that was totally aligned with who I was and what I wanted to create. Dropped insurance immediately, right? Because in my opinion, not to make it a general census for everybody, my opinion and my personal experience was that insurance is not aligned with chiropractic. Like, if you're a chiropractor, probably insurance is not aligned with you, at least from a philosophy perspective. Dropped insurance, dropped the practice management group. Again, it was scary to do because this other thing was really successful, but it was not chiropractic. And so I had to shift everything. And part of creating that new business was, listen, I also want to work part-time because I have other interests. I want to do maybe other businesses. I want to invest. I want to travel. I want to have time with my family. So I wanted it to be 20 hours a week. I wanted it to be lucrative so I can support my family. I can contribute to society, and I needed it to be cash. And so, but without that conviction and without the chiropractic philosophy, there is no chance for this part-time $1 million thing to be born. Absolutely not.
And here's the thing, a lot of people get mentored in different ways, have business models, financial plans, communication, scripting, that they're taught that this is the way to do it. This is the way to be successful. And you do need scripts and procedures, and I feel strongly, and good financial plans and coordination. But a lot of times people are mentored to those in such a way that are the antithesis of a philosophical approach. And then that incongruence, like you said, it kind of eats your soul, at some point. And you realize that this is not who I am meant to be, and not giving my highest gift. So what are some ways to do things about your business, how you structured your business, or the systems that you set up that allowed you to run the business in alignment with the philosophy, or congruent with the philosophy?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you think about it, going from pain-based, mechanical, and let's be honest, I did CBP, which was very mechanically oriented, right? Like, I am correcting the curvature of the spine. I am putting people on traction, and I am doing rehab in the office. So there's definitely a huge mechanical piece to it. So I had to look at, what do I want the end result to be? If I want the end result to be this practice that is full of lifetime people, this practice that has a culture where referrals are expected and are coming through and people want to refer, I'm not being salesy, I'm not pitching anything to them. Like, they want to do this, they want to participate, and they want to participate for life, and they want their family members to participate. If that's the end result practice I want to have, and of course there are personal elements to it, I want to be able to walk away from my practice. I want to, I don't want it to be personality based. I don't want people to come to me because they like Dr. Nona. I want them to come to me because they love chiropractic, because they actually got chiropractic, right? So all of if that's the end result, well, let's look back at the office tour. Let's look back at the website. Let's look back at the content we're pushing out on social media. Let's look back at the first new patient phone call, the pre-consultation, the consultation, report of finding, financial, daily visits, really all of those things. Am I communicating what I want the end result to be? Am I communicating? Am I planting this? If I want them to be lifetime, just one little example, am I planting the seed of life? Do I have stuff in my office that says this is a lifetime, referral culture kind of clinic? Am I planting that seed before they walk in? Am I planting the seed as they walk in? Am I talking to them about it, educating them about it in a way that creates an intrinsic value system where the patient wants to participate in the process? Like it builds so much value around it. So really, I guess to summarize it is like, what is the kind of practice you want? And definitely keep in mind what kind of life you want so that it supports that, right? And then work your way back to how do I communicate all of that if this is the end result?
And again, this is why I love you sharing from the stage at Mile High Live, which is in June. riseuptomilehigh.com is where you can reserve your seats if you haven't. If you've been living under a rock and didn't realize that, make sure you reserve your seats to be here in June, is because you share things like that. You help people up-level their business. And we see so many students come to Mile High, so many from docs that have been there, been in practice 20, 30 years to people that are in their first couple of years. And you help them so much in terms of that transition to being out of fear and being out of scarcity and that I can't do it and I'm going to fail to, you know what, we are impacting more lives. And you're very good at helping do that. In fact, that's probably why you have your, is it a retreat that's coming up or what's going on that you have like a seat left for?
Yeah. So funny story, my mastermind people, part-time millionaire mastermind people, they were asking to like, when are we going to meet? And when are we going to have an event? And I was like, let's do a retreat. We'll do it in my backyard in Newport Beach. So we had our first one. It sold out actually right before last year, before I attended Mile High. And in 1 week, it sold out. And so we did the retreat here in Newport Beach. And then people were like, when is your next one? While they were here. And I was like, I don't have one planned. So that Sunday night, I planned it out. And so we are now going to Tulum at the end of, or the third week of May 19th through the 22nd, Thursday through Sunday. And it was really powerful, Danny. We broke down through so many limiting beliefs, and we created some, people are a big fan of like writing goals and writing action steps and stuff. This was like kind of broke that out because we did it in January, and it was like, oh, forget the goals and the action steps. While those are important, let's address the reasons I have been writing the same goal over and over and over again. And what is the kind of practice that I want to create? And we had really cool surprise guests that came in. We did dinner. So Tulum is going to be full moon parties. There's going to be ceremonies. So it's definitely got a Tulum infused part-time $1 million vibe to it. And it's coming up, and I only got one spot left. So if anybody's interested, they could contact me or I'll give you the link and they can.
Yeah, I'll think that by the end of the summit, if it's not already, that spot will be taken for sure. And you'll just have the next one and you'll get more of Dr. Nona at Mile High. Now, business, okay, you talked about being an associate, right? Yeah. What do you feel people gain things from being an associate? Did you gain something from being an associate? Not all associateships are perfect, but do you feel like there's a gain and growth that happens for people?
I definitely think that if it's in your heart to like be an associate, which I know when I talk to a lot of students, they're like, I have to be an associate for a year before I can do business, before I could go on my own, or I don't know enough to start a business. Do I think it's useful? Yes. Like my experience, I only lasted 6 to 8 months. I don't remember exactly. And it was not a great experience, but I learned things not to do. And which is just as important. As a matter of fact, sometimes more important, don't you think?
Right, right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's what I got from that experience. And I also learned that I could possibly do it. And now what I don't like, and this might be controversial, but what I don't like is students being told that that's the only route to success, right? Like you have to be an associate before. No, you don't. As a matter of fact, my first year on my own in business, in the thick of it, in the sink or swim, because I didn't start with money. I started with like renting out a room and one little table. And that 1 year was the most amazing MBA in chiropractic business that I could achieve, right? Because you learn so much about business. And if it's in your heart, and if you're not just being told you should be an associate and you're taking that on, but if it's in your heart to like start something on your own, get a mentor, and you can, the point is you can do it. Like you put in enough hard work and some hustle and a lot of conviction and a lot of chiropractic philosophy, you can have a successful practice.
There you go. Now, what are some keys, characteristics or qualities you see in the chiropractors that are most successful? The people that you see they're doing stellar, or maybe people that mentored with you in or participated, whether they mentored with you or not, that what are some of the qualities you see in people that are ultra successful as a chiropractor?
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot actually, and talked about this a lot. So, and I can tell you without a doubt in my mind, and I've been around I've been really grateful, really lucky to be around some of the most successful people. I've been around Grant Cardone, Marcus Lemonis, just hung out with Dave Metzler, Glenn Stern. And of course, massive amounts of really successful chiropractors. Now, every single one of them, chiropractors or just entrepreneurs, has definitely one thing in common. There's a list, but there's one thing that every single one of these people has, which is speed of implementation. They do not sit in the maybe. Now, it's not always a yes. It's either yes or a no, but it's never like, let me mull it over, let me talk to 5 people, let me discuss the ROI, like beat it to death, right, before I make a decision. They know, and again, kind of going back to what we talked about, they have the confidence in themselves in it will either work. If my gut feeling says it works, or if I think I want to experience this or move forward with it, it's either going to work and it will be great, or if it doesn't work, I'm confident that I can bounce back from it. But they make that decision and they move into action like there is no tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've seen that too. And versus they mull it over, they wait, take a year to decide. And I've done things where I've mulled over things. I'll tell you, one of the things that was the most positive financial outcomes in my practice decision making was getting an X-ray unit. There were a handful of things, I could think of 3, that when I made these decisions, it paid for itself so quickly. But getting an X-ray unit, I belabored that for years, to be honest. All right, I say I'm guilty. And we made back the money for the X-ray unit in like 2 months. I was blown away. It completely transformed people's acceptance of care. Now, not to say you have to practice with X-ray, but that was an example of what you're saying, like just not being decisive. I was not being decisive about that. And you're absolutely right that, you'll find out later, man, I should have made this decision 2 years. I would have made more for those 2 years rather than that I lost for not making the decision or belaboring it over. Right?
Yeah, totally.
See it all the time. Well, we only have a last few minutes here. I'll throw this out to you. Is there a last thing that you'd like to share with people about business and success and practice growth?
Yeah, I'll share something that I learned myself that has been crucial for me. While I have had, and I know you have had, some great mentors inside and outside of chiropractic, and I've always looked up to my mentors. I've always kind of, found people that have done something I want to do, or I've had role models, whether it was people I knew or people I didn't know. And I know that we all do that. But one time I was having a conversation with Marcus, actually, from the show The Prophet. And so I happened to be having a conversation with them, and I'm asking him, I was like, what's your secret sauce, basically? Like, how did you, because anybody who watches that show, have you seen that show?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you have to watch it. Do you watch Shark Tank?
Rarely,
Oh.
but my kids were obsessed with it, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, if I'm ever watching anything, it's probably like entrepreneurial, but it's basically this show that he runs, and he goes into businesses, and then he determines what's wrong with them, and then he pays and he buys them or buys a partnership, and then they create something, right? And then they do follow up. So he's a businessman. He owns like 70, 80 businesses. He runs a TV show. He's a producer and does a bunch of other things. But he used to be like a sales manager at a camper van company, right? Like his family owned the camper van. It was like a small business. So I was asking him, what was the key to your success? You went from this to all this massive thing, because the voice in my head, the judgmental voice in my head is like, he probably got lucky, right? Like he met somebody, he was at the right time at the right place. And one of the things that he told me was the power of like studying successful people, being around successful people, or mentorship in general, right? So he goes, have you ever seen that chart where it goes, here's where you are and here's where you want to go, like the path of the entrepreneur, and it goes up and down and up and down and up and down? And I go, yeah, I think I've seen it on like Instagram or Facebook. And he goes, well, you are at A and you want to go to Z, and it shows that it's up and down and up and down and up and down. He goes, but do you see how if you found someone who's been at B or is at B, or did I say Z? Z, I don't know, this end game point. And do you see how this person has already gone through the down parts of this journey, or at least some of them? And I go, yeah, I could see that. And he goes, by getting this mentor, or by role modeling their success principles or their systems or their processes or whatever, and they're where you want to go, you're eliminating these.
Right.
So you're collapsing time. You are quantum leaping forward. You are going in a straight line. And I was like, oh, that's how it works. And so like the power of being around the right people and mentorship really like sank in for me. So I think I like to pass that on to somebody who's maybe like confused or doesn't have clarity on what they want to do or how they want to get there.
Yeah, and that's such powerful and such important advice. Well, our next segment in the summit is coming up real quick. Nona, I want to thank you for helping so many chiropractors navigate the instabilities of practice and help them do that with more ease and get to a new level quicker. And also thank you for being at Mile High Live, June 2nd to 5th. We look forward to seeing you there. Courtney's going to be there. So many incredible doctors. I'm kind of mind blown at the people that are on the stage. And, the best thing about it is the community, is the connection with people. As you said, when you were there, you said, yeah, I found my people. I was like so happy when you said that. But we look forward to seeing you there. And as I said, everyone who's watching this, we want you to watch the whole 2 days, watch live. And if you can't do that, make sure you grab the Mile High app, so you'll be able to access it later. And we look forward to seeing you on higher ground in June. Keep changing spines, lives, and minds with chiropractic. Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. These segments are coming at you quick with lots of phenomenal information. I am super thrilled for everybody who's engaged with them. And remember, we're glad you're all watching live. You can also grab it on the Mile High app and watch the replay. There's up on the screen a way to get access to the replays. And this is relative to our donation for Epi Energetics, who does phenomenal chiropractic research. And we also look forward to seeing, if you love the Mile High Summits, and if you like Colorado in the winter, then you're really going to love being at Mile High Live in June. Mile High comes early this year. Join us. RiseUpToMileHigh.com is where you can get all the details about Mile High. It's our 10th anniversary. Now, speaking of 10th anniversaries and people long-term in chiropractic, my heart really swells up to have as a guest this next participant for the summit. So Holly Jensen and I go way back, and she goes way back with chiropractic. She started out she was always phenomenal, but started out as a phenomenal chiropractic assistant in the office of Miles Bosden, who later on helped with the two of them together, grew Cash Practice, with so many people use for the financial management and care plan management. So it does so many things for their practice that I'm so grateful to have her as part of this business summit, because if there's someone who is a CA who's knowledgeable about the business of tick that can help chiropractors, she is one of a small handful of people that I can think of. We go way back. She's been in chiropractic for 20 years. She started as a CA in 2002. And as far as we both know, she's the only CA portrayed in a movie. And, I have two favorite CAs in the history of the profession. One is Holly Jensen. The other is our own Julie Jones, who helps with the Lifetime Wellness Practice. But you two make our two favorite chiropractic assistants, and I'll just say chiropractic professionals, because I really think of you as more paraprofessionals than chiropractic assistants. I think the profession would do well thinking of CAs more in a paraprofessional mindset than many do. So, Holly, first of all, can you say something about that journey into chiropractic?
Yes. Oh my gosh. It was quite a journey. You'll get a kick out of this. So I was, at the time, I had 3 kids and they were all school aged. And I had been running a licensed home daycare for a few years. And then when my youngest had went into school, I was like, well, I don't want to talk to other people's kids all day. I need to talk to adults. My daycare careers is over. And in our local community newspaper in San Diego, California, Dr. Miles was advertising that he needed somebody to come in and file for 4 hours a week. Now, you guys, this is in 2002. We didn't have electronic healthcare records. We actually had the paper charts, right? So he needed somebody to come in and file for 4 hours a week. And I was like, well, dang it, I'm really good at alphabetizing. I should check this out. So I interviewed, I got hired. And after I had been there for about a month, Miles called me and he said, hey, I'm going to be putting in an ad to hire a front desk chiropractic assistant. Are you interested? And I'm like, oh gosh, I'd probably really suck at this. I've never worked in a professional environment. And he said, you know what? If you're willing to learn, I'm willing to train you. And I thought, wow, that's just really remarkable. Here, the business owner, the doctor of the practice is willing to invest his time and energy into me being a chiropractic assistant. So I went in feet first, and Miles trained me how to be a CA. And of course, if anybody knows Dr. Miles Bodson, he's very analytical, very detailed, and you can bet this guy had a checklist and a spreadsheet for every darn thing that we did. Right? So everything was systematized. So the training process was pretty easy, but he had taken me to, he had taken the whole office a few months after I had been there. He had taken the whole office to a chiropractic seminar, and there were CA sessions, and he said, take whatever classes resonate with you. I don't want to tell you which classes to go to. And I really loved that because I got to choose the topics that were important to me. And when we came back from that seminar, I was like on fire because I had already been witnessing the miracles of chiropractic in office with my own self, with my children. And that combined with seeing the other amazing side of this profession and collaborating and meeting other CAs and chiropractors from all over the country, it really just ignited me. I remember telling Dr. Miles, I'm like, I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want to be a career CA. And of course, he was thrilled to hear that. And so I just poured everything that I had into being the best chiropractic assistant I could be, because we know that when our patients have follow through and get the clinical results that the doctors set out for them, it's life-changing. And so for me to be a part of that, like my heart is warmed by that. Like it really drives me. And then today I'm no longer a CA. I'm a chief operations officer for cash practice systems. But I feel like I'm serving on a different level because we're helping more doctors and more CAs have their patients get better clinical results because they're following through with care. And that's really what it's all about.
And this is why I'm so excited to have you as part of this summit, because unfortunately, and you know this, unfortunately, so many chiropractors don't think highly enough of their teams. And so many chiropractors don't realize how valuable their team is, how much they can drive the business of their office.
Yes.
And I'd like that to be something that people create more value and realize that when it comes to the business of TIC, the business of chiropractic, your team is essential.
Absolutely.
And so can you speak a little bit to that of why you feel a team is important in the chiropractic setting?
Oh, yes, this is a great question. So let me share a story with you. I was recently speaking in Missoula, Montana for their chiropractic spring convention, and they had one of the speakers had said, the turnover, the longevity of a CA in a chiropractic position, in the office position, they only last about 18 months. And I actually have never heard that before. It was news to me. And I'm like, wow. The lifespan of a CA is 18 months. That is really sad.
It's really sad.
Yeah. So when I was speaking, I asked the audience, why do you think that is? Why do you think that CAs leave after 18 months? And there was a lot of feedback. Now, when I teach these CA classes, typically not any doctors in the room. The doctors are somewhere else. It's getting their own class. And so the CAs feel comfortable opening up. And I've heard all sorts of things over the years, but even to this day, I'm still hearing the same thing. Number one, CAs aren't being adjusted. They don't go through the new patient process. They have no idea what's being said in the report of findings. How do the doctors expect the CAs to help the patients follow through their healthcare journey and practice if the CAs can't walk the walk and talk the talk? Like, that's number one. The CAs aren't being invested in or given care.
Wow, that's saddening.
Yes, it is really sad.
I'm going to pause there and share something that's my own personal experience, because it's relative to exactly that, and hopefully inspire some people. I was a student in clinic at Sherman College, and there was a new CA at the Sherman College Health Center. And she was in her second week or something, definitely the first month. It could have been the first, third, whatever. And I was talking to her and being friendly with her and just being nice as a kind of demeanor that I have. And then I asked her, are you getting chiropractic care? Is anybody taking care of you yet? And she said, no. And I was shocked. And I said to myself, how could the CA at Sherman College Chiropractic Health Center not ever have received an adjustment or be receiving care?
Yeah.
That was something that was not acceptable to me as a student in clinic. And I said, well, you are now, and I'm going to be your chiropractor. And so, it shocks me that happens in people's practices.
Yeah.
That can't be the case. You can't allow that to happen. The first day in our office, we give people The Triune of Life by Reggie Gold to read. That's the first book they get.
Love it.
Because you have to understand the philosophy. And,
yeah.
Now, so with that, how much can a team make or break an office?
Oh my gosh, it's critical. Pun intended. They're literally the backbone of the practice, right? Because the doctors are getting in business to save lives, to be a chiropractor, not to do all the paperwork and check people in and answer the phones. They need a rock star team in the practice to be able to work right alongside with them. And especially, throughout the journey, and we've really clarified this in my role, helping to teach doctors and CAs how to run a successful practice. I mean, success means your patient is following through. Ideally, they're becoming a lifetime practice member. Right. And in order for that to happen, the doctor needs to be able to do his or her part, and the CAs need to be able to do their part. Everybody has a role in the success of the patient's clinical outcomes, because the CAs, we're the first and last person those patients are seeing when they come in the door and when they leave. And if your team is not there to support you along the way and cheer along the patients, it's going to be really hard to have the successful practice with patients following through and creating lifetime practice members.
Right, exactly. And I love that you start that with, you want to create lifetime practice members, because that's vital. You have to begin with the end in mind. So now, man, it just blows my mind, people not being adjusted. So that would be a winning strategy, is to keep your team members long-term, helps them being enrolled in the vision, they have to receive care. Yes. So now, next thing, with that, for the team to drive the practice, in the business of chiropractic, one thing that comes up so often is finances. So can people be successful in a cash base as compared to an insurance-based model?
Yeah, absolutely. So regardless the type of practice, there has to be very clear financial policies in place. And I think what works best, what I've seen work best in the successful practices that I've worked with in the last 20 years, is there's clarity around what the doctor delivers. So for example, orthodontists, they deliver straight teeth. No matter the reason a patient is going to see an orthodontist, whether it's overcrowding or because they don't like the way their smile looks, no matter what, the result is straight teeth. And I find a lot of doctors, they want to deliver lifetime wellness care, but they don't necessarily know what their product is, what they're delivering. And so when the doctor doesn't have clarity around what the goal of care is, it's really hard for the team members to be able to keep the patients on track, not to let patients cancel appointments, reschedule them instead, keep the patient on the course of care. But when the doctor does have clarity and communicates the treatment plan with whoever's doing the financial part of it, they should be building care plans. And a care plan includes all of the services and products that are going to be given to the patient during that recommended treatment period to accomplish the goal of care. So whether it's a 3-month treatment plan or a 6-month treatment plan or a year treatment plan, that needs to be communicated to the CA, and then the CA builds that treatment plan or the financial part of the plan. Because if the doctor doesn't get a yes to the patient treatment plan from the patient, it's going to be really hard for that whoever's going over the financial part of it to be able to go over finances when the patient hasn't even agreed to the course of care. So that's something that I see a lot too, is the doctor will do the report of findings, CA comes in and does the financials, and then the patient leaves without enrolling into care. And what we found is that the doctor's not clear on what they deliver on their product, and also the patient didn't say yes to the treatment plan. Patients should never hear about money until they've agreed to treatment. So there's two separate roles. The doctor is going over the treatment plan. When the patient says yes, that's when the CA comes in and does the financial part of it. Because if you're just talking money and the patient hasn't said yes to treatment, you're always going to get a no. So it's really important that there's clear outlined responsibilities for who's doing what, and that CA needs to know what the doctor is saying in that report of findings and what the treatment plan is, and the goal of care is for that particular patient.
Okay, now next, in terms of care plans and talking about mapping those out for people, how do people, if people have never done a cash practice, or if they've been in an insurance dependent practice, or they just learned in chiropractic school, unfortunately, because people learn these things, sadly, you can't make it doing cash. What are some foundational things about having a direct pay course of care that you see are foundational?
Well, if patients value what they're getting in the office, it doesn't matter. I mean, look, let's face it, insurance benefits are crap these days. Like, people have the highest deductibles they've ever had in history. Their copays are really high. So the chance of them even meeting those deductibles under care is going to be really hard to accomplish. So having a cash-based practice makes it much easier, because patients are willing to pay, especially when your financial agreement is really rock solid. There's no hidden surprises. It's really clear on what the treatment plan outlines. And then you give patients payment options that basically speak their financial love language, make it easy for them to pay. I see a lot of doctors, like, they only do prepays, or they have patients only pay once per quarter, like just really creative things. And that's not the way the average American pays for things. People pay and budget monthly, or they make a larger down payment and do smaller monthly payments. And some do prepay. But when you offer all three, when it's appropriate, when you offer all three, patients will pick what works best for them and their financial budget. And we see most patients are choosing the monthly payments or larger down payment with smaller monthly payments. And it just makes it really easy for them to stay under care, because they don't have a new purchase decision every time they come in. Like, if in a pay per visit practice, you're asking the patient to pay every time they come in. An insurance-based practice, you're asking the patient to pay their copay or the visit to meet the deductible every time they come in. When their insurance benefits are exhausted, the patient has a new purchase decision to make. Do I want to stay? This is one we hear all the time. Your insurance is exhausted and the patient's like, oh, wow, I feel better. I'll see you next January. And that's not really delivering on the promise of chiropractic. We need to be telling patients what they need in order to maintain a healthy lifestyle and deliver on the true promise of chiropractic. And the financial plans and care plans absolutely help with that. Whether it's an insured, in our practice, Miles's practice, we were 80% cash, 20% insurance. And so we would have patients who had insurance coverage, and we would build that into their plan. We would show them, based upon your estimated insurance benefits, there's 10 visits covered. You have a $38 copay. The good news on the visits that are not covered by insurance, we can apply a discount to that. And here's affordable payment options, which works best for you. And it makes it really easy, because then people don't care when their insurance stops, because they're still under care. They're making a monthly payment, and they don't have that new purchase decision to make every time they come in. And that's what's important. We want to focus on their chiropractic care, their education when they're in the practice, not be talking to them and having awkward financial conversations.
Well, you said a couple key things I want to emphasize there. You said a lot of key things, which is one, I'm a big proponent to make sure that everything is in coherence and congruent, meaning what your philosophy, science, art, and your business have to line up. Very frequently, people will set up business strategies and business plans, and they somehow are sabotaging the goal of lifetime wellness care or long-term care.
Amen. So true.
And they don't realize it. Or and they're set up in such a way that they really fuel a person having care in a multiple buying decision mindset, and then they just keep thinking of care relative to a pain or a symptom as compared to making it part of their life. And when those things are not congruent, it's very hard to fuel a wellness-oriented, long-term model of care for a person. And people will then say it doesn't work. And so that number one is making sure those are in alignment. And then the second thing, you said something that I'm so glad you said, because I say this all the time in the people that we train in lifetime wellness practice, which is to make sure that you're limiting or eliminating or reducing buying decisions. I'm so glad you used that term, because so frequently people don't do that, and they're making buying decisions every week for your care, and that sabotages the person coming in long term.
Yeah, also when you have practices who they do exam to exam, so they're selling blocks of care. You have to resell the patient, and eventually we see patients will only do that so many times. They might do it 1 or 2 times, but then they're like, well, why am I still coming? I feel better. Why am I still coming? Because the doctor's like, oh, let's see how you do, and I'll, and buy a new package. And this is where that negative connotation comes from. You've heard patients say, well, oh, once you go to a chiropractor, you have to go for the rest of your life. They come up with that stuff because we're not telling them the goal of care. We're not giving them financial options that work best for them. We're just being creative and offering them these different payment options. And I agree with the congruency of, the doctor wants to have a lifetime wellness practice, but then they're doing care exam to exam, and that's not the way to do it. That's incongruent with the true promise of chiropractic.
Right. And so and that's so important for people to have that. I did that. I remember doing it distinctly, where the re-exam, like every 8 weeks or something, this is many, many years ago, it was probably my first year of practice, somebody trained me, is the re-exam was actually a re-sign process. It wasn't a re-exam process. I was just hoping to re-sign them every 8 weeks, and it was going against the outcome that we wanted to have. And, we had to almost convince them that there was something still wrong with them to progress, as compared to be engaged with this is continuing the upward spiral of my health, which is why the business model has to be in alignment. If you have a philosophical outcome that you want of people getting care on a long-term basis, or a life basis, or for their family as well, right? So so important. What are some other foundations for people having cash-based practice. I mean, here you are, chiropractic assistant, who they did a movie on and or portrayed in a movie, as well as go from CA to chief operating officer of cash practice. What are some, what are some other foundational things relative to being a cash-focused practice or direct pay practice?
Okay, great. First of all, let me tell our audience, they're like, well, what is this movie she was in? You could watch it, you can stream it for free. Just go to thecallingmovie.com, thecallingmovie.com.
Writing it down.
Yeah, the movie basically is about being called to be a chiropractor. It's Dr. Miles Badson's story. And in that story, he was in practice for over 2 decades. And I came along very early on in his practice, and I got to witness the struggles. I've got to witness the struggles of what happens when you're trying to be a cash-based practice, but you don't have the pieces in place in order to be able to do that. So the practice suffered. He suffered in his own personal life, and then so the CA portrayal is little Holly Jensen coming in like, hey, Dr. Batson. So and watch the movie, thecallingmovie.com. It's a very great inspirational film.
I love it. I think people should watch it after they finish up the summit. Is go watch the movie and really make that your date night, right?
Yeah, it's only a 45-minute commitment. Like it's not a long movie, but going back to the foundation of a successful cash-based practice is, I hear a lot of doctors, they'll come and be like, oh, well, I'm cash-based, so I don't have to follow the rules. Wrong. That's not true. You still have an ethical responsibility to document correctly, code correctly, diagnose correctly. You still have to follow all the same rules. So being a cash-based practice, there's no magic wand that means that you're off the hook for anything. I'll also hear doctors will say, well, I'm a cash-based practice, but I accept PI. Okay, then you're not a cash-based practice. Like, right. Cash means you're 100% cash. And if a third party is paying PI, work comp, any of that, that's not a cash-based practice. So you still have to follow all of the same rules, no matter what type of practice you are. One of the number one things I hear with cash-based practice is doctors are thinking that they could discount whatever they want.
Right.
Also not true. You still have to follow the letter of the law. And the OIG, the Office of Inspector General, their opinion is healthcare providers, not just chiropractors, but healthcare providers cannot be discounting more than 15%. So a lot of you are probably gulping right now because you're like, oh crap, I'm doing way more than 15%. There are resources out there that'll help you have compliant discounts, because not only do you have to have compliant discounts, but when you're packaging up your care and you're putting patients on a care plan with financial obligations, homemade spreadsheets and Excel spreadsheets, like that's old school. You can't do that anymore. There's no such thing as unlimited care at a fixed fee, the UCAF, like we cannot do that anymore. There's laws in place to protect the business owner and to protect the patient. So all of those things, there's a lot of things that need to be followed. And I think there's just a misunderstanding of what cash-based practice means.
Right. This is such vital information. Before I ask you the next question, if people want to learn more about how cash practice systems could help them, they think of the word cash practice, don't necessarily know there's a company called Cash Practice, right? So can you share a little bit about that?
Yes. Okay. So this is really cool, you guys. So I spoke earlier about the doctor and the CAs have their own roles and responsibilities in practice to help the patient follow through the course of care and have a better clinical outcome. And so if you go to loyalpatientjourney.com, there's actually an interactive map. It's like a road map. There's actually 11 steps that are critical in the success of the patient following through with care and becoming a lifetime practice member. And in those 11 steps, you'll see on this roadmap, it actually outlines what the doctor's responsible for in that step, what the CA is responsible for in that step, and everybody's working together as a team to have the best results and the most success in practice. So I encourage everybody to go look at that. There's buttons you can click on. There's videos that talk about like, if you don't do this at this step when the patient shows up for the report of findings, then the patient might not enroll into care. The patient will drop out. If you don't put their insured and uninsured care onto a care plan right from the beginning, then the patient could drop out because their insurance is exhausted. If you're not giving regular feedback to your patient to let them know how they're progressing in care, they're going to be like, well, why am I still coming in when I feel better? So there's things, and we explain it on loyalpatientjourney.com. There's things that you need to be doing in order to help that patient follow through their course of care and become a lifetime practice member.
And what was that URL again?
Loyalpatientjourney.com.
Okay, I want to make sure everybody listening gets that, as well as the Calling movie. Everybody listening and watching. Okay, since we've talked, we're wrapping down some of the time we have before the next segment, which is going to come up real soon. Again, I want to encourage people. I want to ask you one more question, but I want to encourage people, grab the Mile High app so you can get all of this to watch. You may want to watch this one with your team again on the replays. And by the way, you get the replays of the last 3 summits, Mile High, Philosophy, Science, and Art summits as well. So, and again, it's a donation. It's not for us, it's for Epienergetics. It's doing some of the best and some of the most fascinating chiropractic research. And we, want to fund the future of our profession, and research is a key to that. Team is also a key to that. Since we mentioned that a little bit, can you share a little bit about, you've gone through the journey of being, walking in to a practice, to it, coming from a practice to a major organization and company within the chiropractic profession. Can you share something about, for doctors who are like, oh man, I don't know what it takes to grow a team, or I don't do well with growing a team. Since team is so vital, can you share anything about, or the tips to grow a team successfully?
Yes, that's a great question. So as Dr. Miles Bodson would say, hire your weaknesses. I'm sure if you interviewed Miles, he comes alive, but he's very much an introvert. A lot of business owners are under the impression like, oh, I have to do everything. I'm responsible for everything. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you are. But like Dr. Miles says, although I'm the employer, Holly's the boss. So you need to hire your weaknesses and let them kind of run with it. I would say, as far as hiring a team goes, it's really important. I believe, like in our interview process, if somebody makes it through a second interview, we actually do 3 interviews. If somebody makes it through to the second interview, we give them a personality test. And there's a lot of great personality tests out there. Enneagrams, DISC, the Clifton Dinghy, like there's a lot of great tests out there. And that'll help you narrow down and figure out what their strengths are, so that you can empower them. And I think that's the key word here, is empowering your team. Don't be a micromanager. Like, lay out the policies and rules and procedures, but empower them to make decisions. Because when you have your team thinking like an owner, like you, it's really going to help you be more successful, because they feel like they have a vested interest in seeing the practice be successful, and the patients be successful, and the doctor be successful. Right. Because when the doctor's successful, then that's going to trickle down. That's going to make us happier in our jobs and our roles as well. And you'll be making more money, so you'll be able to pay us better, right? So the other thing is, once you have an established team, don't just stop there. Weekly team meetings are critical. I know a lot of offices will just do like a 10-minute daily huddle. That's not enough. You've got to do a 1-hour meeting every week, and everybody needs to be trained on the basics. Even someone like me, being, going on 20 years, we still train on the basics. This is how you answer the phone. You don't want people to get lazy and complacent in what they do. One of my biggest pet peeves is I'll call a chiropractic office and the CA answers the phone. Doctor's office, how can I help you? Oh, gross. That's horrible. Like, why would a patient want to call and book an appointment when somebody answers the phone like that?
Right, exactly.
You know, I keep a mirror at my desk. All of our employees keep mirrors at their desk. And when they answer the phone, they look in the mirror, they smile because a smile comes through and it's, thank you for calling the Chiropractic Wellness Center. This is Holly. How can I help you?
Right.
You know, that just really pulls people in. They want to hear cheerful, friendly tones. And those weekly team meetings, just train everybody answers the phone the same way. Everybody answers these questions the same way. You know, a lot of shopper calls will be like, what technique does the doctor use? Or what, you know, and if your CA doesn't know that, they're going to look dumb. So train on how to answer that question. And a lot of the training that's involved should be done weekly, and everybody should be involved. And I mean, our weekly team trainings are mandatory unless somebody has vacation. So,
right. Right. And so this is, see, here's the thing. I have many friends that I look up to. They're great chiropractors, great with philosophy, science, and art, great adjusters. And they've said to me that, and they may be watching this, so they may know who I'm talking about, but that's okay, because I want people to grow from this. And they've said to me, you know, I'm really glad I never got a team, or I never grew, you know, never did that, because I heard it was so much stress or headaches, so much work. And to me, I feel like that's sad, because I feel like people stop their growth and also stop their impact. So a team is vital to how much, you know, it's relative to how much impact you want to make and how many lives you want to impact. A phenomenal team will help you go further, rather than it be something that you run away from or you're scared of.
Yeah. And you have to have systems in place that automate a lot of things, you know, whether it's a text messaging service, or like with our software, you can create care plans, automate payments, you know, send out automated patient education via email. When you have things automated, it helps free up your team's time so that they can focus on the other millions of things that they need to do. You know, a lot of the time, marketing ends up falling on the team's shoulders. But if there's no time to market and post on Facebook and Instagram and whatever social media you're using, then you're not relevant. You want to be seen as the key person in your community that people go to for chiropractic care. And if you can't do that because there's no time, then you need to free yourself up and get systems in place that automate a lot of these mundane tasks so that your team can focus on building rapport with patients and, you know, connecting with patients, helping them follow through, and just being more successful in practice overall.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, team is foundation to the success of business in chiropractic, and also having systems and finances that are congruent with people becoming long-term practice members is also foundation to business. So Holly, thank you so much for being such a gift to the chiropractic profession as a whole. Yes, I know you have helped grow Cash Practice, and people really I cannot recommend enough checking out Cash Practice. We've used it forever, or at least in the first nearly as long as
since like 2007.
Yeah, something like that. And it's a godsend. So I suggest people check it out. But also, thank you for, you know, there's so many hundreds of thousands of people have received care through the energy that you put in to Cash Practice, and how that's made care more accessible to so many people around the world. So I want to acknowledge you, you know, truly for that. And thank you so much. And, you know, as I said, coming up next is our next segment for the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. And thank you so much for your time, Holly, and say hi to Miles for us. Hopefully he was watching live.
Yeah, thank you.
welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. This is the world's largest in history free virtual practice growth, business and marketing summit. And I am really thrilled of all the people that are joining us live. And I'm really thrilled to have this next guest here because I've been a big fan since his first system came out. I know I grabbed access to it really early on. And actually, I remember him calling me to, right when I purchased it. I still remember the phone call. But, if you're watching this live, which we hope you are, please know you can get the recordings for a donation to Epienergetics. Epienergetics.org does incredible chiropractic research. It's a nonprofit, and so we're supporting them. Yes, the summit's free, but if you want this summit, like the recordings to listen, virtually forever, as well as the Philosophy, Science, and Art Summit of the past years, gain access to that, and the links right there along this. And it's a way for us to support chiropractic research, which is so important. But Matthew Loop, I'm a huge fan of. I've learned so much from him into the social media marketing to make my practice more successful. Even doing things like putting on this summit, studying him has helped me be able to do these things. So thank you so much for joining us today, Matthew Loop.
Great to be here, Doc. Appreciate it, man. It's always a pleasure to connect.
We're glad to have you here. And let some people get to know this about you, because people sometimes forget that you're a doctor of chiropractic because you do so much help with marketing. Mm-hmm. So tell a little bit about people to get to know you, how you found your way into chiropractic and what chiropractic means to you.
Yeah. So when I was in 11th grade, I broke my fibula playing football. I was going in for a tackle, and this massive running back's probably like 250 pounds. He just basically put his helmet into my stomach, and I fell back, and he just slammed on my foot. Picture my foot straight up like this. And he just slammed on it, and I didn't feel anything initially. And then I got up, and I was like, I couldn't walk. I looked down, and the foot just looked like a very shouldn't be in that position. So had surgery and whatnot. And after that surgical experience, I was like, oh, I might consider orthopedic surgery. I think that's pretty cool, dealing with muscles, bones, and ligaments and all that stuff. And not long after, I had a chiropractor come and speak to my health occupations class, Dr. Odell. And when he got in the class, he brought his spine and he brought a chart, and he talked about this drugless, surgeryless profession that helped to utilize the body's inherent recuperative powers. And I was like, wow, that's very interesting, because around that time I would see my grandparents, and God love them, but they were taking, 16 types of medication a piece. And it seemed like one pill was to combat the next symptom and the next symptom. And I knew, even when I was 17 years old, like that doesn't seem right. That's not logical. And he just really spoke my language. So that's when I started to really investigate chiropractic a little bit more, and looked at a few different schools, finally, settling on life. But it was very fascinating as I learned, and just the more that I learned, the more inspired I became. And I said, I like the idea of helping people recover their health naturally. Chiropractic itself, it's a wonderful profession. I've worked with just thousands of chiropractors over the years. And when I was in practice full time, I would see amazing results. And of course, if you see these results every day, you can't call them miracles. It's just the body's way of healing itself as you remove the interference and make the segments mobile again. So I love chiropractic personally. It's helped me in my life overcome a lot of things. And so I'm just grateful to be in the profession.
Yeah. And I know that about you, which is why I wanted other people to know that. So now you really help people in the niche in terms of practice growth and marketing of social media. And so I'm so grateful you took your valuable time to be on this summit. For today's world, and there are people that built big practices long before social media existed, but it's not going away, right? And the internet's not going away. It's going to get, it's kind of big. And so, you need to utilize it as far as getting the message out about chiropractic. BJ Palmer, he used radio because that was the technology of the time, but we have, far-reaching technology. What are some starting places to get to use the internet to grow your practice?
Yeah, that's a great question. Before I answer that, I just want to also give some context. When I didn't start off as a consultant, I got really good at MySpace of all things. It turns out there was something there in 2005, and I began to use that to grow my practice. And then other colleagues were kind of asking me what I was doing. And then from there, I just kept my finger on the pulse of everything since, and eventually had to learn how to turn my knowledge into some type of digital deliverable product. I think the course that you originally purchased a long time ago was it had the DVDs and the manuals, I believe.
Yeah.
And that's that thing. I would like to get that thing back. That's an archive. But yeah, so I'm not a fly by night type of person. I've been in this game a while and helped a lot of chiropractors, thousands over the years. And in terms of the internet as a whole, I always recommend setting your, I guess, the strategies and the pillars up like the Parthenon, right? So in case one pillar goes down, you still have all of these others that support the structure. And eventually you're going to have this massive spider web online where you own and dominate the market. Whereas, yeah, you'll get that initial direct response of new patients in your office, but you'll also eventually, if you keep doing this, you'll become a household name, which if you can position yourself and become like that Dr. Oz of the marketplace where people know you for a certain thing, it creates so much more goodwill and referrals over the long term. So really, that's what I've tried to help docs do. And you made actually a really good point, because everyone is on social media. Even if you have a massive referral practice, it's about not being perceived as outdated and out of touch. If you don't have a large presence on these channels, then what you find is people are more suspect. They trust you less. It's like 20 years ago, if you weren't in the yellow pages, like every reputable business, that's just what they did. Consumers would have some issues with you, like, why isn't this person here at this business? It's really the same thing. So it goes way beyond. I mean, you might not, quote unquote, need to grow your practice, but you have to have a large presence because that's what the public expects. You've got Google, certainly. You've got Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, YouTube, and other social channels. I mean, there's plenty of places you could certainly spread your presence, but it all starts with one thing, doing one thing. The first step is to claim your handles on all of these main channels. That would be the smartest thing to do, right? You just open an account on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Google My Business, all these things if you don't have them. And then you select one to really start off with. And for many of you, that may still be Facebook if you're not truly tapping into the potential. And as you get the hang of this medium, posting and how the platform works, and of course, being able to boost and do simple advertising to attract more patients, then you can absolutely bring in another layer and bring in another layer. And when that happens, eventually that snowball turns into an avalanche, and you just the floodgates open.
Right. So true. And I want to acknowledge something about you, and thank you. Honestly, the Mile High event coming up in June, and people can find out more. RiseUpToMileHigh.com is where you can get all the details of who's speaking. Honestly, and I've never thanked you for this. And you spoke at Mile High several years ago. I think it was Mile High 3 or 4. I don't remember. But Mile High wouldn't exist if I didn't learn what I learned from Matthew Luke, because I wouldn't have dove into. But I studied so much of what you did initially and read your book that it gave me enough to even expand my mind to think that we could put this on and this be social media driven. I remember the first time we did it, somebody said to me, "You did this all through social media." I just thought, yeah, thank you, Matthew Loop, at the time. So thank you.
That's awesome to hear. Love it.
So with that, before we ask you more questions, how do people learn? Where would they start with you? Would they read your book? Where would they connect with you more first? And then let's dive into more tools and strategies.
The book is a fantastic resource for a chiropractor, business owner, anyone that's looking just to grow and better the quality of their life and use social media. The way that I wrote it was very foundational. So yeah, social media does change periodically, but there are certain concepts that will, be relevant now and 10 years from now. So that's a great starting point. Now, I usually give away one of the things that I teach in terms of like building your list is giving away something of high value, getting results in advance, so then you can get people onto your list and ultimately educate them. And of course, if you give them quick wins, if you give them results in advance, they're going to wonder like, oh my gosh, you gave me this for free. I wonder what else he has. So my initial quote unquote ethical bribe is I've got a great 3-day email sequence that I've had so many doctors run in 15, 20 or more new patients in a matter of 3 days, and reactivations from there. You've ran it, haven't you?
I still use it. I use it twice a year. I do.
Yeah.
I use it twice a year for like 15 years.
It's smart. I call it the 3-day new patient sequence, but you can use it as a reactivation. And so we're giving that away for free as kind of like an intro to my stuff. But if you go to dcincome.com/blog/script, dcincome.com/blog/script, you can download that. And if you have any questions, you can just respond, and I'll respond personally because you'll be on my email list. Now, yes, I'm on other social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and I do have a flagship training course called Social Media Elite that many chiros will start with and then maybe graduate to the personal coaching. But get that sequence, run it on your list and see some results, and then we can certainly talk.
Yeah, and we'll put the URL here with that too. I'll put it in just a few moments. So excellent. So now you've got your handles, right? And then like there's this debate. Well, do I do Facebook? Do I do Instagram? Do I do Google? Do I do TikTok now? Like, what do I do?
Yeah, in terms of internet in general, let's say you're opening a practice or you're an independent contractor starting out, you need to have, like, for example, your primary Google business listing. They call it the business profile, Google My Business, all the same thing. And that's basically where you can collect reviews from happy patients, friends or family that have utilized your services or been adjusted. So that's like the number one thing to get started. Now, online, that's one of many directories. What I'd recommend doing from there after you get your Google My Business set up is Google a practice that's been in your area for 20 or 30 years. Just Google their name or Google their phone number, and you will see a bunch of different directories that they are listed on. You want to have your practice listed on those same directories with your website link and all that stuff synced up and very like the same as Google, because that's a ranking factor overall in the Google My Business listings. That would be the first thing to do aside from opening up your initial social media profiles. When you have a very large social media presence and you start to do advertising, it could be thousands of dollars per month, a fraction of people will come in immediately from social media, but there's a large majority. The first thing that they'll do if they've never heard about you, they'll type in your name and your practice name on Google, and they will see what others have said about your practice and who you are. So that is something to where you've got to stack the deck in your favor. Always have social proof working for you and not against you. So you want to be proactive with that, simply because that's where many will go even when you have a large social presence.
Wow, that's so important. So important. And I got to tell you, so often I tell people they don't even know what a Google listing is. I see it all the time. And then the other thing is, getting those reviews, that you're above more reviews than anybody else in your community. Because if you don't, that's not going to help.
Yeah, you want to strive to be 2 to 3 times as many as any other competitor locally. But at the end of the day, there's so many ways you can repackage that feedback in those reviews. You'll never stop getting reviews. But how the brain is wired, it's like if I'm looking for a chiropractor here in Atlanta, I might do a Google search. And I might see this practice that has 200 plus reviews. And if they're over the overwhelming majority in my mind, I think, well, they must be great. And then I could go to their Facebook profile. If I see they have, more Facebook fans than their competitors. These things are just, I know they sound really childish, but that's how the human brain works. We base a lot of our decisions on that subconscious social proof. So like I said before, you never want it to work against you, whether that's Facebook fans, TikTok followers, Google reviews, and the list goes on.
Right. So important. So where would you say, now you've got things going, you got your handles, you've got your Google reviews. What about advertising? Because people can throw away money on advertising, or they can be very successful in advertising. It seems like, and some people want to do it themselves. And I look at like the Google AdWords and I'm like, I don't want to do this myself. So how do you get help?
Yeah. So you, in today's world, especially with social media, you absolutely have to integrate paid advertising. Now on Facebook, for instance, I always say there's really no such thing as wasting money there if you're doing it correctly, because you are getting branding to a certain degree. If I look at the most successful clinics that I've worked with over the years, multi-million-dollar practices that have crushed social media, the overwhelming majority of them have gotten their hands dirty to kind of learn some of the basics about like why we're doing these things. Here's some strategies. Oh yeah, here are the metrics to strive for. And then once they kind of have the system, they start to begin to delegate, whether that's in-house, whether that's to an external agency. But if you don't understand some basics and learn how to read the metrics, you're always going to pay what I call an ignorant tax. And sometimes that ignorant tax can be $500 a month. It can be $1,000 or more a month. So you should absolutely know when to pivot. Now, Google AdWords, sort of kind of similar in that you should know some of the basics about it. Now, and you should have your finger on the pulse of the marketing and the metrics, because if you're all of a sudden, let's say you're getting under $1 per click or $1.20 per click or something like that, and in a few weeks it goes from $3 per click on your ads. Well, something happened during that time frame. We need to figure out what it is. I'm all about investing money on ads. And many times there will be that immediate return on investment, but in other cases, you're playing a longer game. So I realize that many automatically like to delegate from the start, but you should understand some things before you go that route. Advertising itself is, if you're not utilizing it on social media, you can't compete. You'll remain obscure, simply because if you look at a network like Facebook, they have an incentive not to show your posts on your fan page because they want you to spend money with them. And I would encourage you, if you're a little skeptical about that, just go on your Facebook Insights tab and track the last 10 posts that you have. It's likely that maybe you're reaching, I would say, 5% to 20% max of all your fans on any given post. And I'm being very generous. If I look at my Facebook fan page, I think right now I've got, 66,000 followers or whatever. I posted something yesterday, and I want to say it reached 375 people.
Wow.
Which is that's less than 8%. So the bigger your fan page gets, the more Facebook throttles your reach. And yes, I have other posts that certainly get some decent distribution organically. However, the majority, or I like to think everything I post is certainly quality, but I just know from dealing in this space a long time that Facebook wants your money. And there is a time and place to pay for the reach, though. So sometimes you'll spend money when your fan base gets large enough, you'll spend money to boost content to your fans so they can see it. Other times you'll boost it to your fans and their friends. And other times you're going to take an ad or a great piece of content and push it out and boost it to your local market, to who your ideal client avatar is. Let's say you love taking care of women between the ages of 25 and 55, or if it's moms or something, you can vary your targeting to dial in on that sweet spot and isolate your perfect patient.
Yeah, and it's all super important. Now, and it's amazing because I see it with Mile High. Like the reach on pages is minuscule. It's minuscule, and people put a lot of energy to their posts on their chiropractic office page. And I know they're reaching so few people. So what are the strategies that they want to focus on? Where do they want to put their most energy? You're running an office, you want to see a lot of people, you're wearing lots of hats as a chiropractor, as we know, as a business owner. What's going to be most efficient?
Yeah, it's a great question. With social media platforms in general, you've got some people like to say content is king. And to a degree, it is. However, if no one sees the content, if it doesn't see the light of day, it really doesn't matter. So really, distribution and propagation is king. And if you don't know how to take that content and use strategic advertising to get it into the hands of the masses, well, your message is not going to be seen. So you have to use advertising because it's high leverage. And there are other, if you're going to break down your day, for instance, and this is where you can always have people help you in the office. But if you commit to posting even once per day, that shouldn't take more than a couple minutes maximum, just to post once a day. And then let's say you want to also maybe create an additional piece of content per day. It could be a video, it could be a post. You're looking at another few minutes, depending on it is. So we're not talking about a huge time requirement here. Posting is the starting point, and then boosting and advertising is really where the money's at for social media, unless you're going to start really channeling into a platform like TikTok or maybe even Instagram Reels, to talk about TikTok for a second. And I've been, I don't know how long it's been, I've been sharing the message about that platform, but early adopters always profit the most on any platform, because there's always this maturity phase of social media. It happened with MySpace, it happened with Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, like all these platforms. They always go through it. It starts with the younger generations, and eventually the adults catch on. And the amount of attention that's on TikTok right now is insane. I've had videos organically get over 2.6 million video views organically.
Wow.
And I have videos that go viral on a regular basis. So part of it is smart, because TikTok, what they're doing is they're giving you reach to lure you in. Eventually, they will probably take the rug out from underneath you, like what a lot of social channels have done. However, this one video, just to give you an idea, it had something like 100,000 shares, 200,000 likes, insane numbers. And these are real people commenting on these videos. So, and they also have a local advertising platform, which my team has actually been running a lot of local TikTok ads for clients. But to get in now, while you can get some just massive organic reach and build a following into the tens of thousands, into the hundreds of thousands or more, is critical. Like if you're talking about high leverage strategies where you'll take a piece of short form content, 30 seconds or a minute in length, and release it and have the opportunity, I mean, it's staggering. So one of my, just to give you an example, one of my clients, she did a video, might have been 2 months ago. I'm just recalling off the top of my head. And it was a really simple video about, she addressed one of the misconceptions, or I should say a common question. And it was just about, stop cracking your neck all the time. And she didn't even speak in the video. She just had her spinal model, and she was literally, it was an Italian music. It was like an Italian music. It was like, dun, 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 and she was just simply pointing to the words that she was making on the app. Really, really simple. That video had 6 million video views in a matter of, might have been like 2 weeks. And that video, over 100,000 comments on there. She was attracting new patients from that video, because naturally, if you get that much reach, a certain percentage are going to be locally anyway. And then she's just got a lot of questions, like for chiropractic referrals and other places. So you just, like, you got to get while the getting's good. And I've been in this game long enough, and I've seen trends come and go, and there's always that sweet spot for early adopters. So getting back to the high leverage standpoint, if I had to say high leverage right now, TikTok, Instagram Reels, which is a copy of TikTok essentially, that, and paid advertising, certainly on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Those are going to be systems that you could potentially get up and set and forget and briefly manage if you do them right, which is, why I have the social media elite training course.
Wow. And that's why that training course and the group is vital, because the group that you get when you have that training course is also, I look in that regularly, which is also a good strategy to realize that, like, if look at what Matthew Loop is doing. If he has a book and then he puts a training course and then he puts out a group, maybe you should make groups for your practice. There's a reason why he's doing those things, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And what's interesting is that when you have a community group, email list, and people that you're regularly keeping in contact with, I know it's very easy to get into the shiny object syndrome of chasing new patients or customers or sales all the time. But if you've got a loyal following, you can continuously go back to that loyal following with exceptional offers for different trainings and services. And I'll give you a great example of this is that, so long before, like, you have Mile High, I have the Social Media Revenue Summit. That's an event here in Atlanta. Like, long before I ever launched that, I built a very strong rapport with my social media elite clients and patients. And every year, the people that typically will buy a ticket to the Social Media Revenue Summit, at least 65%, have come from previous sales, like people that have either purchased the book, Social Media Elite, have been coaching clients. So yeah, exactly. So my point is that sometimes we focus on just solely the new ones, but we forget to nourish the relationship with our people and then give them other ways that we can deliver value. Like we need to sell them other things that will help to better the quality of their life. And in my world, and maybe even your world too, as a doc watching this, you might have the lower barrier stuff, which could be a simple book. And of course, they've been treating in your office. So that's a little bit of a higher barrier, but maybe you decide to offer your own online course. And maybe you eventually have your own seminar series. You can do a lot of things with your knowledge and your expertise. So just a little something to think about, to where it doesn't always have to be the attraction of new ones.
Yeah, yeah, and that's so important, because I find, I'm in practice. I also mentor people. I also do Mile High. So it's a lot of things to juggle. And I also teach network. And, you can get so focused on the new ones that you then don't do as well with your existing practice members. And then you start having them go out the back door. You've got to be able to nurture both. And social media is a great way to do that, because I have people all the time that come in and comment about seeing our videos, or feel like they feel like we're visiting them outside of our office. And that relationship is important. It's when your social media, the virtual world helps them connect to you, in person in the office. And they'll say things on the, when they come in for their visits, about things that we've done online.
Absolutely.
Versus thinking that's just that. So if you really want to take your practice to a high level, and you're, internet, social media, Google are going to be part of that, are there a few keys that you want to mention? Like, these are the bullet points that you want to top focus on, or something along those lines?
Yeah, number one is to learn from people that are really successful, that have already accomplished what you want to accomplish. Like, that's the super stupid, simple shortcut of anything. And it's just one thing that I wish I would have learned much, much early on in life in general. Like right now, if I want to learn something, whatever skill set it is, I'm at the point where I will do the concierge program. I don't care who it is. I will pay them for their time, because I understand the value of buying speed. So you can figure out social media on your own. You can absolutely do it, but do you have 2 to 3 hours every day to go through the costly hard knocks and to figure out what works, what doesn't? I mean, or you can get a recipe, a proven system that works. So regardless if you get it from me or somebody else, it would be very intelligent to just not reinvent the wheel and find somebody that already is successful. Like, that's the number one thing. And then, like we talked about before, you got to choose one channel, and you have to be consistent. Consistency moves mountains. And what I see from a lot of chiros is they'll do some things here and there, and they're like, wow, this stuff doesn't work, or whatever, for whatever reason, and they'll stop, and then they'll start again, and then there's never any real consistent effort to building a following. And it's got to be just like brushing your teeth. You're committed to this because you understand you can make a much bigger impact using social media. Like, I could literally flip a switch right now and reach more people in a day than most docs would do during screenings every single day for a year. Like, that's the power we have at our fingertips. And I just like to reach people en masse, because it's a much higher leverage way of my time. So being able to do that and really have that consistency is another big bullet point. And then as you get posting regularly, and even modeling other docs, and like modeling who you see that's successful, you can begin to start craft your ads, whether they're simple direct response ads, condition specific, or whether they are more story-based ads about your chiropractic story of health. Those can work exceptionally well. Or if they're case studies where you're taking people basically through a journey of a start of a patient to where they are now, testimonials. There's so many types of posts that you can have to build a relationship, and then be able to then advertise those testimonials, those case studies to your local community. A great example, and this doesn't even have to do with ads, but one of the most famous videos, I would say, in chiropractic, there's a video on YouTube, and it was uploaded to Facebook probably 5-6 years ago. And this was from Dr. Ian Rossborough out of Australia. And this kid comes into his office hunched over. You know which video I'm talking about?
I remember that. Yeah.
And it was a very elegant case study, because he followed his journey into coming in his office and just educated him. And I think he's I want to say he's a Gonstead doctor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a Gonstead doctor. Yep.
Yeah. And the point is, it was incredible. Yeah. And so his father was in tears after this week-long treatment sessions, because they flew in from somewhere else. And the kid was doing amazing. But what it did, aside from getting, tens of millions of views as soon as it was uploaded, I would talk to so many doctors just with social media wise. And as I would just reference saying, oh, case studies, whatever, like, oh, I'm a Gonstead doctor and I've actually received referrals from that video that was done in Australia. Like, so you can actually raise like the water level, so to speak. Like of the entire profession by doing something and really making it catch on. And so it's not really, it is about your practice, but also you can make a big impact in terms of public perception and also referring for other practices.
Right. And that's important. Realize how you put chiropractic, your office, everything you have online represents the whole profession. So you also have to, realize that you're impacting for the better or for worse other practices. So be very conscious of what you're putting out, because we want to uplift people's impression of chiropractic by getting lots of impressions online, right?
Yep.
So, what if people are going to, if you're going to have an individual office, like in whatever, average town, and I don't know if there's such a thing as an average town in the US, but an average town, the chiropractic office, and what kind of expenditure are you going to spend budget wise to actually even get even a drop in the bucket of a response? Because again, I've seen people recommend the whole gamut of a tremendous amount, and in terms of ad spends.
Well, the great thing about social media is you will know if your campaign is successful within, in most cases, about $200 ad spend. So that literally means if you put something on Facebook, you say, okay, I'm going to put $200 behind this. If your goal is a new patient, if it doesn't attract a new patient by a $200 ad spend, and sometimes you can actually get that information a little bit less, but it's likely not going to be a good new patient generator. So you don't need to spend thousands to figure that stuff out. Now, there are different processes and procedures for marketing and advertising. Like there are different approaches too. Like there's the branding and the goodwill approach. Like I will always have a direct response component working with the storytelling component, with the branding and the goodwill, like all three of those layers, because at the end of the day, even if my direct advertising sucks, I'm going to become famous in the market and people are going to know me for what I want them to know me. And when that happens, the referrals happen just hand over fist because they just see you as that expert in the marketplace.
Right.
So you don't need to spend a lot of money, but you got to be consistent. So even if it was just, all right, all I have is $300 to $400 per month to start to allocate toward this medium, that's a great start. Do what you can do. If you've got $500 or $1,000, absolutely, right? There's no such thing as a bad investment. You just have to test and figure out what's working. Now, in our social media elite trainings, I give you sample ads to swipe so you can start with these and model them to your practice, whether they're story-based ads or whether they're direct response, and you can at least get what's worked for successful other doctors. But you should always experiment and test, because if you've got 16 other chiros doing the same thing in your own market, well, you need to zag. You need to like come at it from a different angle. And you might find that certain, not even just the types of content, but the objectives can matter too. So you could have a great ad, but on Facebook it could be wrong. It could be run on not the greatest objective. So on Facebook, I don't want to get all techie, but when you create an ad on Facebook, they allow you to either create a lead gen ad, a messenger ad, a traffic-based campaign where you're sending people to your website or to a registration page. And depending on which objective you select is where Facebook will send the traffic first. So if you select the engagement option, Facebook's going to select in that audience of people most likely to like, comment, and share. Now that they may or may not be most likely to take the additional action. So you should test the ads, different types of ads, but you should also test them on different objectives to see. So, every market's slightly different, and in some markets, like I just spoke at a conference in Ireland, and in Europe's like the US was 7 years ago, where even if you have other chiros advertising, it's just so fresh there, where you can pop up an ad and bring in new patients for $10 a pop. It's like pretty insane.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, it takes more testing sometimes in the States and different markets, but you can still find the sweet spot. And when you do, you can always ramp it up.
That's amazing because and that's why also you say about the early adopters, because people that start on a platform when new one comes out, they get where the platform hasn't spent doesn't made the ad spend so high, right? As
Yeah,
well.
and it's not as saturated, and people aren't as tired of it. Look. The reality is, Facebook is still good for practice growth, but people are sick and tired of Facebook, quite honestly, because there's when you get on Facebook, a lot of times you get off and you're anxious and depressed. It's a different vibe versus TikTok, where people get off entertained and happy in most cases. So you have to understand that. And there's been a percentage of the population that's migrated from Facebook over to Instagram and over to TikTok because they don't want to kind of be in the chaos, so to speak. It's less chaotic over that way, which is why you need to be on other channels eventually as well to tap into newer markets. So just some things to think about as you move forward.
Cool. Well, we're just about wrapping up because the next segment's going to be coming up really quick. One, is there any last thing that you would like to share for people to be successful in 2022 and grow their practice and touch more lives with chiropractic? And is there any other thing you want to mention of how people connect with you?
Yeah, I always like to say it's not what you do that determines your success, impact, and profitability with social media. It's how you do it. And if you want the best how to do it, then I'd definitely recommend you downloading Social Media Elite and then coming to one of our trainings like the Social Media Revenue Summit in August. I mean, you're just going to be in the room with high-level people. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to support you or answer any questions on social media or email. But definitely, let's connect. And there's still massive opportunity in today's age if you're doing certain things in a certain way.
Well, I got to tell you, thank you so much, because there's a lot of people that have received chiropractic care because you've helped other chiropractors get more people in their door. You've helped a lot of people have their lives changed through chiropractic by, again, helping chiropractors use this medium, the medium of today, to reach more lives. And I want to thank you for that. And I don't know if people acknowledge you enough for that. I think you deserve that.
It means a lot to me.
Make sure to say that.
Means a lot.
And well, we appreciate you. And I would take them up on getting that three-day email. I've used it twice a year for years. And I probably could use it more. And take him up on everything that he's mentioned. And again, the next segment's gonna be coming up. I will mention this. We made a Mile High directory. The link for the Mile High directory is on there. We did that because you mentioned Facebook, that so often people put, I got to find a chiropractor in Atlanta or wherever it is, and they're looking for someone quality. So we made a Mile High directory so people had a go-to place to search, and it geolocates so that way people can find offices, and it lists what type of technique they do. So if you're, so you can add your practice to that directory. If you're watching this summit, you probably have your heart and soul in people getting chiropractic care. And if you're one of the people that attends Mile High Live, you definitely want to be on that directory so people can refer others to you in your office. So again, thank you so much for being on this segment. And we appreciate everything that you do for chiropractic and chiropractors, Dr. Matthew Loop.
Hi, it's Dr. Rochelle and Dr. Danny Knowles here. Have you ever wanted to take your practice to the next level? If you do, it's time for you to run with the White Buffalo.
So we are starting our second round of the White Buffalo Herd. Here's what you get. It's pretty outstanding. One, you get 2 live video conferences a month with us. You get a special mentor group, including the White Buffalo that have run before. You get an immersion day with us, a full day live in Colorado with us. And you get a special VIP day after every one of our events, after our 2 modules and Mile High. And you get attendance at Mile High and our 2 Lifetime Wellness modules each year, and even more. So this is the year to take your practice to the next level. Go to www.lwpwhitebuffalo.com.
Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. This has been phenomenal. Everybody's content has been phenomenal. I am so glad to see so many people joining us live and participating in the chat screen on the side. And also, we did the Philosophy Summit, Science Summit, and Art Summit the last 3 years. And I said, well, we've got to be able to do a business summit congruent with the philosophy, science, and art, so people can practice and focus on how they grow their practice, market their practice, and operate business congruent coherently with that. So a few things I'll say before I introduce our next guest, who I'm so excited to spend time with, even if it's virtually, because every time I see Nicole Bonner, I'm happy. One is that if you have not registered for Mile High Live, it's coming up soon, June. Mile High's early this year in June. Rise up to milehigh.com as we can get all the details. Number two, one of the best ways to grow our practice is referrals. We have a referral directory right up on the screen. Add your practice to the referral directory. The goal is that be the go-to people go to look for referrals, rather than simply have to post in random Facebook groups who's in this particular city or state. If you're watching this, you're the type of chiropractor that we want to have on that directory. So when you are looking for someone, when Nicole wants to find someone, Dr. Nicole wants to find someone in Alaska, she'll be able to find someone. It's sorted by location. So add your practice to that if it's not already there. And then, of course, be at the, be in the Mile High group. If you're not already added to our Mile High group, join the Facebook group. And Nicole's a regular participant and contributor to that. So Dr. Nicole Bonner and I go way back. I mean, 15, 20 years or something like that. We're both mentor coaches in chiropractic, pure and simple. And that's when we got to know each other, and we're old friends. And I'm so excited to have her on this summit on the business of chiropractic. And really, this is coming out to be the world's largest summit on the business of chiropractic, marketing, practice growth, and history of the profession. And so we're grateful to gift it to you. However, some of you may not go as far back with Nicole Bonner as I do, and may not know her as well. So Nicole, can you introduce yourself and say a little bit about how, let people get to know you personally, how you found your way into chiropractic?
Awesome, Danny. Well, first of all, thank you so much for asking me to do this. First of all, this is awesome. It's a huge blessing for our profession. And shoot, man, I've been excited all day. Patients were like, Doc, why are you in such a good mood today? It's like you're in extra good mood. I'm like, because I'm doing a virtual summit with Danny Knowles. So I was super excited, just looking forward to today. Yeah, man, my chiropractic journey started really when I was a kid. I had, like a lot of you guys out there, this is a fascinating story. I don't even think you know this about me, Danny, but when my mom was when my mom was pregnant, she was a really nervous mom. She was, just always kind of nervous, and she had smoked cigarettes. My mom smoked cigarettes since she was 11 years old, and when she got pregnant with me, the doctor told her, you know what, to manage your nerves, keep smoking cigarettes. And wow. That was yeah, so that was the medical advice, 46, 47 years ago when my mom was pregnant. And so she did. And when I was born, her pregnancy was seemingly normal. My birth was seemingly normal. My first year of life was seemingly normal. I developed had my developmental milestones and such. And then when I was a year old, Danny, my mom and dad took me to their friend's house, and there were cats and dogs there. And my parents didn't know it at the time, but I was like horrifically allergic to animals. And when we went to their friend's house, we were there about 20 or 30 minutes, and I went into my first allergy-induced asthma attack and I almost died. They had to rush me to the hospital. They had to give me adrenaline and stop breathing, the whole 9 yards. And wow. And so my childhood was that of obesity. It was that of sickness. It was that of severe asthma and illness. And when I was 16 years old, my parents took me to a chiropractor. And it was, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but it was certainly a pivotal moment in my life. Actually, my chiropractor, it's Dr. Anita Milan.
Right.
Was my first chiropractor, and changed my life. You know, I'll never forget my first adjustment. I felt life in my body for the first time. It was the most amazing experience that I ever had. And then started working in her office, went to New Beginnings and heard Sigafu speak. And that was it. I was like, that's what I'm going to do with my life. And so for me, I never knew anything different. Like, I didn't know chiropractic, was like, I didn't even know chiropractic was like anything for neck pain or back pain or headaches. Like I didn't know anything different besides that it just, helped the body to heal itself.
So here's the thing. I have not asked anybody this on the summit yet, but I think it's a really good question, which is this. Because we have people on this that have practiced 20 years that are watching. We have people that are new in practice first couple of years and students. So here's the important question. Some people get out of practice and they hit the ground running and they're successful from the get-go. Some people crash and burn, maybe several times. What were you getting out into practice?
Well, shoot, man, by nature, I've always been a driver. Even when I was a little kid, that's just who I was. So when I got out of practice, I did associate for a year in a practice in Pennsylvania. It was an amazing experience. But after a year, I was just ready to go on my own and do my own thing. And the first year and the first and second year, Danny, it was not easy. Like for me, it was not easy. And back then we didn't have really the internet. I mean, I guess we did, but it was just starting. I mean, it was a whole different world. Like when we talk about marketing and business, it was completely different today than it was when we opened our practices 20 some years ago. Like right. I literally went door to door, like knocked on door to door and introduced myself to the communities, to the families and to different households in my community. And so definitely hit the ground running in that respect. When I opened my practice, Danny, I had 90 new patients on my schedule.
Wow.
But here's the thing, right? This is a good lesson for students. Are you ready for the lesson?
Go for it.
So I hit the ground running. I knew I was going to open in June, like around April, I start doing all these outside talks. I booked like 90 people on my schedule. And guess what happened? They actually showed up. So when all these people came in, I had no systems and I had like zero mindset in place. And I lost almost all of those 90. It was like heart-wrenching. So that's what my beginning looked like. And
Can I pause you? I'm going to pause you there for a second. Just put a pin on where you are. I did that not once, but twice. I did that in my practice in South Carolina. And then I did that again, similar mistake, opening in Colorado. So I understand. It's why I brought it up, because people need support in that. So what was next for you?
Well, first of all, thanks for sharing that. At least I don't feel so bad. That's awesome. And then, so I grew the practice to about 200 visits a week in my first couple of years of practice. And I started coaching with Dr. John Madeira, who's like, shoot, I love John and Karen. They're like my family. They were like our parents to you and to me and to the hoods, right?
Right.
And I was stuck. I was hitting the ceiling at 200, and I'll never forget the conversation. It was like a come to Jesus conversation with John. And I said, what is it? Like, what is it? How am I different than all the other, the other people that are seeing 5 or 6 or 1,000 office visits a week? How am I different? And John, in his most loving, authoritative response was, he was just like, he just told me how it was. He just told me the truth. And he said, well, the biggest difference that I see is the level of your level of conviction. And for me, that was like an arrow in my heart. Like that's what it felt like, because here I came from a place where I actually had this chiropractic miracle happen in my own body. Like it was almost at first my ego wanted to step in and be like, you know what, how could you say that? I'm the most convicted person on the planet about chiropractic. But you know what? I really wasn't. Like I was having difficulty in opening opening the practice and building a culture in my practice, from going from here to where like what I knew and what I thought I was convicted about to my heart and to my body.
Right. And probably also a conviction about chiropractic, but not necessarily conviction about the value of you as a chiropractor and the value of the service, meaning like charging for it. Was that part of it?
Well, that's certainly part of it, Danny. And I think I'm going to try to communicate this in a way that I hope that I do, because for the newer doctors that are watching this is a key. Like if you can get this key, it unlocks your first door to the next level. And that is getting out of your head space, your head of, I hope this patient comes in. I hope I say the right thing. I hope that they like me. I hope that they convert, and getting into a space of love and peace in your body, and such a strong conviction in chiropractic that you become detached from all of those other things.
Right. That's so important. Okay, so then business of chiropractic. And here's the thing, people think, many, not necessarily you and I, but many think, oh, I just need the new shiny object of a particular funnel or a social media ad or some particular new kit, then that's going to magically grow your practice. And that's so not true. There are wonderful things out there to invest in and to help, as tools for your practice. However, if you're going to practice philosophically, science, art, congruent, coherently, there's a lot that has to change in you and your business systems. So then what were some of the things that you put in place that allowed you to take off?
Well, when I first opened, or more so now, or a little bit of both?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
I know you learned a lot along the way.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Did a lot of things wrong. So I learned what not to do along the way.
Right. Exactly.
So, in the beginning, I loved communicating. I loved connecting. I'm a big connector, and I loved connecting with my community. So early on, I did a lot of outside talks. So I did a lot of talks to groups, clubs, organizations, churches, you name it, I spoke there. Almost to the point in the beginning where I became kind of like a big fish in a little sea. I became kind of like the local celebrity. I'd be at ShopRite and people would say, "Hey, you're that doc, I saw you at this club," or whatever. And I liked doing that, Danny, because that allowed me to have a voice. And I think having a voice in chiropractic, especially today, is essential. And today I do the same thing, except instead of doing it in person in these groups, clubs, and organizations, I do it through social media and videos and videos that I do on my website and things like that. But here's the thing. I'm gonna go down like a pet peeve thing of mine.
Go for it.
Okay. So we have to know when we're doing our marketing, it's essential that we understand human behavior. Because human behavior, you're kind of wondering, what road am I going down on this, right? Okay. So for years, for decades, we as chiropractors, I believe, have marketed on where we thought the public was at.
Ah, that's important.
Okay. So what does that mean? meet them where they're at kind of thing, which I don't necessarily totally disagree with. I just have a different perspective of what that means. I'll share that in a minute. But for decades, we've been taught how to market on pain and headaches. And even today, some of our most philosophical chiropractors are still marketing on pain and symptom treatment. Okay. So like, I'll give you an example. So I pulled a couple of examples, just random, like just scrolling through Instagram, right? I'm not going to obviously tell you who the chiropractor is, but I'll tell you what their thing said. And so I just copied it here. So
I've done that too. I've looked at those things and I shake my head. So I want to hear this.
Yeah. So it said, okay. So it said on the top, yes, we treat it. And then there was like a whole blurb of neck pain, headaches, TMJ, sciatica, asthma, and then like just all kind, like a paragraph of blurbs of symptomatology. And I sigh because of the way that, because if you know anything about human psychology, even just a little bit, what we're doing is we're rewiring a message that chiropractic treats symptoms. No matter how you want to justify it, that's what we're wiring.
Right.
Does that make sense? Are you following me?
No, it totally makes sense.
Am I going down a road that you don't want to go down?
No, go for it. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
This is important. It's vital.
It's vital. This is vital. If we want to change the perception of chiropractic on the planet, we have to understand this. So people make decisions every day based on, not really based on logic, but based on what they believe. And so there are 4 things that make a belief system strong, that like wires it into a person's body. Number 1 is the earlier somebody hears something, a belief system, the more they believe it.
Right.
So an example is a kid is 3 years old and they hear their uncle say, "Oh, I went to that chiropractor and he's a quack." Okay. That's starting that belief system for that 3-year-old, right?
Right.
The second thing is a belief system that is repeated. That's what we're doing in our marketing chiropractic every time we market on pain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The third is a belief system that is made when a person is in a highly emotional state. And the fourth one is a belief system that somebody develops when the belief system is repeated and rewarded. So
Right.
that would be like an example of somebody who walks into a chiropractic office and the person just gets a quick manipulation with no exam, no testing, no nothing, and their pain goes away. So
Right.
that's wiring them emotionally and psychologically to believe, well, an adjustment makes my pain go away. An adjustment makes my pain go away. Repetition and reward. Okay.
Right.
So if we were to take a look at what's been happening just in the last 2 years. Now, this is fascinating because COVID hit, what, about 2 years ago, right, Danny? Is it 2 years or 3 years now?
Yeah, just about.
2 years or 3 years we've been dealing with these clowns, right?
Remember,
So
we were going to be home at Easter with our families without masks. That's what was going to happen.
Yeah, for 2 weeks, right? We were saying we were masking for 2 weeks, right? So here's the deal. You ready for this? In 2 years, the media, the government, and the pharmaceutical industry use basically, in my opinion, psychological warfare.
Right.
Okay. To make an entire nation do things that went against their intellectual and their emotional intelligence that they never thought they would do using human psychology.
Right. Right.
Masking our children. They made us mask our children, for God's sake.
Right.
Okay. So what does this mean? Well, chiropractic has been on the planet now for how long? 100, what are we up to? 125 years now?
130 years, approximately.
Okay. So in 100, they did in 2 years what we still haven't been able to do in 125 years.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying use psychological warfare and fear and all of that. My point is that if we don't understand human psychology, we're not going to be able to change the perception of what chiropractic really is.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes.
My face is getting all red. I'm getting passionate about this.
It's completely, and this is why we have to be very successful in business, because people already are so indoctrinated to a paradigm, and even we are to a degree that we, you know, I sometimes say, oh wow, I said that, or I thought that, and that's not kind, because we're so surrounded by it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Even now with my marketing, Danny, like I still check myself. I call myself, I check myself before I wreck myself.
Right. Right.
You know, so this is a process. You know, it's a process of first changing ourselves. Like, you know, I think Michael Jackson did that song Man in the Mirror. You know, we have to change ourselves before we can change the world, right?
Right. Right. Exactly. Exactly. So then what are some things in practice now that you do that make that more successful for the practice member and for you?
Well, if I were to start at the beginning of the practice member's journey in my office, is I would say, you know, first of all, we're really a lot more conscious in how we choose our words and our language when we're marketing now. So instead of using pain and symptoms or marketing on pain and symptoms, I really talk more about what people really want. So, and this is what I mean by, remember I told you a minute ago that I have that when we hear like meet the patient where they're at, typically means like sell them on pain and then convert them to wellness kind of thing. Okay, kind of like a bait and switch. I don't, you know, so that makes me feel kind of dirty when I do that. So my perception is yeah, let's meet them where they're at. So where are they really at? You know, if they're not really at pain and at pain, where are they really? So you have to figure out, what do people really want? Well, you're a person, right? So when I do my videos, when I market, the first thing that I ask myself is I say, if I was watching a video, what is it that I want in my own life? What are my values? What are some things that are important to people? You know, who are these people? Who are the people that you're speaking to? You know, what are their, we call it values, identity, and purpose. You know, do these people believe that they have a purpose on the planet? What is that, right?
Right.
And see, what people need to understand here is that when a patient comes in to your practice, they consciously, on a conscious level, they believe that they're coming in for physical pain. And they tell you that they're coming in for physical pain.
Right.
And we actually believe them.
Right.
But the reality of it is that people live in physical pain all the time. And it's not the physical pain that drives them into the practice. It's the emotional pain.
Right.
Of where the model of their health does now not match their values, their identity, who they believe they are, and their purpose on the planet.
Right. Right.
And so if we can speak to more of their emotional pain, and then I would think we would do a much better job in being more congruent with what chiropractic really is.
Right.
So I can give you like a few examples. I just jotted a few examples down
Go for it.
of what I do. Like when I do,
I think this is important. I mean, you want, I personally think, all right, and people may or may not like me saying this, chiropractic has made a mistake when we've said, oh, just don't talk to me about your symptoms, or don't talk to me about your condition, and make a closed wall of that. I'm perfectly good with people saying things to me about it, because I have to help them understand health and healing in a different light, right? So, and help in that aspect of, that there's what you just said about pain and emotional pain. It doesn't become that you're treating it, but having, a human connection to them as an appropriate table side manner of acknowledging where they are and helping them see their health and well-being and their spine and nerve system having an expanded relationship with it is vital to business success. So yeah, keep going.
okay. So like for marketing, so we'll start there. The first thing that I need to know is I need to know myself. Who am I? Okay. Am I clear on who I am? What are my values? Who I am as a chiropractor? What I do? What are my standards? Right? We have to know those things first.
Right.
Why? Because you want to market in a way that's congruent and authentic to who you are. Okay. So for me, like families is a top value for me, right? So I did a video. I just wrote a couple of videos that I've done. I like doing videos. The reason why I like doing videos, Danny, is because people who don't know me can get to know me before they even come into the practice. In other words, when that new practice member walks into my practice, they already know who I am. It is very clear from my videos what my core values are, what my standards are. It's very clear of what type of experience they're going to have on their initial visit if they watch my videos, right? So that's how I'm designing the videos. I want them to know me, but I got to know myself before even doing that, right? So a couple of topics that I love. Why are more and more families making chiropractic care part of their lifestyle? Why are more children being checked by chiropractors than ever before? Reaching your greatest life potential now. Restore function to your body and get back to being you. Restore confidence in your family's health. Maintain strength and independence as you progress in age. Avoid losing strength and independence as you progress in age. Are you frustrated with a model? Here's a good one. Are you frustrated with a model of healthcare that hasn't been serving you and your family? All right. So those are just a few examples of like some of the video topics that I've done. But when they're watching these videos, they're really getting an understanding. I do, so I definitely polarize people because I'm sure there are people out there that don't like me. I'm sure of it. But the people that my message does resonate with, they are in and they're like fully in. And it's just a pleasure having them into the office because they have already picked me as their chiropractor.
Right.
Exactly. And then, once they're in the practice, man, we just create a culture around chiropractic. So, we speak the same language. We teach the patients how to speak our language. Right. So yeah, of course, we're going to listen to the patient and hear where their health concerns are. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But we're going to take them on this experience and this journey that walks them across this bridge that connects their medical culture now to our chiropractic culture. Right. In a gentle, loving way.
So, and that's the point. Yes. And that's vital. Gentle, loving way. So when you are now focusing on outreach and can bring more people in the door, is there an aspect of who is it that I want to serve, or focusing a particular audience, or is it more attracting? Talk about that in terms of, well, do I just practice? Is it anybody with a spine and a pulse, or am I wanting to create a target market, or where do you see all that?
So that's such a great question. And shoot, man, I love this question. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that you have to have a niche. You have to have a target market, and I think that kind of goes along with who you are, like, knowing yourself, knowing, like, I can take care of families all day long. Like, I love taking care of moms. I love taking care of kids. I love taking care of busy dads. But do I want to rehab a knee in, an athletic, pain management clinic? No, absolutely not. Right. So I think part of, creating a marketing game plan is being clear on your vision. And really, first step first is being clear on your vision and being clear on what you want to create. Like, what do you want your practice to look like? Because there's nothing more frustrating than having a practice full of, families, sports people looking to be taped and people there for pain. There's nothing more frustrating than having 10 different cultures under one roof, if that makes sense.
Oh, no, I totally understand. Right. So now, keep going.
No, I was just going to say, so, the first thing, and this is the one thing that I love, I work with newer docs or docs that are opening practices now. Like, that's my new passion. And the reason why I think I love that so much is because it's so creative. Like, you have the power to create any practice that you want to create. And I think that there's just something so special in that. But the clearer your vision, the clearer you are in what your practice or your culture in your practice is going to look like, the more you're going to resonate with certain people. And those are the people that you're going to attract.
Right. So now, another thing about business, and I found this, is so often I had to refine and refine and refine. I had things where I had systems or financial plans or schedules that really did not lead a person I didn't even realize it. It was not conscious, but I realized, but they were not leading a person in the direction of care on an ongoing lifetime wellness basis. In fact, sometimes the systems and communications or the financial schedules I had set up were actually sabotaging that without realizing it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I do. As a matter of fact, I was just talking about this. This is so weird. It's like deja vu, but I was literally just having this conversation with somebody. And I think what you're saying is this. So, and this is part of my frustration now as I look back is, and I'm not putting, this has nothing to do with like putting any practice management companies down at all. Like, don't take it that way at all.
Right.
But the majority of the practice management companies that we grew up with had like one system. In other words, you said one script for 100 different personality types.
Right.
And the thing is that not, because people are human beings and you're a human being, it doesn't work. It doesn't work long term. It's not,
Right.
Most of the time it's not sustainable.
Right. Very true.
So I think it's important to have systems, but I think it's important to have systems that are flexible.
Yeah, I do. I understand.
Yeah. So that, you can have the flexibility to tweak at any time, depending on the human being that's standing in front of you. And I think that's what we forget a lot of times is, Danny, is I think we forget that there is actually a human being in front of us.
Right, right, exactly. And people also, I'll tell you, that was one of the things that I found and learned from our mutual friend, Dr. John Medeiros. So many of the systems and strategies of communication and things I learned at that point, I was like, wow, I have things that are built into what I've been doing, and somehow they're putting my, it's not leading my practice more towards a direction to make care a lifetime, long-term part of their health and well-being. And I had not even be conscious or aware of it. And I think that happens to practices a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And I think that's why a lot of chiropractors have gotten turned off over the years with, mentors or coaches that have genuine good intentions. Like, I believe that every coach or every mentor, whatever you want to call practice management, whatever you want to call people, they're there because they have good intentions. They're there because they love our profession. They want to contribute back to the profession, and they want to contribute to you to help you be successful, not only for you, but for humanity. I do believe that of every single, every single coach, every single mentor that's out there. But I think we just got stuck in chiropractic where, like you said, somewhere along the way, we just got stuck into this one size fits every patient, and it just doesn't.
Right. So now if we got the next segment coming up in just a few minutes, I'm watching the clock, in terms of this summit, if there were some if you're like, I would wish every chiropractic student, every chiropractic doctor, every student, every team, every doctor of chiropractic knew these 1, 2, or 3 things. What are some things that you think are vital for people to be successful in business as a chiropractor?
Okay, I'm going to give you just one. There are many, but I'm going to give you one. There are many. But here's my one. My one is make the chiropractic principle the foundation for everything that you do in your practice.
Mm-hmm.
You can lean on it. It's your rock. You can stand on it. It is truth. It will never crumble. It will be there when you don't know what to do or which way to go. You lean on that principle.
Right.
And the more convicted you are in that principle, the more not only success you will have, and I say that with the utmost certainty, but the more fulfilled you will be, because everything that you do will be congruent with who you are.
Right. Right. So true, and so important, and so much people don't do that. And you have to, this is why we had I'll mention this now, this is a good point. We had a philosophy summit one year, science summit, and then an art summit. Actually, we had the science summit first, and then the philosophy summit, and then the art last year. And this, we said, well, let's have a business of chiropractic summit. So, so people can, implement better. And I'll tell you, we have all those replays, like where people are watching us live, and I encourage you to be with us all weekend. And if you want to get the replays, where you can have access to them as a donation. There's a link right on the screen here. And it's a donation to the nonprofit Epienergetics, which is the research relative to network spinal. And so it's, they've done some of the most exciting research in the history of the chiropractic profession. And you can, support that and get the replays of the philosophy, science, and art summits that we did, and be able to listen to them on your, through the Mile High app. Here's the thing that we just said about that being your rock, is so often people don't have a firm foundation in the philosophy. And that's why I mentioned that. And so that is something that you have to go back to and study to. That's why we put on Mile High. That's why I do podcasts. That's why we, put on the summit, and I say, grab the access to the past ones. And I know you've been practicing. How many years have you been in practice now, roughly, Nicole?
22 years.
And I'm sure, without a doubt, that you're still refining your philosophical understanding.
Every day.
every day, right? So that
Every
doesn't
day.
end. That doesn't end. So that's why I say, that's an opportunity for you to growth and gain more. So is there a last thing you'd like to say to people of how, well, first of all, how do people connect with you more? I know you've worked on many other projects recently. How do people connect with you more to learn more in terms of being successful and impactful in their communities as a chiropractor?
Well, Danny, anybody can really reach out to me anytime. Probably the best way to connect with me is through Facebook, like private message. That's Nicole Bonner. That's probably the first step. You can connect with me. I check that all the time. I'm always getting messages through that. And shoot, man, I'm more than happy to spend some time with anybody and just help them any way that I can.
Well, and we're grateful, and I know that about you. And seriously, anytime you're somewhere in Nicole Bonner's area, you want to make sure to connect with her, and you'll be that time will be time well spent, whether it's she's on the stage or just connecting her with her in the hallways relative to any event that's going on. So Nicole, thank you so much for contributing to this summit. The next segment is going to be it's right about lined up now, so really good timing. And thank you for being such an inspiration to so many in chiropractic and continue to change spines, lives, and minds with chiropractic. And so everyone, watch for the next segment coming up right now. And we also look forward to seeing people live at Mile High. June, it comes early this year. RiseUpToMileHigh.com is where you can get all the details. We will see you all there. Thank you so much, Dr. Nicole.
Thanks, Danny. Mwah.
We are so excited to personally invite you to join us, as well as other doctors, teams, and chiropractic students from around the world for our 10th annual Mile High Chiropractic 2022.
Every year, Mile High gets better and better. Philosophy, science, and art. If your heart and soul is focused on chiropractic and you want to grow, nothing else better than being at Mile High on higher ground. Join us in 2022. You know you want to be there. Be there with your team, docs, students. It keeps getting better, and this will help you be a better version of yourself to impact your community. See you there.
Welcome to the next segment of the Mile High Business of Tick Summit. And I'll tell you, to my knowledge, with the number of people that are logged in, this is the world's largest free virtual business of chiropractic marketing practice growth summit in the history of the profession. So thank you all for joining us. You're going to be tuned in for the whole few days here. And I want to encourage you that, you don't want to walk away from your screen. However, you might want to catch the replays. If you want to invest in the replays as a donation to Epienergetics Foundation, which has done some of the most exciting research in chiropractic. So this is a fundraiser for them. If you'd like to get the replays of the Mile High Philosophy, Science, and Art Summit, as well as this one, which, then it'll be just sitting there in your pocket at all times for you to grow on demand, then you want to grab that. And the link is right here on the screen. So you want to grab that. Today, I'm excited to have this next segment with the one and only, as friends call him, Schubelnator. Dr. Liam Schubel is chiropractic ambassador to the world. His mission really is to populate the earth with loving, passionate, subluxation-centered chiropractors. He speaks about chiropractic around the globe. He is a foundational piece of Mile High live each year. By the way, Mile High is coming up early this year. It's in June. So if you like chiropractic, if you like Colorado in the winter, then you're really going to love it in the summer. I suggest you go hiking and plan that. So he's a co-author of the internationally acclaimed book, Cast to Be Chiropractors, and also of Schubel's Holy Grail of business. So it's perfect for him to be talking about the business of chiropractic, and runs the Schubel Vision Elite and 24 offices. So I think he knows a little bit about business in chiropractic. Thank you for joining us with your very precious time, Dr. Liam Schubel.
Thank you, Dr. Danny Knowles. What a great pleasure always to spend time with you, my friend. And what a phenomenal business weekend this thing has been so far. I got to tell you, you're looking at the speakers at 10. I think we're going to have to move it up to 11 at this point.
That would be good. That would be good. Yep, these go to 11, So good point. And I understand that when it comes to business, actually, let me ask you this, because there's some core values of business, but before we get to that, you have the most incredible healing art in your hands, with chiropractic, the most incredible healing art in your hands. You have the most incredible philosophy and stellar science in chiropractic. Yet there are people that struggle with business. Why do you think that, what makes a difference between some people that thrive in the business of chiropractic and some that struggle?
Well, I mean, there's a few reasons, Dr. Knowles. Here's the thing. So many of us have not had maybe the opportunity to learn business in chiropractic college, and maybe if we've had, it's been a weak lesson. So many of us are really into giving, loving, serving, and inspiring our practice members. I mean, our juice of our day is really taking care of people and watching the innate potential of them unfold. And I kind of find that there's also this idea that, hey, if I just know the philosophy of chiropractic, we see these in the SPIZ events, right? People get excited and passionate, and they go back and they really do have a great first week, 2 weeks after a seminar, and then they go back down again. And so we know that like philosophy is important, and Spizerinctum is also important, chiropractic enthusiasm and excitement. It's one of the reasons I wrote that first book, Cast to Be Chiropractors, was to kind of show the mindset of successful chiropractic practice, and understanding that mindset transfers into your verbal and nonverbal communication. And of course, that transfers into your conversion and your marketing and so many other components of your business. The other thing is there's people that think that technique is it, and I have to tell you, I've been adjusted by some of the greatest on the planet. And yet I've also gone to their offices many times, and there's not that many people in those offices. They're struggling to keep the doors open. And, I often used to say, man, if I had the skills of this person, I think my practice is big now. I mean, it would be like, a bus is welcome at that point, So technique is not necessarily the key. It's important. Philosophy is important. Technique's important. Science, I've seen some of the most amazing scientists in our profession. I mean, they can boil it down to the micron, of why chiropractic is so wonderful. That's not it too. I've seen scientists that have to, go belly up bankrupt. And I really think, they talk about chiropractic, the stability of chiropractic as a three-legged stool. They talk about philosophy, science, and art. I really think we need to add a fourth leg to the stool, make it a chair, make it even more stable. And that is the business systems. Because, listen, it doesn't matter what your intentions are. It doesn't matter what your technique is, what your philosophy, what your science is, if you cannot practically apply that in practice. If you can't take the goods of that and deliver it to your community and do it profitably, then what is the point of all this in the first place? We're just sitting around in an ivy tower then. We're really not making an impact. And in order to make an impact in not just your community and world, but also, provide value for the other things you love in your life, like your family and your significant other, your children, you got to have financial abundance. You got to have time freedom, and you got to have the high level of clinical outcomes. You got to be able to say to people, this is what I'm going to do, and then be able to deliver the goods on that. And so many times I think we really start from a point A of, I love chiropractic, and we just do it. Like Nike says, we just do it. And unfortunately, even Nike, they don't just do it. They plan out their business systems, and then they do it, and then they retool their business systems to do it better. And then they retool their business systems to do it better. I mean, today in corporate Nike, there's people sitting around saying, hey, how can we grow and scale this even greater? And many doctors of chiropractic can't do that because they have what's called a personality-driven practice. It's just them and their enthusiasm going into that office every day. And it's, how do we do it? Well, we wing it, we adapt, We do our best every single day, but we have no real clear plan, no objective, no KPIs, no key performance indicators, as we like to say,
Right.
and no way of analysis to see how all that's working, and then no way of compartmentalizing the different components of our business in order that we're not working in our business and we're not in a survival mode, but we're able to get that 33,000 foot view above the business, and we're in thrival mode because we're working on the business rather than in it. And I see so many docs that, the results of a personality driven based practice is, number one, the value of their practice is severely diminished, because if I'm trying to buy somebody's practice, unless I'm that person in a personality driven based practice, the value of that practice is minimum. But if that person has systems, just like the power of, like, let's say McDonald's or a franchise, if I buy a McDonald's franchise, I'm pretty much assured that it's going to be successful. And what's the reason to that? I mean, it's not the quality of the food, I'm going to tell you, it's because of the business model, the business systems that they're using. My next door neighbor here owns like a chain of 6 Popeyes restaurants and Dunkin' Donuts. And he says, I love the franchise business because all I have to do is manage the systems. The systems are all put in place. All the trainings and the modules are all there. And all I have to do is manage that. And at a certain point, I even get myself to where I'm an owner and I have managers running all those different compartments and departments of the business. And I think in chiropractic, that's kind of what we need to be doing, because without those business systems and just having a personality driven based practice, you can't take time off. As soon as you leave, you are the business. As soon as you leave, there's no business. You can't hire somebody on unless they're just like you, because without you, there is no business. You can't expand to different locations anywhere you want. You can't have multiple offices, because without you being duplicated, your DNA, there is no business. And so I think it's high time that chiropractic start to focus on what it is that we're weakest on. I mean, we're strong on philosophy many times. We're strong on science. We're strong on art, but we're very weak on business, and we don't have to be. The business book that changed my life was The E-Myth by Michael Gerber.
Yes.
And that was my challenge. I had 5 chiropractic offices with me going around to all 5 of them. And I was trying to hire associates, and one associate after the other would fail. And I made that mistake that so many people make, blaming the associate, blaming the economy, blaming, the area I put the practice in. And I was just running around like a chicken with my head cut off. And I just kept saying, why can't I be successful? I was super successful in one office. I saw 1,000 visits a week. And then when I opened up 2 offices, I had 501, 500 on the other.
Right.
Then when I had 4, I had 250 in all 4, and it was me going around, right? So I was seeing the same amount of people, but upping my expenses by 4 or 5 times and upping my stress levels. And once I read Michael Gerber's The E-Myth, that showed me how to systematize my personality-driven based practice. Now Michael Gerber talks from a standpoint of just pure business. And what I did was I adapted that to just pure chiropractic. And that's how I developed the Shubal Vision Elite program and the 5 core elements of business systems to grow and scale your practice so that you can have as much time freedom as you want. Hey, listen, if you want to stay in your practice 24 hours, 7 days a week, you can, but you don't have to, right? So you have as much time freedom as you want. And I like having time freedom, not because I don't like chiropractic. I just like to do other things as well. And when I have that free time, I can plan opening up other practices. Like if I'm bending over tables, adjusting people all day, I don't have time to plan expansion. So the time freedom is a huge value for us. And then financial abundance, like we said, the best thing you can do for poor people is not be one of them. And you can give more if you have an overflowing cup. That's why, we're not into being financially abundant because we're selfish. We're into being financially abundant because that allows us to serve at a higher level, serve at a better level, higher quality in our offices, and do more charitable works. I love, sharing my abundance in other charitable areas. I've given a lot to Sherman College, a lot to the IFCO. I'm involved now in the Republican Party here in the United States to try to change that up, because, you know, once I found out that my children were being attacked, right, by the healthcare, you know, the healthcare system, and trying to mandate this and mandate that, I said, gosh, I guess politics, which I was never interested in before, politics could actually control my life. Everything I love, my practice could be controlled by politics. My family could be controlled by politics. The education of my children could be controlled by politics. Every single thing in my life has to do with politics. So I've been able to take that financial abundance and my savvy and my business savvy to move into the Republican Party in my area and gradually start to gain control there and use those systems to create more freedom for all of us. But I couldn't do that if I was struggling in my practice. I can't do that. And you know, you find when I'm sitting around in these high-level Republican meetings, you know, the ticket prices to go to these things are not cheap. And I'm with some very high-level people, and all of them are in the same position. Right. They've built their business from the ground up, and they use systems. One of the guys that I was just talking to the other day, he created the largest defense system contractor in the world from zero. You know, from graduating college and building these systems. And he's able now to spend time in the Republican Party and give back his time and his talent and his treasure, because he has it, because he developed it. So I think a lot of people think being a doctor and then focusing on finances, there's some level of greed there. And it's really, for me, it's not. And for the people that I work with, it's not. It's about being able to actually give more to the community. You can give more when you have more, right? And so that's the financial abundance. And then of course, clinical outcomes. We know that the quality of our business systems determine not only the value of our business, but the quality of the business and the quality of the care that we are able to deliver to our practice members. So, you know, I've become really passionate about business systems. I never really was, because I've seen what they can do. And I can tell you, you know, being the owner of 24 chiropractic offices, and, you know, I know you know this, Danny, but the nearest nearest office that I have, and it's a funny thing when I have conversations. Last night I was talking in this Republican thing, and they said, so what's your business? I said, well, I'm a chiropractor. Oh, really? Where's your office? Well, the closest one is, you know, 1,985 miles away. The next closest is 3,465 miles away. You know, a lot of people have a home practice and they have to commute downstairs, and they can barely run that, right? I'm running practices around the world because of the strength of those business systems. So listen, if you're not convinced yet that you should be paying attention and taking notes during the course of this talk, I would suggest you to retool that, rethink that, and let's start learning about some business systems that are going to drastically improve the quality of our life by including time freedom, financial abundance, clinical outcomes.
And by the way, this is why we did this summit. We did a philosophy summit, and it was a smash hit. And then we did a science summit because people were saying there's no science for subluxation. And then we did an art summit because there's actually a lack of the art in chiropractic education, unfortunately. So we want people to get, to grow with all of those things. And we said, really, you can be stellar with the philosophy, science, and art, and then you can see the person fail, which is just a travesty in my book, not just for the doctor, but really for their community not getting the gift of chiropractic. Now you said, and we want to avoid that happening, save as many chiropractors, we save as many lives in people's communities. Now, with that, you said something important. You said something about core values, and that I think you said there were 5 core values. Can you share something about what core values has to do with business success, and what are the important ones as a chiropractor?
Yeah, so there's 5 core strategies really that we have in business systems, right? The 3 core values are time freedom, financial abundance, and greater clinical outcomes. That's what we want. That's why we're doing all this with the business systems. But the actual 5 core elements that we use in our business systems are based up, and I'll name them out first, and then we can unpack them during the course of the program. The first one is mindset. The second one is marketing. The third one is conversion, what some people would call sales. The fourth one is communication. And then the 5th one is the hiring, training, and motivation of staff. So I'm going to suggest to you that and this is what I do, and it's what I've done for almost 25 years now, that every night before you go to bed and every morning when you wake up, you should be planning and then executing 5 action steps in each, or like 1 action step in each one of those 5 core elements. So for example, tomorrow I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be working on one thing in regards to mindset. Then I'll be working on one thing in regards to marketing, one thing in regards to conversion, one thing. So the idea is this Kaizen approach, as the Japanese would say, right? BJ would say, whenever you think you're ripe, that's when you start to rot. This state of constant improvement. We're constantly looking a way to improve things. And I think a lot of people like applying these business systems in this way because it's not radical. You know, so many times, Danny, people go to a seminar and then they come back and they want to change everything overnight. And it's kind of like,
never. That never happens.
And the challenge with that is it generally flops on its, you flop on your face, then you get depressed and you say, oh, this was a waste of time anyway in the first place. Why do I even try? Well, if you have these little baby steps, these little action steps, I think about it this way. There's 50 weeks, let's say workable weeks in a year. 5 of those days a week, maybe we want to work on this. That's 250 action steps a year in each one of these things. So can you imagine if you took 250 action steps right now, if you could do it all at one big radical move, 250 action steps on your mindset right now, what would that look like? 250 action steps on marketing, what would that look like? And I say to people, during the course of a year, imagine how you totally transform your life and your practice by just doing these little steps. And the great thing about doing the little steps is you have wins right from the beginning. Every single day you check it off. I won, I did that. I won, I did that. I won, I did that. So you feel like you're accomplishing and you're doing it little by little, but it's really radical after the course of 6 months to a year of the changes that you're having. So we often say success is habitually based. It's what are your habits? I'll tell you what your future success is going to be. Well, first of all, most people don't even know that there's 5 core elements of business. Most people haven't done enough business to even know that, right? I've had to learn that because this is what I do every day, to expand, to expand, to expand. And so you have to know that those business systems are there. So, then you have to write out the action steps to make those happen. And then you have to reevaluate those action steps and make a change in your approach if you're not achieving the objectives that you'd like to have. And then I'd say the final point is having some level of mentorship. It fascinates me in the chiropractic profession how so many doctors of chiropractic with 0 experience in business, 0 training in business, are in business. Can you imagine that? Like McDonald's, again, bringing it back to McDonald's, a franchise. Hello, McDonald's, I'd like to open a franchise. Great. Go ahead, open it up. Well, wait, aren't you guys going to coach me? Aren't you going to, mentor me in this? Aren't there any, videos I need to watch, audios I need to listen to, training courses I need to have? No, just do it however you feel like it. Just put the big M on the front there and go ahead and make some hamburgers. That would be insane. Well, that's exactly what happens in chiropractic practice. So, one of the things I wanted to do was crack the code of chiropractic coaching. One of the challenges that people have with chiropractic coaching is they sign up for these very expensive contracts that they're locked in for 3 to 5 years. And they find out after a question of months, hey, this isn't right for me. Well, now they can't get out of these coaching programs and they're stuck. It's almost like, they're being held hostage. And, they're doing these things that they don't really want to do that are not congruent with what their practice style is. So I developed a system that's an online mentorship system that you can avail as much or as little as you like. Some people like to receive phone calls every week from their coach. Some people like to have no interaction whatsoever. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. The Schubel Vision Elite Mentorship Program has individual sections online that they can access at any time. Now, listen, here's the great part. They have access to our team anytime. So they want to ask a question in the secret Facebook group. They ask the question and we get to that question and we answer it. So it's less intensive as a coaching program, because I'm not going to be calling you up and spending time with you, everything, but you still have access to everything that I know in the group and asking questions. So because it's not time intensive for me, I can offer that at a very, very reasonable rate. I mean, frankly, I think we're giving it away, not to sound cliche, and we're going to eventually have to raise the rates. But the other thing is, it's a way that I think we could transform and evolve the profession. Because I really do believe that if everybody had this system or had access to it, they could markedly improve their business systems from where they are right now and really get get more time freedom, more abundance, and more greater clinical outcomes. So that's what I know a lot of coaches dislike me because, again, the program's inexpensive. It's online. You can do it at any time, and you still have access to me. But the other issue is, I don't want to be in a relationship with you if you don't feel like you're getting value from it. So it's also, that's the other thing. There's no 3-year contract or anything. You cancel anytime you want. So the onus is on me and my group to provide excellent value for you throughout the year and your team. A lot of people are bringing associates in and they're training their associates through the system, online mentorship program that we have, and the CAs. I mean, the value of it is amazing. So, and by the way, I didn't mean that to sound like a plug. I kind of just wanted for you to get an idea of where I'm coming from and why I think mentorship, whether it's with me, whether it's with Dr. Daniel Knowles, whether it's with anybody in this profession, you got to have some kind of mentorship from somebody who's actually doing it, from somebody who is actually day in and day out, as we say, in the trenches, whether it's, and being in the trenches doesn't necessarily mean adjusting patients. Being in the trenches is being in the business world every single day and running that business that allows you to serve your family and serve your community and serve chiropractic and anything else you like to serve during the process. So those 5 core elements, Danny, the first one to unpack it is mindset. This is an area, I was just doing some work the other day, and one of our clients, was struggling a little bit in school. He had learned the mindset that we treat musculoskeletal conditions, that we treat pain or symptomatology or disease. And then, of course, when he started doing chiropractic care, if that symptomatology and disease were not disappearing, all of a sudden, look, he's a failure, he's a fraud, he's a phony, because what he said he was going to do, he wasn't able to deliver. So I was teaching some of the mindset behind being congruent in chiropractic and saying what your objective is, being able to markedly differentiate why what it is that you do is so superior to everything else that's out there in that realm, and then how to communicate that both in your verbal and nonverbal communication. And this is one of the challenges, because so many chiropractors don't know who they are, what they do, or why. That's mindset. Their nonverbal communication. You ever hear what you're saying or the way you're saying things is more powerful than what you're saying? I often use that example, like when I was dating Latino women in Latin America. They'd be like, I'd be, honey, can I go out on Friday night by myself with the guys? And she'd be like, oh yeah, you can go out by yourself with the guys. Go ahead. No, just go ahead. Right? And I knew I was risking my life if I was to go out with the guys at that, just by the nonverbal communication. Right. So that's the biggest challenge. I often say, and we'll talk about this in conversion, but what you think about is how you communicate. What you think about chiropractic is how you communicate chiropractic. And there's so many things that doctors of chiropractic have weaknesses in their mindset. Listen, we got to face it. We live in a mechanistic world. We live in a world that is totally out of their mind, crazy town. Right. And we have to be these beacons of lights. BJ said, no man or woman can anchor to an unanchored mind. So we have to constantly work that mindset if we're going to be that beacon, that lighthouse, that truth, that leader in our business. We have to constantly be that anchor. And that's what this online mentorship program has. So mindset is key. Then the second thing we have is marketing. Because again, as you and I have discussed, what does it matter if you're a great philosopher or a great technician or a great, scientist, if nobody is in your practice? And no matter how great you are, if people don't know you're there and they don't know who you are, what you do and why, and the tremendous value to that, then they're not going to be in your office. So we teach a bunch of different marketing strategies. And that's, I think, another error that doctors of chiropractic make. They get on some marketing thing that might work at this present time. Well, marketing is dynamic. It's constantly changing. And so I often say, if you want to guarantee stability and you want to guarantee success in your practice as far as marketing, it would be like if you and I go fishing, Danny, and I say, okay, I'm going to, it's me versus you. Who's going to catch the most fish, right? And we have the same bait, right? And Danny, you're there with your one fishing pole. And I go and I set up 10 fishing poles, right? With the same bait. And I go, okay, Danny, here we go. By odds, who do you think is going to catch more fish? And who's going to have a more stable chance of constantly producing and, having production? And so we teach not just one, but various marketing strategies that are working now today, so that, again, I joke with Dr. Frankie Hahn, who's one of the founders of Shubal Vision Elite online mentorship program. When he takes a vacation, Danny, his practice goes through the roof. It goes through the roof. So I go, Frank, you got to take more vacations to improve your practice. It's because it's set it and forget it, set it and forget it, set it and forget it. It's just great. So marketing is number 2. And then the third thing is conversion. And this is another area that's huge. There's coaches and mentors that have just focused on the conversion, the sales process. But we include that in our program as well. There's 3 reasons why people don't buy in your practice, principally. The first reason is they don't understand that what they have, the vertebral subluxation, is serious. They don't understand that this vertebral subluxation could kill them. They don't understand that this vertebral subluxation is definitely diminishing their life force, without question. They don't understand that this vertebral subluxation is constantly creating dysfunction and dis-ease in their organism that can't lead to anything good. So that's what they don't get. They don't understand the seriousness. And many of the times we hear doctors of chiropractic in their communication and their conversion actually minimizing. Like, oh, you just have a couple subluxations here. Oh, it's not that bad. What are you kidding me? I've got pressure on the brain stem. How could that not be bad? I've got an obstruction in my spinal nerves. How could that not be something that's helping me? So you have to have this mindset and communication in your conversion strategies. And by the way, not sound salesy. That's the thing. We don't do this salesy standpoint. It comes from a position of love, certainty, and authority. We understand that we can help you. We understand that what you have is seriousness. And we also understand that it's urgent. A vertebral subluxation urgently needs to be corrected. And I use the example, Danny, if I told you,
it has to come across. It
has to come across. Because if I said to you, listen, you're going to need an operation, Danny, and you're going to need it within this week, and it's $10,000. And if you don't get it, really bad things are going to happen in your life, like almost immediately. Chances are you're going to make an effort to get into the surgeon's room this week. But if I say, Danny, what you have, not that serious. Maybe we, get in here in the next 10 or 20 years and we'll get the operation done and it's going to be $10,000. You might say, you know what, I'll take some time, I'll save, I'll think about it. So the idea in the chiropractic conversion process is some point along the line, and I say multiple points along the line, you have to be emphasizing that this vertebral subluxation is robbing them of an optimized experience. And you have to be able to illuminate them as to what the solution to that robbing of life is. And that's the specific scientific chiropractic adjustment. So that's another reason people don't buy. They don't buy because they don't think it's serious. They don't think it is urgent. And then the third point is credibility. They don't think that you can actually help them. So you have to be able to show them during the course of your findings, during the course of your examination. And it's everything about the way you dress, the way you speak. And we've done a lot of neurolinguistic programming, and we factor that into what we say in our conversion process. We want to elicit in that practice member in front of us this neurological response of leaning forward and saying, yes, I am in. I'm 100% with you. And I've studied tens of thousands of hours of videos between doctors of chiropractic. I've trained over 250 associates. So doctors of chiropractic with actual patients. And we'd say, Danny, let's try using this word instead of this word. and watch the neurophysiological response of the practice member in response to just one word placement. We have that in the conversion strategies that we use in Schubel Vision Elite online mentorship program. And then, so we've got conversion. Number 4 is communication. You know, how do you create value every single day? So many doctors of chiropractic, they sell them that one time, and then they never try to create value in their communication process. I mean, it's unbelievable when I watch some doctors of chiropractic during the course of their day. It's almost like a robotic assembly line. And I'm saying, what a lost opportunity on each and every visit. You got to understand, they're going back out into the world of insanity. They're going back out into the world of crazy town. So they only have a short period of time with you. And during that period of time, if you know what you're doing in communication, you can establish value for what it is you're doing, reaffirm and confirm value, and you can generate referrals on every single visit. But you have to know what to say and how to say it. And that's the communication process that we have in the Schubel Vision Elite online mentorship program.
So
and then,
brilliant and so important. And that's why I'm part of that membership program. But by the way, before we go into the next one, how do people join that if they want to do that?
So they can go online, schubelvisionelite.com, schubelvisionelite.com. And again, one of the reasons I think you're going to love it is, and I know you do, Danny, it's, you know, you could test drive it. Look, I think it's like $100 a month now. You could test drive it and you say, okay, my biggest loss here is $100. But you know, you've been in the group and people, we've had people say, oh my God, I just applied one thing. I made an extra $350,000 this year. You know, I just applied one thing and now I'm taking my first vacation in my life in practice. And it's a 2-week vacation. It's not one of these, oh, let's get the long weekend, you know, where everybody else is taking a vacation. So I think $100 is a, you know, especially nowadays with inflation, it's just it's almost like insignificant to come on in, test drive, and see just how great this program could impact your life.
And here's the thing, very few people buy a car without driving it. So a test drive is a good thing to get in the seat and see. And once you see what's in the Schubel Vision Elite system, you'll be amazed. You'd be amazed. You'd be realized that this is like, you know, someone's giving away filet mignon at a hamburger rate in terms of how much is there. So, and so then in terms of that, when people want to, you know, it breaks my heart, Liam, when you see someone who loves chiropractic and then they end up being a bartender, or not that there's anything wrong with being a bartender, but they have, you know, or they end up selling hot dogs at a football, at a baseball game. And I've seen that, you know, so, you know, you have the most incredible art in your hand. Take advantage, you know, make sure you put systems so you can scale, you communicate, you market. That urgency part, I'll tell you how often people you know, they say you're subluxator, you need care, as if, you know, it's like, oh, you know, it's just something that's optional. It's not something that's necessity to be alive, you know? So I'm really glad that you emphasize that. Any last thing that you feel you want to share that's will help people, you know, really separate the people that, you know, are successful in business from those that just dabble or don't get to the level of impact that we know that we want to see them be at?
Well, listen, to finish up, the fifth core element is you know, hiring, training, and motivation of staff. And this is, I've seen so many people in so many ways, so many doctors of chiropractic suffering. Either you have the situation where the CA or administrator is holding the doctor hostage because, again, they don't have systems to train anybody. So they have a personality-driven based administrator or a personality-driven CA. And basically, unless you can find another CA with the same personality or the same administrating personality, you're sunk if that person ever leaves. So they're holding you hostage because you don't even know how to train them. You don't know how to train them. You don't know where to hire them, how to hire them, and you don't know when to fire them. And so, you know, these are core elements of that. And I also say from the associate perspective, how many associates are holding the doctor hostage as well? Where do you find associates? What questions should you be asking associates? What should you be looking for with associates? These are all the kind of things that we work in day in and day. And then how do you train them? So we have these modules that you can use to train your staff right inside the program. And how do we know these work? Because we're using them every single day. I have 24 chiropractic offices. Most of the doctors that work with me have 2 or 3 associates. So, here is the thing. I think that as a chiropractic profession, and Danny, you mentioned it at the outset, we have the greatest thing ever in the world. And it does kill me to see somebody being a hot dog vendor, unless they absolutely love being a hot dog vendor. If that's their passion in life, I get it. But sadly, we see so many people are being a hot dog vendor or working in a cinema, because they don't feel they have any options. And I got to tell you, this is an option that people can actually get their lives back, get their chiropractic life back. If what we do is so great, then we should be abundantly financially, we should have great time freedom, we should have great clinical outcomes. If what we're doing is so great. And I think the hidden, or like I say, the holy grail of business is the business systems that should be implemented day in and day out. And again, I've showed you during the course of this presentation that you can start by doing it little by little, and you can do it with mentorship, and you can do it anytime you want to do it. If it's an online program, you do it anytime you want. If 3 o'clock in the morning is good for you, jump right in. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, weekends, whatever, weekdays, whatever your story is. And that's what it is. I really, Danny, at this point in my life, I know that the chiropractic profession could be so much more, could do so much more, could have so much more if they would just implement this 4th part of the chiropractic chair of stability in business. It's philosophy, science, art. And by the way, we teach a little bit of philosophy, science, and art as well, but philosophy, science, art, and business systems. That's what we have to get down. And we're in this year 2022. We've just been beaten down. So many people, we've grown and expanded during this because of our business systems, but so many people have been beaten. If you're watching this right now, listen, I get it. You've been beaten down in the past 2 years, and maybe you're thinking on quitting. Don't do that. Listen, big success comes right at that point when you say, all right, that's it, I'm going to throw in my towel. Right now, it's the universe just telling you, with all the challenge we've had in the 2 years, it's the universe saying, oh, you want this? Well, how bad do you want it? Right. And I'm going to tell you, I'm here. I know Danny's here, and I appreciate him putting on this program. You have people in your corner. You have people that want to see you succeed. There are resources out there for you, whether it's Danny's program or my program or any other of the presenters on this program. There's a ton of resources for you available. Don't go down without a fight. And I'm going to guarantee you that if you put the time and effort into it and get the right mentorship, you will go through the roof. You will not even believe that you ever thought chiropractic practice was difficult. You'll be saying, oh my gosh, I wonder why those people suffer. And then you'll say to yourself, oh, now I get it. They suffer because they have a personality-driven pace practice, and they've never taken the time and effort to have a focus, right? Whatever you think about, that's what you bring about. They've never had that focus on the business systems that, instead of creating pain in their life now, can create a tremendous amount of freedom and joy in their future. The thing that excites me most and gets me spizz most in practice, and I find most people, you know what it is? Being successful in practice. Having a practice that's booming, that's the thing that gets you so excited. And that's the thing that keeps the motivation. And that's what I found when I wrote Cast to Be Chiropractors. It was all about mindset. And I found that people were getting so spizzed up. People were saying, I was going to quit school and I read your book, and now I'm back in school and I'm excited about what I'm doing. I was going to quit practice and I read your book, Cast to Be Chiropractors. I'm back in practice. I'm doing it again. But then I started to have people writing me and saying, you know what? I'm finding that, yes, I have a greater purpose and a greater why, but I don't know how to do it, Dr. Schubel. I don't know how to be successful in business. And that's why I wrote the book, Schubel's Holy Grail of Business, so that we can marry the how and the why and have a profession that is thriving on every level. There's no excuse for you not to be thriving. The only reason you're not thriving is because you don't know how, and maybe you don't have the big why yet, but we can get that for you. And that's why I'm so happy and thankful and grateful to Dr. Danny Knowles and the Mile High organization, for putting together this online business mentorship. It's just genius. It's visionary. It's something that's time has come here in the chiropractic profession. I appreciate you, Dr. Danny, for doing it.
Well, thank you for saying all that. And as you know, I know you don't have to be on this. I honestly don't have to do this either by any means. And I do it because sincerely, and maybe this isn't, some people will say philosophically is not the best motivator, but for me, I see pain and I feel pain when I see that someone doesn't have the level of life we'd like them to have with the calling of being a chiropractor. So there are resources. Everybody in this summit are incredible resources. And also the people on stage at Mile High Live, and plus all the other summits from the past years that you could gain from just supporting Epienergetics and their research. So Dr. Liam, I'll tell you, I always get so much out of the time with you, and I know that people will feel the same when they join you live at Mile High in June. So we look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, Dr. Danny, I want to mention I will be at Mile High. And, of course, the people that are speaking from the stage, outstanding. That's why I'm there. I'm usually in the front row and I'm taking notes. But the other thing that's hugely valuable about Mile High that a lot of people don't talk about is the off the stage conversations. And I think a lot of people sometimes, because whatever, I've been so successful in the politics and the education and in the business application of chiropractic. Some people are, Danny, are kind of intimidated to come up and talk to me. And it's kind of interesting, once they get a few drinks in them, sometimes at the after party and the events, it's actually really nice. I appreciate it. They relax a little bit and then they come up and we actually have some good conversations and people have amazing breakthroughs. And you've seen it, Danny. People have come up that have been like broken and battered and really thinking about giving up. And they've come to Mile High and they walk out of there. And the next year, you know what we hear? The testimonies. We hear of, you know what? My life changed at Mile High. But nothing changes until you make that action step. And so if you're watching this right now, go on the website for Mile High and get registered. And I'm going to tell you, if you're watching it right now and you want to have a conversation with me, I'm giving you complete permission to go beyond all that intimidation and everything. Listen, I'm honored if you ask me a question. Okay, I'm honored. It's a privilege for me if somebody asks me for my advice or my thing. You have permission to come and speak with me at any time during Mile High, and I will make the time for you. I'll set time aside because for me, listen, this is it. This is what I love. I love chiropractic, and Mile High is for me. It's the fountainhead of chiropractic seminars to come to Mile High and connect and have this fellowship and this love and this excitement and this enthusiasm combined with the business strategies to implement into your practice and make this coming year even better than ever before. So I look forward to seeing you at Mile High. I look forward to speaking with you Mile High. I look forward to finding out what your challenges are at Mile High and look forward to empowering you to overcome those challenges and win. You deserve it. Your community deserves it. Your family deserves it. And the profession deserves it. So once again, Dr. Danny Knowles, thank you so much for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schubel, and thank you so much for being crucial to the evolution and transformation of the planet. As everybody who's watching knows, you want the reminder that you are all too. And that's why we are doing this. And that's why we look forward to seeing you on higher ground in June. The next segment of the Mile High Summit is coming up just momentarily. So we'll switch over to the next presenter. And again, if you want to grab the replays of that, do that. And of course, reserve your seats for Mile High 10, our 10th anniversary. Hard to believe it. And we look forward to seeing you in June. Thank you so much, Dr. Schubel, for all you do to change spines, lives, and minds with chiropractic.
More. There is more than seeking less of something in life. Less pain, less disease, less symptoms. There's more than the common experience of health. There's more than managing or treating your symptoms and conditions. There's more than what most people expect from healing. There is more than returning to your state of health just before your condition or symptom developed. You want and deserve more. Seeking less is often outdated, outworn, and can take you backward. While at times, times, treating the condition or symptom may make you feel more comfortable and may be vital to your health. And having less pain, less uncertainty can be seductive. It is often just not enough. You know there's so much more to life than comfort, balance, and the ordinary. And you want more. Ordinary ways of experiencing and acting and using your body, mind, and energy will continue to restore you to the state that led to the need for the symptoms or disease. The state that was a cry for change, a cry for more. Healing is not just about your condition. It's about you, the life you have lived, the life you are living, the life you must live, and the gifts that you're here to share. You can be, you can have, you can give so much more, beginning now. You sense that you're part of a larger family, community, and world, and healing yourself is part of a much bigger circle. A circle that includes the energy and organizing wisdom that creates everything and everyone. That transforms and awakens body, emotions, mind, and spirit. That coordinates, motivates, inspires, and helps you make more productive and happier choices. The state that heals you as a person and everyone whose lives you touch. If all this more belonged to you, you would have healing that is extraordinary. And if that's what you crave, then you are a seeker.
Welcome to the next segment of the world's largest free virtual chiropractic business, marketing, and practice growth summit, also known as the Business of Tick Summit. As many people know, each year leading up to Mile High, and Mile High comes early this year, it's in June, okay, so it's just a couple months away. Leading up to Mile High, we've had summits each year, philosophy, science, and art. And I thought, chiropractic is also a four-legged stool, not just a three-legged stool. You have to learn how to market and grow and practice and serve people. So this is our topic for this year's summit. And I'm very excited to introduce and very enthused and energized to introduce a rare opportunity to hear Donnie Epstein talk about the business of practice and service in practice. Many, many people know him for his work with all the evolutions of what is now known as network spinal and all its growth and his many research contributions and epi-energetics and numerous books and his new book that's coming out. However, many people don't necessarily know him for being in practice and what it was like for him in practice. So let's start there and talk about the energetics of service and the energetics of practice growth. Thank you for joining us today, Donnie.
It's great to be here, Danny, and thanks for the invitation.
We are grateful to have you here. And so actually, I remember many years ago, having met you a couple times, walking into your office, and it was just a crowd of people standing room only in the reception area. And there were people just coming in and out, on and off tables, talking, and you running back, darting back and forth between different rooms at high, low tables, and just talking real quick as people were asking questions as you moved around, and just had an incredible energy. Can you share some stuff initially about going into practice and getting started with practice?
Yes, well, I'm going to start with when I left practice that time. Private practice, 1992 at that time. I was seeing 900 plus visits a week, some 1,100, some 1,200 visits, that's the highest there, and separate adjusting rooms. and it was a journey getting there. Okay. Let's start with, I remember being in practice maybe 6 months or so. Oh, by the way, I opened my first office, and 6 months later, opened my second office there. Okay, the second office. And I'll tell you, for many people, having two offices doesn't mean you're gonna have a better business or make more money. Because when one went up, the other went down, because my personal identity, how many people I believed I could serve, how much money I think I could wind up earning. I don't know between net and gross that time, okay? At that time, that is based upon your personal openness, limitations, stories, beliefs, etc. So I really would have a friend say, hey, Danny, how many people are you seeing? So I'd say, I saw 30 today. I go, wow, how many people you seen now? I'd say 100. You've seen 100 people. How is that possible? Only in practice a few months. Well, I was seeing 100, but I may have been adjusting 30. This is interesting. I was seeing it. I would take pictures of people waiting online at stores, at a stadium, and I put it up on the wall. And I'd stand in line, the longest line at a store sometimes, the longest line, to see what it's like to stand in a long line to wait to be taken care of. I would sometimes do things in practice, and I had drop tables then as I was developing the different systems, my network systems, a drop pelvic piece and headpiece. And when no one was in the office, I would go in, I'd take an instrumentation reading the person and talk to the person. I'd put them on the table, the high-low. I'd drop the piece. I'd come back, I'd talk. Okay, see you next time, send your friends in. Okay, and my receptionist would say, who are you talking to? I said, oh, I'm talking to people who are here. I don't see the people because I'm seeing them. That's how they'll be here. When I would have difficulty with the results I wanted to get, and I always wanted extraordinary, I would take home the records of the person. I'd say somehow it's going to speak to me. When your desire to serve someone beyond your own self, when your desire to make a difference beyond anything you've ever achieved before for that person, when your desire is so great, that person will always reveal themselves to you. And it was, you know, I had arrogance initially in practice where I had to tell them why they were there, which is arrogant and the wrong thing to do. It's about telling what I offer them and hearing why they're here and finding a way to build a bridge. I gave audio tapes for people. And at that time, first there were Reggie Gold talks at that time until I realized I did my own talks. There was little cassette tapes. And before someone would see me, they'd hear a cassette tape. And that was inspired by my first wife and the mother of two of my children. Before I went in, he was the first obstetrician that I was going to see with her, who gave Lamaze Boyer delivery in New York. He was chairman of the department. And we went, and I had to take a class by him, and a series of classes before he decided if he was going to accept my wife and myself as the obstetrician. And I liked that idea a lot. So I said, you know what? This is different. It's a different culture. And I bought the Philosophy of Chiropractic hook, line, and sinker, both GD and B.J. Palmer. It was probably about a year before someone came who had back pain in my office. My first patients were cancer patients, people with multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, because the story I told is that everyone does better with a proper connection of the universal wisdom universe flowing through them. And if you stretch the neuroskeleton, you alter the ability of the consciousness or information to be expressed that shows up as an alteration, the morphology of the cells of the body and your function, and the morphology and shape of your life, because the shape, position, tone of your spine is the shape, position, tone of your life. And if you want to turn your life around, you got to turn your spine around, and not like Linda Blair and The Exorcist, I used to tell people. So I started that way, and we built the practice. I had a box on the wall for a while where people put whatever's in their means, not what they could afford in there, because, and the real difficulty is I love what I did so much. I felt since I loved it so much and I was so passionate about it, I didn't sometimes think I deserved to ask for money. So I did it as a avoidance technique. Please never do it this way. Many years later, 1990s, mid 90s, I took care of someone who was a billionaire in France. And I saw him, he says, how much do I owe you at that time? And I said, give me whatever you think the session with me is worth for the impact it made on your life and will continue to make after the session. What value is it if the wisdom that organized the whole universe could express itself to you more effectively, with more energy efficiency, and you more access to these forces in your body and your life? So he gave me, at that time, he gave, I think it was 3,000 euro to me at that time, which was a lot that time there. He gave me that money, I believe it was euros that time, yeah. And he gave me that equivalent to that. And then he felt bad and give enough, so he gave me a tag watch, and he gave your mother a watch also. And so I hope that's enough. The difference is I was not doing it from my lack of value. I was doing it from saying the same thing I said to someone else before, but now because I know the value and that you are not getting paid for your adjustment or your assessment. You're getting paid for the amount of time and your wisdom that you're bringing and the gifts you bring to it. So another thing as far as building, I create a phenomenon. I mean, people would wait sometimes in 2 hours, because in New York City, where we had and where we were, they were always doing construction on the road. So even if I gave an appointment, people might be a half hour, 45 minutes late. At 11 o'clock at night, my Brooklyn office was still full of people there. And we created a phenomenon. If someone had difficulty, I then went to a monthly fee, a monthly fee for people at that time. And it was, at that time, was $120 an individual, $106 for a month for a family, no matter how many family members they had. Because if I could see the whole family, the whole dynamic changes, families coming in for care, where you start seeing as you take care of one person, how it affects someone else. As you adjust, for example, C5 on one person, how it affects a person's pelvis. You know the dynamics going on between people, and the families change together. They talk together. They bring families. I wanted to reinforce that. So we had people coming in for that. And that was when I went to practice that time, the average adjustment was $8 a visit. It went up to $12 a visit at that time. So I was then taking care of people. I was taking x-rays the first few years, and then it was a $100 entrance fee with the x-rays. Okay? And then after a while, I said, if I don't have to x-ray, I could take care of them. I charge the same fee. So we did that also, and take homes what I felt was needed. An important aspect of this is you create a phenomenon. The business is not about chiropractic. And I'll tell you, no, please know now, everyone here, and I've been taking care of Tony Robbins for 18 years, his business seminars, some of the greatest business geniuses around. And they'll all tell you, your business is not your product and service. Don't sell chiropractic and don't sell your technique. They don't care about that. That's your conversation you talk to your buddies about. They care about how is it going to impact their life? What outcomes will they achieve? It's not about them having an experience of something. It's about their life being different. That's what it's about, through a healthier, more coherent spine.
Pause there a second. I just want to do something fun before we go on that. So you're just talking about taking care of Anthony Robbins. I happen to have sitting here this book, Man's Greatest Gift to Man, with Dr. Frank DiGiacomo, who I'm sure you remember. Okay.
Yes,
yeah. And when I have it on my shelf, and it's something I've read, I don't know if this was my mom's version, but here in it is a flyer. Okay. Talk the Library, Introduction to Chiropractic, Dr. Donald Epstein at the Kings Highway Branch Library. So here's the thing. I want people to realize this is Donnie at that point in his development, connecting people to his message. And people start somewhere. From that to I'm taking care of Anthony Robbins is quite a gap, right? So, but I'm sure at that point, that's not what you were focusing on. You were focusing on giving and serving and connecting people.
And I never looked to see people who were prestigious, were influencers, have lots of money, lots of power, as anything different, okay? They're all souls meant to be taken care of.
And I want to say something on that is that remember, in watching this, you can access these through the Mile High app, and we're enjoying them live. If you end up wanting to have the replays, you can have the replays. It's a fundraiser. It's for Epienergetics, which is a nonprofit Epienergetics foundation for funding further research, which, network, Epienergetics has done some of the most interesting, exciting, and fascinating research in the chiropractic profession's history that a lot of people quote. So if you'd like to get more of this and the recordings of the other speakers, do that. So going on with where you were, Donnie.
Yeah. So what happened is I would take care of people, and at a particular point, I stopped asking them just about their symptoms. Okay, I want to know about them. Now, remember, it's something to be aware of. If you're having an argument with a spouse, is argument ever about what's really about? Never. It's never. It's about something else triggered. The symptom is different from the concern a person has, and it's different from the patient. So there's a symptom, which I see as a way life is interrupting you, because its job is to interrupt you there. One is a symptom, there's concern, and there's you. When a person is ill, how you doing? Well, my back or my shoulder or the circumstance they talk about. They believe that the circumstance, if I change the circumstance, make them well. Symptoms and diseases don't make people ill. They get them because they're already ill, and treatment of disease will not make them well. They'll treat the condition. Wellness is really about the person having a connection to an educated mind through a functioning information system. The spine is a modulator of consciousness. That's what it started out. 31 steps, normal complete cycle, are steps of consciousness and vibration. Okay, so let me get back to this. So a person comes in, I would say, why do you think you're ill? Why do you think you're sick? What's working for you? What's working against you? Let's start from the birth process on and showing all the different factors that could cause a conflict in the ability to express this organizing wisdom of the world. About your direct birth, find out about your birth, find out about this, all these things, physical, emotional, chemical situations that could impact your ability to express life, where you identify with a circumstance as the cause of something rather than an opportunity to grow, to step up. You're not in a car accident, you're in a car on purpose. Okay, it's redirecting you. So I would ask those questions about people. I want to know about a person. If a person had a trauma and they lost someone, family member, an accident, a serious accident, or a severe situation happened, trauma, I would feel that spine and say, let's see what 10 years of unresolved trauma is like. Let me see what 12 years. Let me speak and see if there's a difference between emotional and chemical factors. I started with an assumption that a person's anatomy reflects their life. And if you change the life, it should change the anatomy, and start working with it. Let them feel they have a situation to help feel the spine. Feel your spine. What does that feel like? What is this like? You feel a tension, you feel it now, feel a difference, the movement. One time I had dark paneling, wood paneling, and at the bottom of it, they'd sit while they're waiting for me, or at the end of the session, just sitting there like that for a couple of moments. At the bottom, I read, life sucks. A little bit higher up, I go, it's not so bad. It's as good as could be expected. Life's pretty good. I'm great. God's great. Everything. And they would say, Doc, you changed what you wrote on the wall. I say, no, the shape is in tone, this tension is fine. Change what you observed and changes your life. I would give every point to do this. Someone will come in to give an idea about something, how it's impacting a person. So let me get back to this. A person does not come for the symptom. They don't come because they're subluxated. They don't come for any of those things. That's all the chiropractors, blah, 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 okay? They come because somehow they want to be connected to something more in life. They come in because there's a calling, there's something more than the physical body. I call that a person a seeker. They're coming because they know there's an energy that runs something, consciously or unconsciously. They know they're called to participate more and be more, share more, and give more. That's what they know. They don't know they know that until you remind many people of that. So rather than saying, I want to get rid of something, I want to give you something you never had before. And by your having it, you can impact others. I would tell them that you're not responsible to refer people to my office. You have a spiritual responsibility to give testimony and to share with people anything that improves your life. And the more you share what improves your life, the more your life improves, the more you turn other people on. So I started developing different cassette tapes they would give before they came in for care. And I have a number on it. And I'd take a look when they come in, bring the tape with you, I'd see what number. And the average tape went to about 12 different people before the person heard it. Okay, the average person, 12 different people. And someone said, I don't know, I got it. How did we get it? Well, my neighbor gave it to me. Where'd that from? And they go track it down. Well, it wound up going to the postman. The postman put it in the box, blah, blah, blah. And that's okay. It kept circulating. And I would then see who I gave this to and what number. And I'd track it. I'd write that. And if someone could not say they could not afford the care, even if they drove a new Mercedes, I would not trust it. If it was so subluxated that they have to try to cheat me out of something, they need to care even more. So I would say for everyone in care at that time, this is before internet, before cell phones, okay? I would, for each person in care, I want you to give 4 cassette tapes out per month and give me the names of the people there who you gave them to. We will write a note to these people that you suggested this every month. Someone said, well, I've been coming for a year and I ran into people. I said, well, you're not coming for care anymore. You're not responsible for them to be able to, not responsible for them coming in for care. You are responsible just giving them the tape and making an informed choice to come in for care if they want to or not. You must spread whatever you had, whatever adds value to your life, talk about that rather than the crap you talk about. So that would start in care. They hear about it. They hear about subluxation. After a while, I realized that that was not the way to go about it. The person's concern is not the symptom. This built the practice so wonderfully. So what's your concern? Well, my concern is my asthma. Okay, no, that's not the concern. What's the concern? Well, I can't breathe at times, and what that I might die. I can't play sports. I can't play sports, I won't be accepted. The ultimate fear for everybody has is I won't be loved, I won't be accepted, I'm not enough for everybody. That's the concern. It's not the symptom. And recognize all of us feel we're disconnected, not enough. That's what we feel. And the idea, what that means is we don't have enough energy to organize our body and our life in the way we need to. And we're supposed to feel like we're not enough. No matter how many patients you see, no matter how big your practice is, no matter how many people applaud you, no matter how many celebrities you see, you're still gonna feel like you're shit at times because none of us are enough for what we're made for. The principle is more than enough and serving people. So I went from, rather than trying to give people another boogeyman to be frightened of subluxation in life, instead of that, I said instead, well, what am I taking care of people for? And it was to help people's spines, then to help people's health, to help their life. Then I started adjusting their life through the spine. Then I started adjusting their destinies through the spine. And I would tell people this. Other than the tape, my whole talk with persons around the table is, hey, this is great, and whatever came to mind to say to them. Hey, what's going on? Wow, this happened. Wow. Do you think it came from the adjustment? No, it didn't come from the adjustment. It came from life. The adjustment turns on life. I didn't want to go with what's wrong with them. I wanted to help find out what's right with them right there and let them know that. The practice of builds. So I say, hey, should I see you or should I see an orthopedist? Should I see you or an internist? And this talk I gave one time, I had difficulty getting past 59 people a day. Every time I got to 60, somebody canceled. One of my practice members was in a bungalow colony, short little houses in the Catskill Mountains, New York. And they said, why don't you come to our community, Orthodox Jewish community, come for the weekend, come there, give a talk to people. And I'm sure people want to get adjusted by you. It's okay. So they said, bring your spine. not mine. So I put my spine. I go to a restaurant, had a spine there. What's that? It's a spine. Good thing I wasn't a gynecologist. Okay, I put a spine on the table there. And I would say, put your finger in here. I twisted, ow, as that nerve is being pinched. That would be nerve to the heart. How do you think your heart's feeling? What about this? Power off, power on. I put an off on button. Simple conversation wherever I go, every place. And it wasn't just about the spine. It's the spine is the axis, the universal wisdom that creates everything. That's the conversation. That's the conversation always. And how that would affect their life. What would your life feel like if there was more light? If you were able to know more without having to learn? What would life be like if the organizing force of the universe was accessible? What would happen? Those are the type of conversations I had. Simple things quickly. So should I see this person or that person? And I said, well, you want to do better with a good supply or bad nerve supply? Would you have the power that creates the world turned off or turned on? This is not philosophy, this is reality. So I went and I gave a talk. And I took care of somebody. Said, your nerve supply to liver and gallbladder is really challenged. Well, that's not a problem, doc, the person said, because I don't have liver or gallbladder. Okay. So I had men on one side, one on the other. By the time the day was over, I took care of over 200 people in that day. And one conversation. What about my ear? What about this? Would you rather have a good nerve supply or not? And I gave the most important communication of my career. But I have this symptom, but I have this disease. But I meditate, but I take this treatment, but I have this diagnosis, I have this prognosis. I say, no matter what your symptom, no matter what your disease, no matter what your diagnosis, no matter what your prognosis, no matter what you've been told, no matter what pill, potion, powder, no matter what you do to treat your condition, as long as if there's an interference or blockage to the flow between the brain and the body, you'll never be well. You'll have times you feel well, you'll never reach the potential that you could have. If it's opened, we have a whole new world. My job is to constantly evolve the way I see it, to help you improve. And if innate is innate is intelligence, if I have to convince you with a philosophy, it's not turned on. This is not philosophy, it's a result of the care. And if it's not, I want to make sure I'm proving it consistently. So, a person's concern is what drives them in. It's always the gap between where they are and where they believe they must be. And wherever they think they must be, it's bigger. And they have to discover that in your care without your telling them. I would never advise someone on what they should eat or what they should do because I wouldn't know that. What I would advise them on is to pay attention to the experience of healing. And then I wrote the book on 12 stages of healing because people don't care about if they have an atlas or the self-extension. They'll repeat that because you told them it's important. What they care about is a change, not just in their body, in their life, the way they perceive the world, how they act, and that. And that was the basis of the conversations. So if somebody had difficulty also affording the fee, they would give the cassette tapes out, and then I would negotiate a fee for them. And most of those people, after a while, would say, well, I could pay more now. I said, great. So it was their personal responsibility. One of the biggest things I did for growing the practice, I'll give talks for chiropractic colleges. And most of the people went to school, whether they went to school or not, they usually brought the family in anyway. That was a great thing I did there. And, you know, when and if a person had a monthly care fee at that time, they'll probably come more often. I don't know if you could say unlimited visits now or not, but you know what you can do? You can charge them for the month and they pay at the end of the month. That bypasses things. You know, you don't pay them in advance, they pay at the end of the month. And what's the difference? Every month is this. And if they came in the first week of the month, every month they would do the first week. The second month, the second. And when I had difficulty seeing, also after I saw people in the upstate New York, my practice went from 59, a few months later, it was over 200. Then I couldn't handle it. Like it was not my identity, it was beyond my identity. So it dropped to a baseline of 120 or so a day. I also, something else I would do, I would stack patients to get to another level. I would say every third or fourth month, I'd accept new people. So it's coming up now. If your friends, family want to come in, they have to wait 3 or 4 months. Otherwise, start at this date. Because I would take a certain amount of time before I knew them. I knew their spines. I had a personal relationship because they integrated to the community of the office. And I would wait. And by creating that urgency at that time, people would want to sign up then. and they want to come in for care. I had a spine with a free spinal exam at that time for a friend. If they came in within a certain period of time, I had that, and that would build. But most of the time, for the last few years in practice, it was pretty much a closed practice. I mean, closed. Someone had to move away or order to come into the office, there. Well, Joe D'Onofrio used to say they could leave his practice one or two ways. As in New Jersey, he said either they die or they move to Florida, not sure which order it's going to be. So, yes.
Well, so let me ask you this. Service, having a harder service and being service focused, I believe is something you feel is central. What are some of the energetics of service or energetics of practice growth?
Okay. Well, let me first start with
different things.
but a few things. One, practice growth is not necessarily about your business, your finance. I want to separate a few different things here. Okay. I never really thought of my business as a business. Okay. I thought it as an intimacy fest. People connect to life more. I was intimate with people. I connect, the contact, the relationship. The bottom line, people always said he knew about me, he knows about me. That's the one to know that you know about them. Mm-hmm. The spine is the excuse for our conversation, so to speak. And please understand, a business is not your product or service, and especially today's world. So do people say, hey, Donnie, do you want a double decaf espresso with a little extra hot water? No, they say, do you want a Starbucks? Or do you want another thing? Why? That's the brand. That is the brand. The brand is the promise you offer for people. Tony Robbins' business mastery program says, what business are you in? What business are you really in? And how's business? So for example, when asked a few years ago, the CEO of McDonald's said they're not in the restaurant business. Okay, they're in the transportation industry, transporting substance, and the individual franchisees are in the restaurant business. You had Zappos. What business? You were in the happiness business. You take a look at that. Mm-hmm. You are not in the chiropractic business. And in today's world, the number one thing consultants will tell you, your business is not your product or service, because if you change your product or service or method, you could still have a business. Do not make chiropractic the number one thing, and do not make your technique the number one thing you're communicating about, because that's what you find important. Talk to them about a new model of healing, physically, emotionally, socially, going beyond a symptom of disease. If they have a disease or symptom, how could they be better as a result of it as the body organizes differently? How could they upgrade the operating system? How could they have greater potential for life expressed in real terms? And some chiropractors want to practice as a personal transformation tool, some as a meditation tool, some as a yoga tool. You know, you're missing the whole point. The whole point is this is a tool for life. Please don't give up what you do to blend into someone for whatever's trending, because trend is death. This is timeless what we're speaking about. Mm-hmm. So yes, do people's lives transform? Yes, but in a healthy way, with a coherent, healthy spine. Do they have spiritual awakenings in care, the care we offer? Yes, but is that the objective? No, it's objective of life. It's what healing does. One of the things when we were being challenged in different jurisdictions, never from patient complaint, but we were stretching the boundary, and honestly, I was a little bit arrogant at the time, saying how emperor has no clothes instead of saying there's more. Before you're old and wise, you can be young and stupid. I must be really wise now. Okay, there. But what a key aspect here in taking care of people and having a business is the business a system of systems, a system of systems. That's what you teach. A system of systems that delivers on a promise of something of perceived value, solving a problem or giving them a solution or helping their life in a way that they value, not that you value. That brings in revenue and makes a profit. Mm-hmm. That's a business. It is not your technique or product or service. Though people don't buy product and service anymore, they buy the brand or the promise of it. So why are you really in practice? What excites not you, but your practice members, the clients? I'm telling you, it's going to be something about more ease, a greater life, seeing things differently, having different relationships. It's going to be about the social science indicators of how their life is changing. It's the quality of their life. That's what it's about. Your chiropractic is your tool to achieve that. Some go to medical doctor. The medical doctor say, well, your drug, maybe surgery, some lifestyle change. That's the tool. So now, this is essential. That is that your business, what business are you in? Is it the human development business? Is it human potential business? Is it the optimization business? Is it the intimacy business? People, the interrelation connection, their body and their lives. Which is it? Put things around that mobile with things attached from it. And your chiropractic is a tool to achieve it. There's a lot of time, money on branding and realizing that when I asked people, people were interviewed, what do you like best about Donnie Epstein and his methods? I got pissed off because no one said he gave me the best adjustment ever. And I know that was the best adjustment. Or my energetic, the best. They said that he said something to me in a moment that made me realize something had changed my life. Mm-hmm. He helped me he just knew what's going on in my life. He was just one with me, and I got that one. There's something about that. And I got pissed off because that's what I valued in my condition as a chiropractor. What valued is the result they get. Mm-hmm. And what do you want them to talk about? What you reinforce them for is what they're going to talk about. And what you're going to reinforce them for is the things you measure or you value the most. The physical, emotional, social, spiritual change they have. Not because of you adjusted them, because life does that. And the adjustment liberates life. Make it a bigger system for them. So now business. You say, I want to work on my business. Well, why? Why? What's more powerful for you? Do you want money? Do you want business? Can you have a big business and take in money but not have a net? Yeah. May you have a net and not think of asset allocation. The key thing about it is not how much money you take, what you do with it. Okay, is the important thing. And what's left. My practices, I had really very low overhead and very high net. Because the bottom line is how much do you have as not in what you're going to have so you can live the life you want to live and make a difference, to open up opportunities for people. So you say, I have a business. Well, I mean, I have to make money. Two different things. Business for me was never the priority. Serving people, creating intimate connection with the creation of everything and the magic of the universe. That was number one. It shows up in all different ways. My brand is about the energetics of creation. If I speak to a chiropractor, I speak how it affects chiropractic. I speak and we consult with people in this principle based upon chiropractic, the energy and information unified. It produces consciousness, produces a change in the world. Take energy out of the system, it breaks down. Organizing wisdom can't express itself. This principle is being shared with whether some are receiving the chiropractic care from people I've taught, some are not receiving the care, but are changing. Some leaders, world leaders, royal families are utilizing these principles of how the world is changing. There's a change in educated intelligence happening with a new energy. Whether they get adjusted or not is not my key thing. My thing is they get the principle. I will serve the principle no matter what form it takes. In any form I could get, because the principle is true. It's the big idea. There's an organizing wisdom of the universe. It needs energy. It knows what it's doing, and step out of the way. That's my life has been about that. My identity is not as a chiropractor. It was for a while. It was destroying me. Because I'm trying to control intelligence if it belongs to me. Just like God belongs to a particular religion. God's too big for religion. The principle's too big for your practice. But that's the whole thing. So now, with this, so for me, money was always available. No difficulty, because my resourcefulness principle is there. So money is a byproduct to give you opportunities and to give you new experiences and to give you access to. You're listening to this now, you have access to these chiropractic successes. You're getting the program with Danny here. You're getting access to wisdom from his life, what he's done, and access from my life, all the people's shoulders he stands upon. Why do you want money? Because you want access to, and you want to have new opportunities for new experience, take as many people along with you. Remember, that's the purpose. It's not to make you finally feel like you've arrived. Graduating chiropractic college, you're still not enough. No matter where you are, it's not enough. So don't think that improving your chiropractic practice is going to make you be more fulfilled in life. It will not. Life fulfillment comes from your service and how much more you give than you get. So my life is like that. Most of what I do, most of what Jackie, my wife, does, your mother does, we never get acknowledged for, don't have to get acknowledged for, we never get paid for. Because that's what life is. You do the right thing for the right reason, just because. Now, what fuels you? Is it community? Is it relation with people? Then build that first, not the business. And that'll build the business. Your business is about relationship. For me, it's about intimacy and the connection with people. And that's what people talk about, that connection I have with them. That builds my business. So for it's a vision to change the world. If that's what, bring that into the business. But if you have to work on, if you have to work on your business over and over, you're missing the point. For some people, business is effortless. For some people, I'm an artist. I hate the business part. So then make sure that if that's the case, if you're an artist, that you advance your art. And it's art of connecting someone to their innate. And that builds the business. Find the energetic that fuels you. So for some people, I keep working on business, it doesn't work, but because business is not what it's about. For them, it's about the relationships with people in the office. Build those relations, let that build the business, but you must make a system of systems. Please don't come into them because you're the magical hero, because I will tell you you'll be the villain. Another thing, there is no such thing as the hero, the villain, and a victim. I'm sorry, DC and Marvel, but there is no such thing as that in this next world. It's just, how do you help people turn people on to more?
You know, I know people are going to want more Donnie, and we're going to be wrapping up because we have the next person coming up pretty soon on this summit. However, you can always get more Donnie by going to epienergetics.com. You can also get more Donnie by being at Mile High Live in June, riseup-to-milehigh.com. And Donnie's doing an additional day on Sunday after Mile High. So I suggest you plan a little longer time at higher altitude to be there with us and to get more.
The day afterwards is a personally designed course.
Right.
For where is chiropractic? What is it for the business, to communications, how to communicate to business, to anything. And not you part as a chiropractor, but part as a soul, caring for other souls, where chiropractic is your avenue for the expansion. It's your entryway into this person's new world and to your world, and to consciously choose what's most important with the promise you're offering people that you will deliver on.
Which is going to be absolutely outstanding and amazing. And that's the stuff you're not going to learn from anywhere else. I want to ask you a question, one last question, and then we'll be winding up. People talk about volume, seeing a lot of people, having high visit days. Very few people have lived that the way you have in practice and in all the healing retreat various weekends you've done. Can you say something about your state of being when you're in service, tableside, in a high volume experience of practice?
Well, one of the reasons I eliminated appointments I had before the lunch break or after lunch break type things is one of the stresses, am I on schedule? Am I on time?
Mm-hmm.
And I realized even so in schedule, some innate larger organizing wisdom may need them to be on the table next to somebody or having a different conversation with somebody. I wasn't in control of that there. And it freed me up. When I started to see, if you have to work faster and service is number one, you can't have the doubt. You can't have the confusion. You have to be having another higher organizing force fueling your mind with greater efficiency. The assumption is that you're healthy and your spine is healthy, you can do this. That's the assumption. But the reason for the numbers is the key thing. The reason for the number is not a badge there. The reason for it is because the obsession of making as big a difference as you can in the world. But get this, that's the difference. It's not because I'm doing this because I have this much money, I have this type of stuff. Because if that's the case, you'll lose it because you'll have to lose it because it's about you. You know, it's the legacy you're building. And you know, you could take care of someone and the person is someone who you weren't going to take care of in that day. The person is annoying at this or that. And somehow that person tells so many more other people or their story shifts people. So please have the volume practice because you're being asked to, you're being forced to. Because more people keep referring, the energy is building for it. If it's not building for it, with the offering of one of the greatest services humanity could ever have, then it's not, either you're not serving, you're trying to build a practice rather than a legacy for others.
Mm-hmm.
You're making it about yourself.
Mm.
When you start working faster, you have to refine what you do. That's if you're still, if you're looking for the results you have. There's a point that you get to, you realize that you're no longer with that person because you're focused on the next person. Then you want to drop it down. You might want to drop it down. That's one of the reasons when I used to have practice every few months, I would drop it down because I would say no more new people at this point because I get to integrate those people in the practice. I get to know their spine. I can remember what I found last time on them. I can remember, boy, you know, I'm taking care of this pattern I see right now. Last time I saw, I think it was last October, you had that. That's when your parents were visiting. Well, my parents just came in this week. A similar pattern, okay, there. I would remember that. Once I lost intimate connection, it's important with me. Once I lost that, I would drop the numbers down, or the universe would drop the numbers down for me. So my suggestion is, do it because that's where life is taking you. Not because you want to achieve a number to show how successful you are. I know so many people who made their identity, how many people have seen how much money they make, and they were miserable. Don't expect, quote, success in practice to be measured by how much money, how many people you see. It's about the net, what I call energetic capital, the net value that people bring to people. I would rather see less people and add more value than more people with less value. But I'd rather see more people with more value.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
It's really the value. And what is the promise? Are you looking to adjust the subluxation as your goal? There's not much energy for that. You're trying to fix something, you're trying to remedy something. And is the power of life really turning on?
Mm.
And did you do a good enough job? And what is that like? You must measure, have ways of assessing, are people improving? You may know with your fingertips, that's great, but make sure the person's testimony is matching what you're finding on your fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
without telling them about that. Let them know about the healing journey. So there's a field around everything. When you see a certain number of people and touch them, you have a field, you walk into a room, it attracts more.
Mm.
It attracts more. I remember one time, your mother was working up front desk at that time between she was finishing school, just ready to practice. She was working the front desk as a receptionist in the office. before she became our associate and actually worked with me in the office there as a chiropractor. And we came back from lunch break, and she's knocking on her door. Everyone's waiting because all the wait seats were full. People were in the hallway. They actually put a park bench. Someone put a park bench outside the desk room because there's so many people who wanted to come in. And I locked myself in the bathroom. I said, Donnie, what's going on? I'm not coming out. Too many people. What do you mean? You got like 30 people in the office right now. I only have room, I think, for 6 people in the waiting room. I'm not doing it. So you gotta come on, and you got new people too. They brought their friends. You told them, no, I can't do it. You gotta go see it. Gotta go see it. She said, okay. So she says, I'm gonna tell people you're not gonna see them. No, you can't do that. Okay, so you got about 3 minutes to pull yourself together. I went, okay, and I went to start taking care of people. And one of the things I do is telling jokes between people because that's funny. And if they were really very subluxated and very messed up, I would tell them I wouldn't take care of them until I'd tell them a joke. What? I'm telling them a joke. I said, you guys are laughing at your life. So what happened is this, the numbers are important. And they are important. And God laughs, look at it, laughs at every number you give. So it's the value. Mary Johnson was a chiropractic student, was not a chiropractic student, was a patient of mine in 1982 and 83. I looked at her hand every time and said, Mary, you can be a chiropractor. You got to be a chiropractor. I don't want to be a chiropractor. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to be a chiropractor. Mary, no, I don't want to do that. So I don't want to go back to school. I hate school. She didn't know I told almost everyone that, okay? So I told her that, and she went back to chiropractic college, okay? She became a chiropractor. I left my practice, she and Robin Sherman in the area. Got a lot of people, David Breitbeck took over practice, he left, and they got a lot of patients. 30 some odd years later, people are coming in, Mary goes away for a week to come to a week event with me. They say, Mary, what do you do? I'm not getting adjusted. She said, well, I'll be away only a week. You could take a week not being adjusted after being in care with Donnie for 10 years and being in care for me for like 30 years. You've been a patient for how many years now? She said, yeah, well, 35 years or so. Well, Donnie told me, you wash your hair, you brush your teeth, you take a shower, you get adjusted. So I'm going to wash my hair. I'm going to shave it. She said, because is your practice about fixing someone, restoring them, or do you find methods to help them have valuable benefit no matter how long you're taking care of them, modify your methods so you can constantly keep upping the game?
Right.
And that's what happens. So how I want to help create an experience of connection with organizing with the universe. Not only more than that person ever had or I helped them achieve, more than ever happened in human history. That's my standard. Do I reach it every time? No. Do I reach most of the time? Yes. And those other times really bother the heck out of me. From that, I realize I am not enough, the principle's enough, and I find a way to step up. Mm-hmm. And that's the energy that attracts the masses.
Mm-hmm. Well, state, systems, energetics, this was a whole gamut, and I'm so grateful, and I know everybody watching live is grateful as well to plug into this. And you're going to be excited to plug into Donnie Moore at Mile High Live, and check out epienergetics.com for the programs coming up and his new book that will be coming out. I will also say, if you're watching this and you want to have more referrals, add yourself to the Mile High directory so your practice can be found on the Mile High directory. Because guess what? You want to get referrals from people that are watching things like this. These are the type of people that you want to get referrals from, is people that have the mindset that they want to serve more people. So our next presenter is coming up right up. Donnie, thank you for being such an incredible walking example of serving the principle for decades, living, breathing, and you know, walking your talk. And thank you for serving today.
Thank you. And Danny, thank you and Rochelle for holding the torch. passed on and holding it and lighting others' torches.